moments ago. So both of these drivers having to deal with bringing those tires up to temperature here at the moment. RSO about half a second behind that ASD Elite Yellow car here as they continued their way around. But, you know, for Team RSO, they are the tail end of the slipstream here, Dylan, so they'll be able to reel themselves into an okay position coming down the Dongo, but, you know, that never guarantees a pass.
Yeah, it never guarantees a pass, but it does give you a much better shot of getting at least side by side the guy in front of you coming down the long straight. You know, some vehicles are better aerodynamically when it comes to getting behind for the draft. You know, I've looked through the entirety of at least the GT3 class, and we've only got one Mercedes. I'm not sure exactly, you know, how it looks like through a wind tunnel, but I've been very curious to see what the effects of each car will be like punching that hole through the air. You know, sometimes when you're looking at the lower classes, the horsepower will hold each car back from achieving as much as you possibly can in the draft. So even if you've got a clear line of, or clear air, non-air area, you know what I'm saying, the slipstream, it might not be as beneficial as you want. As we see the 397 Team RSO car having to let another higher class car go.
Yeah, we're looking at the TCRs as well, because there's a close battle in this at the moment as well. That's XVR Sim Racing, Johnny Brandon behind the wheel, and then you have Team Racing Bells giving chase with a little bit Dominic Olivia. Look at how close they get off the corner of Dunlop. This is on the GP circuit, and I think just let that one go. Too much. It was a big statement from that car down the inside, and you can see there's no surprise that they've been able to work their way through, and that's sometimes what you have to do in this sort of situation, Lorenzo, because you're in the middle of a, well, not even in the middle yet, you know, we're still way before the halfway point of a 24-hour endurance race. Sometimes you have to know when you've been beat, you have to know which battles to pick, and I think that's just what we've seen now.
Yeah, we just see there how to capitalize your losses and wins, especially in the night, Connery, because Connery under the night is where the track gets most complicated. You need to negotiate where you're gonna stay with your car, try to be as predictable as possible. You get, like I said, limited visibility in comparison to what is a night day, because you have the natural light. So you have to be very mindful where you place your car in this much blackness that is Nürburgring, especially in the forest. So good awareness from the TCR driver to let go and let the high speed geodesic car pass.
Yeah, so, you know, just like I said, knowing when you've been beat, just let you go. You have your own race to focus on, you have your own laps, your own strategy to keep track of. If there's a car that you're, well, going to be trying to fight with at this stage that isn't actually on your radar in terms of the strategy, then there's probably not that much point in you holding them up a little bit too much. In fact, you can use them to your benefit, just sit behind, get a little bit of fuel saving done, and make one of your pit stops just that little bit shorter. There's Marla Racing Team and BS Competition. Look at how this one's closed up, though, because Marla Racing Team getting that pass done just around about 15-20 minutes to go down the inside of, there they go. BS Competition down the inside of Marla. They're going to be able to re-inherit second place here after around about 20-25 minutes of that going the way of Marla. You can see how frustrated Marla is with that sort of situation, with the flashing of the lights. So P2 has changed once again here, and it seems like these two guys are stuck together like glue at the moment, Lorenzo, considering how back and forth they have been.
Yeah, good move from Lonnie and Heidek as he makes the move in the Yokohama S, which for the 24-hour layout is more interesting because you kind of cut the Yokohama S in the left-hand side. You just do the first part of it, and you just cut it to what would be a short loop, just like the BLN. But now Heidek has just managed to break himself away from what it looks like. Dominic Stamp is not actually being able to keep up with the driver in the BMW. So a good move on the S competition to move up one spot.
Brilliant move indeed, but I have to wonder if this is going to be set in stone now, because it seems like the pace between these two cars very similar indeed, although setting that just stretched out a little bit after that pass was complete, but as long as Marla can use as much of the slipstream as possible here over the next couple of laps at least, they're not going to be too hard done by that situation, and they can look maybe over the next couple of hours or so to continue on this fight just in the strategy here. But still close, coming on towards the Nordschleife for the 46th time in this event for these guys. Like I said, I can only get around this place twice, maybe 3 times clean, but 46, 47 times, yeah, that's probably not going to happen for me. You're on board with Marla in the Audi as they try to give chase to that BMW that made the pass into turn 1 just that last time around. Dominic Steve trying his best to keep tabs on the BMW, but again, even if he loses the slipstream here, it's not going to be a huge panic because that team is seemingly so equal to that PS competition BMW. What?
Dylan?
Well, Dylan's gone. Lorenzo, take it.
I'm back. I wasn't sure if Lorenzo was going to be taking that or not. Yeah, I am sorry for not, answering you guys. I'm already falling asleep in the 6-hour stint that we have, but it is dark. Not really where I am. It's actually very bright. It's frustrating, but nonetheless, yeah, I feel like once you do get to the Nordschleife, though, that draft that you were just talking about, Connery, is going to be a bit of a, it's not really going to matter until you're on the back straight, about to get back onto the Nürburgring, because once you're on the Nordschleife, there's really no opportunities to get a draft going. So once you're on the Nürburgring part of the 24-hour layout, yeah, there's going to be a bit more of a draft working for you, but with all the curves, the turns, there's just going to be too much dirty air turbulence for you to really get back behind a driver unless you're actually quartering better and you have more grip.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that pass done and that gap seemingly extending at the moment, we can actually go through your top 8 in each class as it stands. So we'll start with the GT3s and we'll run all the way down into the TCRs. So this is the state of play in GT3s, your fastest class here today. Team Red Line Black, they've been pretty dominant at the front of the field. More on that later, since I really want to get the discussion going on whether they can actually keep that lead that they have right now, standing at just over a minute to BS competition. And then you have Marla Racing Team just a couple of seconds behind BS competition. And then another BS competition car, the number 7 in P4, Bieler Racing Team Euronics in P5, MSI Esports Blue in P6, VRS Car and Sim Sport, they remain in P7, and MB Esports Racing, the number 23 car in P8. And then we can have a look at your cup class, because RBG Esports there, the 211, Daniel Lafuente behind the wheel of that car, 27 seconds ahead of Porsche 24 driven by Redline. And then you have the Guignol Racing Team, piloted by Jared Caroni in the 3rd place. You have Team Redline Cup in P4, Alpine Eagle Racing in P5, Burst Esports Hungary in P6, HM Engineering in P7, and TQ Engineering in P8. And Dylan, just take us through the state of play in your GT4 class with the Caymans.
Yeah, so the GT4 class, we've got Core Sim Racing, the 304 vehicle, first place, and just 2 minutes 17 seconds behind the Sorg Rennsport Esports GT4 team. We're starting to see a bit of a battle for P2 with Team Helskenfeld, excuse me for that pronunciation, 301, and ASD Elite Yellow, or as they like to say in their own team description, #Yellow, in 4th place. They're separated by 9 seconds to 5th place DRS Wave Italy. Team RSO 10 seconds behind them in the 397. And then 1 lap behind is OTR Esport, and then Burst Esport Rio Toro in P8.
And Lorenzo, TCRs, how they're doing?
So TCR SimRC is still in the lead, retaining against Veneval Sim Racing Blue, 10 seconds behind. Craig Setup Shop Front is in 3rd place, followed by Team RSO, also about 10 seconds behind Craig Setup Shop. 5th is Full Sun Racing, the 85 car. P6 in Team Hoising Geodesic Racing. 7th place is XVR Sim Racing, and rounding out the top 8 is Evolution Sim Racing Team 26, Connery.
Well, there we go, top 8 in each of your classes complete. And, well, it might all change on the time here because Team RSO and Full Send Racing very close indeed. 3.5 tenths of a second is the live gap between those two here. So again, they're pretty close. Coming through the GP layer, there's a little bit of altercation ahead of them as well. I believe there was a lap traffic situation. Yes, the GT4 is trying to deal with the TCR traffic at the moment with a GT3 in the mix there as well. So it won't affect this too much since those bits of traffic have already come through on them. But it's so tough to try and break the draft here in these TCR cars, Dylan. I'm not sure if you saw the first portion of the broadcast, but through the first 1 or 2 stints, the entirety of the top 7, top 8 cars in TCR were just all in one big drafting train, unable to get away from each other.
I feel like when you're limited by the amount of horsepower and torque on a vehicle, you're not going to be able to drive away from anyone that much. The draft is going to be bigger than if you have a car and like any of the GT3 class cars that are going to be able to get some separation. So I did see that though at a lot of different points during the first 6 hours of the broadcast. I'm not sure what you have to do if you are one of those TCR classes. We do see a car go off track. Couldn't quite see who that was. If Lorenzo, could you see who it was?
Well, it was a Full Send Racing, as we were just saying.
And they just went full set. So sometimes that's not always the best way to go about it. But back to your point about the TCR cars in the draft, I think you're just going to have to deal with it because what else can you do except just drive as fast as you can? There's nothing. So it's going to be an issue that all the teams are going to have to face throughout the race, and it's almost going to be, if they are able to stick together as closely as they've been when it does come to that one-horse train, it might be not the prime position to be first place when you're in the last lap.
Yeah, that's the thing, but we are a very long way from a last lap situation at the moment.
Yeah, we got some 18 hours just kicking back with a Coke right now.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Here's BS Competition and Marla. Well, gap remains about a second between those two, though we did see their swap for position a bit earlier on, but we expected BS Competition maybe to try and stretch their legs, and they did immediately after the pass, but it seems like they've just run out a little bit of steam, and Marla are keeping themselves inside close contention. It's a miraculous that after, well, 6 hours, 25 minutes of racing, we still have a battle for position inside a second. That's absolutely awesome to see, Lorenzo, and I hope we'll get to see it in the final hours of this race as well.
Yeah, I do hope to see it as well, because we had 54 cars starting this race. We have about 44 cars still remaining in this race, which for a Nürburgring race, I think has been our highest thus far in these last 3 years we've been broadcasting. Connery, so it has been a really good race thus far, but of course, night we still are to see for the darker hours about we are at 7 past 10 p.m. in the sim. When we reach about midnight is where it gets really tricky, because then you got no visibility whatsoever. You're just driving, you're laying on your headlights, and that's ball mode.
Yeah, there's a tiny, just the slightest bit of light still left in the sky, but that will soon be snuffed out. We're sort of deep into twilight at the moment, and soon you'll basically be pitch black out there, and basically the only illumination that you'll get is from the headlights of all the cars out there, with the exception of the GP layer, of course. But yeah, this is where things get tough, and especially in around about, I would say, 6-7 hours time maybe here, Dylan, is when we get to the sort of silly hour territory, which happens both in sim racing and in the real world side of things as well, where we just have a flat out hour of cars just doing very silly things. We haven't gotten to that point just yet, but it's a tradition both in real world and in sim racing, so you have to keep that in mind.
I don't think it's just a tradition in racing in general. I think it's a tradition in terms of the human existence when that silly hour does come, because it's true. There is always a point in time where you just don't understand why you were doing the things you do. And I'm sure all of these guys are going to face it around, what, the 2 a.m., 3 a.m. mark in the sim right now, as Lorenzo was just saying. We're at around 10:08 p.m. in the sim time. And the temperatures have continuously dropped. Right now, the track temperature is at 66 degrees Fahrenheit. The air temp is at 65 degrees. And it's 10-mile-per-hour winds as well, so a little bit of effect on the aerodynamics of the cars. But nonetheless, grip levels are going to start dropping, which maybe it's not going to put as much wear on the tires, but no matter what, you're not going to get as much grip, which is so important for all of these guys here. And obviously, we know the Nordschleife is one of the hardest tracks in the world. Once that silly hour does come, as we see a daredevilish move down the inside there, that's, oof. I would not be doing that in any day that you'll see me on any sim. I'm not even wealthy enough to be okay with crashing a car in a sim at the Nordschleife. But as I was saying, that silly hour will come, and when cars are riding around the Nordschleife's very small surface, very small width, there's going to be a point in time that lasts a second where the driver wonders, how did this just happen? And then they're into the fence.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's on the Nordschleife here, there's little to no runoff in a lot of places. So that gets the vast majority of races. So you're not going to have a lot of time to try and save the car if you're having an off, not by any means. And with a lot of the incidents that we've seen as well, it's been a case of maybe dipping 2 tires into the grass is all it needs to send the car into the barrier. So you do have to be very careful, and you have to be focused for the entire stints here, no matter if you did the first couple of stints, or if you're in the car right now, or if you're going to be in the car sort of 2, 3 a.m. You just have to have that same focus, otherwise you're going to make that slight mistake, Lorenzo, that puts a couple of tires into the dirt, into the grass, and then all of a sudden you hit the barrier and have to apologize to your teammates.
Yeah, it's a complicated track. I think both tracks we race all around the world. I think this is the one you have to have the most attention to details from start to finish. You cannot make what we call don't blink, because if you blink, you're gonna pick up your car on the arc barrier, and like you said, arc barrier is that you can injure your car, damage, probably get a suspension damage, and then they tire you back to the pits. It's going to be a lengthy repair. You're going to be put back in the field. So you need to be very careful how you place your car, how you drive your car, especially in this nighttime, because the nighttime is more complicated. You have to double up your attention every single lap that you do it. For Nürburgring, we say 100% focus. For nighttime, it's 200% focus. And actually, in this situation, really don't blink. Go full for the 40 minutes, don't blink.
And there comes a different issue, though, Dylan, because if you're hyper-focused the entire time on these laps, sometimes you miss the most obvious things. Like, for example, a car spun in the middle of the racetrack. You're just gonna, well, some drivers just tunnel vision and then just don't react to things that they perhaps should be reacting to. And I've seen that so many times in these sorts of races as well, where there's just been a lapse of concentration. All of a sudden, a car that's had a spun down the road is in the middle of the circuit trying to rejoin, and you have to react.
Counterpoint. In the real world, the 24 hours of Nordschleife, all the drivers are going at, they are all dealing with the same exact time. It's 2 a.m. on the track, it's 2 a.m. where the drivers are. There are drivers who are currently about to go to sleep in Europe, and it's around 10 o'clock, even later in some eastern parts, and it's the end of the day for them. I'm currently in Eastern Standard Time in the United States, and it's just 4:19. So some guys, I feel like you'll have to deal with it just because of the way this simulation looks and how it looks for all the people inside the vehicles. But that fatigue, it might not show in the driving. I think you're going to see some drivers dealing with it, especially if you have an all-European team, for example, and then some drivers dealing with it if you have an all-United States-based team in the hours of 12 to 18, and then obviously class 6. So I just wanted to put that kind of point out there. We might see very few mistakes from some teams and then a lot of mistakes from other teams, and then we'll be able to know what country they're from.
Yeah, that's one of the big differences, that's for sure, because everyone's racing from home here. No matter what country they're racing from home, and even if we went in lockdown, they're still racing from home in these sorts of events. So, for some teams that are European-based, like you say, it's getting late on into the evening now. Maybe the fatigue will start to set in over the next couple of hours or so, and that struggle through the graveyard shift will also be very apparent for them. But if you're more of an international team, Lorenzo, for example, this might be relevant to you, you're Brazilian, there might be teams out there that will have Brazilian team members or other South American team members or even North American team members that can fill in during their prime time in the afternoon or evening to give those European drivers a bit of a break. Same goes for maybe any drivers from Asia or from Australia as well. So you can fill in those gaps with those drivers, and the teams that will be able to do that, as you see a little bit of a situation up on screen for you there, as you see Marla Racing Team trying to squeak through. I believe that was traffic of their own class, if I'm not mistaken, which is always an interesting predicament. Oh, it's TCR traffic, excuse me, there we go. Sometimes it's very hard to make things out when things get dark like this, but like I was saying, Lorenzo, it's those teams with international rosters that are able to race from different time zones, they're going to have a slight advantage here.
Yeah, they're going to have a massive advantage over here. If we were to compare, for example, the BS competition right now, it's purely a German, mostly German, if not all German. This lineup, specifically the 89 car, is a German-based team, and Mala Racing Team is international. You got Dominic Stein from Germany, you got Agustin Canapino from Argentina, and I'm trying to remember the third driver of the team. I apologize. Sami Maritrogen from Finland, and even got Alex Arona if you want to actually have a fourth driver. So it is going to be really interesting how they actually shift back. When I do stints with my team, I go for stints that are usually within my time zone that are not for the Europeans, so I would cover them. So we try to work stints that everybody can actually work on, and if we actually have those international teams, like I mentioned, it gets a whole lot easier because you can rest, you don't have to put a lot of pressure on yourself. Just drive your laps and relax after that, because somebody else will actually query the load for you.
Yeah, that's the main thing. You just, it's a team effort. You have to reiterate it. It's team racing, it's endurance racing. Everyone has to put in their fair share of effort, and if you can spread that effort across countries, across time zones, that's going to be a lot. It'll give you a bit of an easier time in these sorts of races. So for those teams that are that way inclined, then they'll be super happy about these sorts of events. Maybe other teams that are primarily German or primarily Italian or Spanish or anything like that, they're going to struggle a little bit more. Speaking of one of those teams though, MSI Esports, they are primarily Spanish. They're in the GT3 class at the moment with Boe behind the wheel of the car, and it's teams like this where it's going to be more of a struggle during this portion of the race, Dylan. It's just the reality.
Yeah, it's just a reality, and there is a difference between going through the motions and getting into a rhythm. It might look the same. There's some key components that are just dissimilar between them. Getting into a rhythm means you're pushing the car to its limits and you're laser focused. Getting into a rhythm, just going through the motions, yeah, sure, you might be safe, but you're going to be prone to the mistake here and there, and that's what we're talking about with Silly Hour. And some of these guys, like the South American MSI Esports team, they're going to have to deal with that Silly Hour coming up in the next few hours, and they go through the motions in the very late stages of the race in both the game time, the sim time, and their time. It's going to end up being difficult to stay laser focused. You're not going to be pushing. You know, here, another counterpoint to my own statement, it might be better to just go easy through the night hours, especially if you realize that you might just be better going through the motions safely. Because that will lead to fewer situations where, well, you're not going to be, you know, in a spot you don't want to be in, which also ends up with the wall.
Yeah. So it's amazing how many of these situations sometimes end with, and sometimes you hit the wall. But at the moment, I'm just having a look at the YouTube chat, because usually in endurance races here on Racesport, we pay a lot of attention to the YouTube chat. Just like the Radio Le Mans guys, they pay attention to their mentions on Twitter and to the hashtags. We at Racesport, we prefer to take things directly from the YouTube chat in this instance. If you're on Twitch or Facebook, then we might pay you some attention, but don't bet on it. It's the YouTube chat, that's usually where it's at. I see a question that we usually get in these races, which is, where is Max Verstappen? Well, it's already been answered by someone. It's he's in the Team Redline Cup car. He's the number 69 car, in fourth in class in the Cup class. So he's going along well. Not in those podium positions just yet, but Max's team is doing quite well. They're just holding things steady at the moment. Sometimes, Lorenzo, that's what you have.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. You know, just stay in class, tuck in the car, and just stay safe. And from what I got from other people, they said that Max wasn't moving the same speed as the guys up ahead in the RNHE. It is the thing. We're gonna put on the RNHE team. If there's RBG, RNHE, it's a relatively new team. It's from Romain Grosjean, the F1 driver. For those who are not aware. So it is an association with AAA Esports. Basically, the AAA Red car is now the RHE Esports. So it's going to be really interesting how Max and their teammates are going to do for the rest of the night, because they have the pace. They are really good drivers, and we're going to be seeing Max in the Porsche Esports Super Cup real soon. So it's going to be interesting how Max adapts to the car in this stint, and afterwards when it gets more dangerous for them.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Connery. I'm just asking, could it be, instead of RHG, could it be Rate G?
Well, to be fair, I've heard no one actually say the name as yet. It's a very young team, so we'll just have to wait to see a Rate G. But obviously, it's the initials of Romain Grosjean, right? Like just a 8 separate. So. We're just going to probably try to figure that one out. If someone has any idea in the YouTube chat, then please forward along how to actually say the team name is currently leading in the Cup class at the moment. Romain Grosjean's sim racing team to try and promote young drivers in sim racing to make the transition over into the real world. And that's what we've seen with those sorts of initiatives over the last couple of years, Dylan. You know, even going back to the GT Academy days, way back when. So Darren Cox is going to be happy that I mentioned it now. There we go. As you can see the battle up on screen. Oh, that is Full-Send Racing Team RSO. Still very close together, so those guys are not separate. But back to my point though, you've seen a lot of initiatives like getting young sim drivers into real cars over the years, and it seems like Romain Grosjean certainly very well aware of that situation. But I kind of want to make a counterpoint to that, Dylan, because a lot of the professional sim drivers that I talk to about this, they wouldn't prefer to, they don't want to use sim racing just to get into a real car. They want it to stand on its own 2 feet as well. If they get a real life drive, that's just a bonus. But, you know, they'd be very happy with just doing sim racing for a living.
Well, you look at it and you see that the virtual world is not limited like it is in the real world. We're having, I mean, this is the top drivers for the 24 hours of Nordschleife, but there's been so many additions of this going on just right now, and the possibilities for drivers to really make a name for themselves in the virtual world, it's endless. And as you said, you know, Romain Grosjean is one of those drivers who is really getting everybody involved in the entire, you know, world of sim racing. But it's going to even grow, I think, to a bigger group of the drivers, especially as the younger generation of drivers are starting to, you know, be the, you know, adult generation of drivers. Max Verstappen, obviously, is one of the best known names, the most well-known names in the racing world and the sim racing world, because he is taking such a liking to what sim racing has to offer. Lando Norris, another one, and you see that there's a lot of you know, good opportunities for drivers to make a name for themselves in the virtual world, and it's not going to stop, especially once the pandemic situation does end. Hopefully sooner rather than later. I think sim racing, and especially iRacing, and how it has capitalized on the absence of real racing, it's been great for the virtual world.
Yeah, you can see this TCR battle continuing on. RSO and Fulsen not giving a lot of room to each other to breathe, but that's the race-leading GT3 flashing the lights through. That's Team Redline heading their way through. I think they've just come down in for a pit stop. Yes, they have. So they are on a fresher rubber because they didn't take tires. Yes, they did. So it's around about a minute and 10 seconds for them stationary on the lane. So that does mean that for now, BS competition, Lada Racing Team are P1 and P2 in the fastest class. But that will all sort itself out once they come down on towards pit lane. And like I said, Lorenzo, again, it's another set of tires for Team Redline. So they're not feeling confident just yet to go for the double stint strategy. And that's something that we saw some teams try through the opening portion of the race, most notably BS competition on the first stop of the race decided to double stint the tires. And, well, that BMW came good at the end of the stint, but they just lost a lot of time, so much time at the opening portion of the stint that Redline was able to easily catch up to them and pass them. But now with the track temperatures just creeping lower and lower, that effect of having the double stint tires and having to nurse them through 2 hours of racing, that effect is going to be so much diminished here. But right now, at least, it seems like the drivers are unwilling to go for that option. Maybe that track temp just hasn't crept down just far enough to be able to make up the difference.
I think the threshold for the temperature hasn't gone down up to a point there. It might be thinking, you know, I think we're going to go for the double stint, try to maximize our efficiency and fuel, and then minimize the tire loss, try to conserve the tires as much as we can. Don't drive it aggressively, especially under the night conditions. But as a counterpoint, you know, it's just because you are driving with the night conditions and you don't want to have worn out tires, especially when you go for a longer second stint, I think that makes more sense for you to be more aggressive, should I say, and go for a single stint pit stop, every single pit stop during the night, so you can use the full rubber every single stint, full speed, pedal to the metal every single lap, and try to distance yourself away from your competition. And that's what is Bishop and then Beat especially doing. He just took over for Max Benecke. So it's going to be interesting how them Beats tackle with the track, because I think that is the first time I've seen them Beats actually tackling the track.
This TCR battle still is basically pushing it on the way through there.
A little bit of bump drafting.
Yeah, I think this is up towards Bravery Corner. Let me see if I can make my way around the Nürburgring in the night. Yeah, we're coming up to it, I believe. As, there we go. There it is. And they'll be able to file their way through there. I got my Nürburgring knowledge correct for once. There we go. We're on board with Team RSO on their roof, in fact, as that Fulsen racing car trying to keep the RSO behind them at the moment. You can see a little bit of a difference in terms of the mid-corner speed. This is just at the bottom of the hill before you climb up it and you go into that ever-famous carousel. So Nibelzik just following the tire tracks at the moment, but I get the feeling that this will be a sort of decision once again coming down the dot and go, oh yeah, Lorenzo, unless RSO just going to decide to build in behind.
Yeah, and here we see Divas because climbing up on the left-hand side, you go into the Hoa section, the highest part of the track, you go into the right-hand side, preparing for Vipperman. So it's going to be really interesting if, how Divas is actually going to ride that back bumper of the Audi right ahead of him. I think he's just going to be a passenger all the way down into what probably could be Stefan Belofes and the Klein Carousel, and then ride the draft all the way down the Dorninger hole, and then we can see if he actually is going to go for that move. And beautiful shots, I have to say that.
Guys, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. What is scarier, being one of the TCR cars and seeing the GT3 vehicles coming behind you, or being one of the GT3 cars and having to pass the TCR cars?
I think there's a mutual fear between the two of them, isn't there? It's, yeah, but then again, it's going to happen, you know, that sort of situation is going to happen, like, you know, many hundreds of times throughout this race. So you better get used to it. But if I was one of those drivers, I think I would prefer to be in the GT3 because I can control my own destiny a little bit more.
Yeah, okay. If you come out of left real quick, just real quick, I done the iRacing Endurance Series, which is a new Endurance Series that iRacing is doing on the TCR class around Suzuka. I did the final 3 hours of the race, and let me tell you, I was sitting duck. I fear for life.
Lorenzo, you and fearing for life, just like you feared for life going to walk through Philadelphia streets to go to a random Applebee's. But nonetheless, here's another ring light to bring up. What if you are, besides just the GT3 cars and the TCRs coming together, when you come up to a battle happening in the slower series, as you do have the draft behind coming, oh man, this is going to be cool to see how this draft does play out. But when you do have a battle going on, do you want to be the team in front or the team behind? In this case, the team in front, full send, Team RSO is the team in behind.
That's I'll have a think about that one because you don't really want to be in either situation. Although I think I would prefer to be the car behind because then I can maybe use the lap traffic as a, well, to my advantage, and then just try and gain the leverage that way. I'm not sure what the situation is with you there, Lorenzo. We can see though we have GT3 pit stops in full effect. Yes, competition. Just gonna squeak out ahead. Yeah, there we go. Ahead of Mahler. So they will lead, well, that particular battle of the pit lane. Team Redline Black, of course, already come through to re-inherit the race leads in GT3s. But yeah, the battle between BS Competition and Mahler rages on.
Yeah, it is on once again, and most more interesting, they're also double sitting the tires, so they are going for just on fuel. So both of them are out of the pits in BS Competition with a really good pit. Just seeing over here, 1 minute and 8 seconds compared to 1 second and 1 minute and 5 for Dominic Snap. Still retaining a good lead, but now struggling on the Dunlop as he has a quick setup shop. TCR right ahead of him.
Yeah, that's so just when I was complaining about not seeing double stints, BS Competition and while they decide, hey, we're going to double stint this particular pit stop. So they come on towards pit lane and keep the same set of rubber as they went onto the pit lane with coming off of it. So that's the situation there. Redline Black, though, I think they have enough of a gap in the lead right now, Dylan, so that they don't really have to worry about double stinting the tires because they can just take fresh tires every single stop and not lose too much from it because their gap is so big.
Well, something I haven't timed. How much time do you lose, though? And I think everyone would love to hear this. How much time do you lose by putting a new set of rubber on?
22-ish seconds.
Yeah. I almost feel like 22 seconds, especially around here, is nothing. You should almost always, in my opinion, honestly, I feel like you should always try to get a fresh set of rubber on, unless you're in a neck-and-neck battle. Obviously, that can be something different, as we see some passes happening. Oh, Connery.
Oh my, red line getting really frustrated there behind the lap traffic. That's one of the TCR cars that well, your current race leader is getting really annoyed about. That's just the damn beats behind the wheel of the red line black car. He got massively held up by that TCR car coming through what was a very high-speed section as well. So, you know, the speed differential between those two classes would be at its worst coming through there. And it seemed like red line just couldn't find a way through. And now they're going to get stuck behind another piece of TCR traffic. And this time it's coming through a little bit of a slower speed section here. This is just after I'm not sure the specific corner names as I'm going to have to brush up. There we go. There we go.
You got it right.
You are much more prepared for the corner names than myself, Connery. I will say, though, I will say it's got to be playing a little bit in the back of Team Redline Black's heads.
Yeah.
Their sister team, Team Redline White, held up in traffic, spun, they're out of the race. And that happened, what, 2.5 hours ago at this point? So there's so much time for an incident to happen. And we love to, you know, to say how long and how intense the middle hours of the race are, the night hours. There's still so much left in this race. And that's the craziest part. These guys are going down the inside dangerously. God, I mean, if I'm one of those drivers, I'm taking my time to get by one, much less trying to do it, what, 40, 50, 60, 70 times over the course of like a 2-hour stint.
It's very, very tough. We did get an answer, by the way, to the how do we pronounce R8G Esports? It's R3G Sports. So it's a French 8. As I'm kind of scared of that, considering I didn't even do French at my exams when I was 16. So, yeah. We're just going to have to deal with that.
Could it be French pronunciations of the R and the G as well?
Could be.
I mean, I took French for 3 years. I don't really know that much. I don't remember that much. I'm upset about it. Je parle peu français, but I don't know how to say. I don't remember R and G. J? Ooh? I don't know. But it also sounds like RPG.
Yeah, nice attempt, but
I'm trying, guys.
Look, you know, like I don't do very well with pronunciations at the best of times, and I'm British, where we butcher pronunciations on the daily. So you're an American, so you're probably a little bit worse than that, right?
I'm an American, and I feel like there's stigma attached to it. I feel like there definitely is.
Yeah. By the way, Full Send Racing Team RSO are still close in TCR, so you know, no matter what the traffic does, the technicals come through on them. It seems like RSO and Full Send are best buddies in this situation. Although, is that being too nice, Larry?
Yeah. No, I'm just looking at something that I'm actually gonna mention real quick. That he was actually looking for a gap. He's not playing conservative. He's actually looking for a gap to make the overtake. He wants to make the overtake. He just doesn't have enough room.
I love that little moment with the sparks there. I've actually seen that before. But, you know, we don't do that many night races in this amount of darkness here on Raceport TV. So we haven't seen that too often. Usually the sparks fly when they start hitting barriers, but, you know, bottoming out there on the brow of the hill, and Team RSO continue on their way, just continuing to keep themselves within the slipstream of the Full Send Racing car, and they're seemingly content to sit behind for now. But like you said, Lorenzo, it's the gaps are being searched for by that RSO car. It's just he hasn't been given a very obvious opportunity to make his way by just yet, and I think at this stage of the race, with coming up to 17 hours remaining, you can't really manufacture your own chance with a big old dive.
No, you can't. You have to, you know, play it safe. You just have to find the perfect moment find it on the Dorninger Hoa to make sure they actually make that overtake, well, take it, because it might be the only opportunity you get. So as they go into Brüchen right now, into ice curve, so it's going to be really interesting how Nürburgring is going to manage through the next few laps. Try if he's going to actually find the gap to work with, if he's going to ride the draft, or just let's say if I'm Nürburgring, you already are kind of detached from the TCR pack. You're about basically, let me just take a quick look up, nearly 30 seconds behind Craig's setup shot, 34 seconds, nearly 40 Craig's setup shot. So you can make the overtake, play the rabbit a little bit.
Yeah, just rattle his cage. That's you know, given the situation. But I don't think it will come to that, as we've seen some very clean racing so far in this race, and we do have to remind people that these are basically some of the top drivers on iRacing, some of the drivers with the highest iRating. And if you use iRacing and don't know what iRating is, it's basically your driver score for all intents and purposes. It works like the scoring system in chess, for example, with the ELO system. It's you win, you know, if you finish top half in a race, usually you'll gain iRating. If you finish bottom half, usually you'll lose it, and it changes depending on if the drivers you're going up against are much better than you or much worse than you as well, the amount you gain and lose. So it's all dynamic, and usually does a pretty good job. But coming down the Dorninger Hoa then in this battle between Full Send Racing and Team RSO, it looks like RSO just going to sit in line, and in fact, that's I think that's a violation of social distancing on the way down the Dorninger Hoa there, but you'll lift out a bit, try and get a bit of fuel saving for that. And yeah, this is obvious for RSO.
Yeah, I feel like it, you know, obviously, fuel saving is such an important part of each thing here. You were talking about maybe overtaking, rattling his cage here, and if he does want to overtake, the best place to overtake is right now, because you've got around 8 more minutes until you get back in that huge draft, and you have that opportunity to pass the man in front of you. And with full sends being a little aggressive defensively, it could turn out to be a little hairy for all of these drivers involved here. And obviously, there will be traffic coming up on them throughout the entirety of the race. Just looking at the track map, literally every driver right now has either entered or is exiting the Nürburgring GE circuit. So, traffic is playing a huge part right here. You guys can see that too.
Yeah, I can see it as well. We won't be able to put it up on the graphics, unfortunately, because it doesn't work for this layout of the Nürburgring. But with the track map at the moment, everyone is basically within the same third of the racetrack. So this is from basically coming up towards this sort of final sort of sector, final quarter of the lap, and then going down in towards the end of the GP layout and coming through the first couple of corners of the Nordschleife. That is where everyone is, basically. There's a couple of cars strewn about, coming through Ardenau and then coming up to the carousel as well. But it seems like a massive amount of cars just occupying one portion of the track right now. And this is what Radio Show Limited were talking about coming through their stint at Lorenzo, is that they usually see in the real world this clumping together of cars sometimes in these portions of the races, and that's what we see in sim racing as well, as just the natural chaos of racing and the times fluctuating sometimes restores a little bit of order with everyone in the same place.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially for the real 24 hours. Like Heinbach said, it's instead of 54, 55 cars here in the iRacing service, you get 170 cars in a 25-kilometer track, which for us doesn't look like much, I guess. But you know, 170 cars in the track, it gets really clustered, especially in a pit lane which isn't the largest pit lane you're gonna be in. There's larger pit lanes than Nürburgring, so it can get really clustered if you even stack some cars whenever you move to the pit lane, especially if you're on the lower tier classes for the real Nürburgring. So it's really interesting how you manage in real life going pit lane, and then how you come to a track that is so busy and you swerve left and right and try to do those cars cars out and still keep the car on track and still be fast.
If you think about it this way, having 170 cars on the Nordschleife Nürburgring combined circuit means that you're going to have every car separated by just under 3 seconds if you have them all spaced out. That's very, very small to have the drivers both in front and behind you for 3 seconds. So, give or take, average of around 12 seconds. And I'm doing this math very quickly with, you know, the amount of seconds it takes to go around the circuit to 9 minutes or so. And in terms of lap times, I don't know if we've talked a bit about this so far on the broadcast. TCR cars are going around each lap at just over 9 minutes per lap, while the very top of the line GT3 cars are going at just over 8 minutes. So every, you know, 8 or so laps, which is not just 8 laps, it's a lot of time, the cars will catch up to each other. So it kind of makes you think about where cars are on the circuit in a different way.
Yeah, it really, really does. It's battling pair, still giving us a little bit of a show though, but RSO haven't been going for the opportunities just yet. By the way though, if you do have any questions or comments for us here in the commentary booth, I'm Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Dylan Coyle and Lorenzo Bonda for this portion of the race. Then, you know, just make your comments known in the YouTube chat if you have any questions, especially about the sim racing side of things, because we've hit a lot about the real world racing from the Radio Le Mans guys, but we are more, I think the generous term that they used was sim racing specialists, right? I think those were the words that they used.
That's generous.
That is pretty generous, but it is what we are, I guess. So if you have any questions about sim racing in general, any of the history about any of these teams as well, that would be certainly a good topic to go into, because I did want to mention, you know, Redline, given their situation. Yes, they have this dominance in the GT3 class, and they're going very well. This is probably the best that an iRacing Special event has gone for them so far. But I have to remind you, Zebra, I have to remind you, Baptist, you know, those don't quite go very quickly out of memory, shall we say. So Team Redline, I remember having technical issues at Sebring, and they had further issues before as well. Bathurst, I don't think it was last time, but it was the time before where they had potentially Max Verstappen getting behind the wheel, but then Artsy Hirkhoff decided to spin it about 14 minutes into the race. So Redline are going to be certainly very well aware that they can't take this for granted at the moment. They have to get to the end, no matter if they're a couple of seconds ahead or around about 30 seconds ahead as they are now.
Well, in the friggin' spot.
Lorenzo
in Spa, yeah, Spa.
Sorry, I didn't know who was.
It just proves my point further.
You know how if we're in an actual commentary box, we can all see each other. Body language is not existent. I feel like if we had each of you guys on a voice call, we would just be looking very good all together. However, I do want to add that the gap between Team Redline and the BS competition 89, the 89 car there, it's only 30 seconds. I'm trying to see if that's just been because of BS competition's pace. Right now, only 3 stops for the Team Redline black car out of the GT3 front runners, the top 9 cars looking at.
I'm not sure if that is accurate on our timing screens. Because, yeah, sometimes the pit stops have a bit of an issue when it comes to this racetrack in particular on ATVO. But on my JRT timing, which is an alternate timing software, the GT3s have pitted in total 7 times so far this race.
Okay, so I'm very off.
There we go. So, sometimes the technology doesn't want to comply, shall we say. But the actual figure is GT3s have stopped 7 times in this race. In a Cup, though, in Cup class, they've also pitted 7 times during this race. The GT4s have pitted 4 times, and the TCRs have also pitted 4 times in this race so far. So that's the situation there. There's a race lead up on screen for you between the Ferrari at Redline and the BS competition BMW. So that's sort of hovered around about that mark for the last while. I haven't seen any wild fluctuations in that. So it looks like Redline holding strong at the moment here, Dylan.
Yeah, but Mala Racing is only 5 seconds back of BS Competition for that P2 spot in the GT3 class and overall. So still something to worry about for BS Competition, and Team Redline Black going to try and see what their previous lap times have been, because yeah, their last lap was 809.5, while BS Competition's last lap with Heinrich in the driver's seat an 806.3, and Dominic Stave's last lap was an 807.4. So this might be a little bit of going through the motions or just playing it safe. This is nowhere near over.
But remember the red line black, at least over the opening portion of this, then it comes close to the halfway point. But remember, in those first 1 or 2 laps, they're going to have to get those tires on the stem checks. They did change them, so that just lose a little bit of time there. But you know, they should be up to speed now. And having a look at the YouTube chat, we have the questions, comments coming in from Salah Braki. Why are these races so long? Well, this is endurance racing, and we get one of these events every couple of months here on iRacing, where they just do team racing for 24 hours. So it's not just one driver that's doing the entire 24 hours. They do have driver changes, so they can have a bit of a break and let someone else take over the control of the car. There's also a comment from why don't they use a deep blue night sky instead of zero light? Not sure. That's something you have to ask iRacing, excuse me. But that's just the situation there. Although I did hear that they are possibly working on a sort of night sky situation. I remember that being on the roadmap, but there's been no word of that since the day that transitions have come in. So basically, I don't know, Marcelo. Meanwhile, CJE Guardian, is this the Mario Kart 24 hours? It's the iRacing ones. How many cars are racing? Well, we had 54 cars take the green flag. I'm just checking to see how many cars are still out there. I count 53, I believe, unless if you guys have anything different there, Dylan and Lorenzo.
I also count 4. It says 44 because Williams Esports is still on the box. So for 71 minutes, it says over here. So they're still trying to repair the car if they're actually going to try to get back it out on track. But running cars are actually 23, correct?
Yeah,
so
we've got, that's what I'm seeing as well, so I can back that up. The only car from the GT3 class that we currently out here is that Team Redline White.
Yeah. Where can I see live timing? That's 24.resport.tv. So that's a simple answer to that one, I think. As I think I've sort of exhausted the immediate list here. I'm just scroll all the way down to the bottom. Is the link to live timing? I already answered that one. So there we go. I think there was someone with a question about the gap between race leader and TCR. I think it was the gap between Redline Black and the SimRC team, which is quite a complicated one to figure out. Actually, it's not too complicated. It's about 5 laps. But we don't have that in time, unfortunately. So you're just going to have to deal with me just saying 5 laps. Meanwhile, we do still have Full Send Racing and Team RSO in the little drafting pair.
Yeah, we still have this drafting pair. It's going to be interesting because when they come to the space, it's basically a NASCAR-like, TCR-like push from one another. So they're trying to push so they can get closer to the great setup shop. It's just about 8.8 seconds behind Full Send Racing. They're losing time bit by bit with the battlings and handling up the traffic, but still within relative contact with the great setup shop car. And it's one thing I want to bring up, which is really interesting, it caught my eye. Basically, all cars except for the one performance racing and the number 79, it's supposedly the number 79 over here in the chat, are within the lead lap and relatively, I'm going to say, within touch of Redline. So one small mistake from Redline to Black, you can open up the race so much, and we are barely 7 hours into this race.
Yeah, that's the possibility. It's not like Redline Black is leading by a minute or 2 minutes, like we've seen some other teams do in the race lead of 24-hour endurance races in the past here in iRacing. That gap is still 30 seconds. And 30 seconds, Dylan, can just go away in a flash, especially if you have a spin or find an arm kill somewhere.
Yeah, 30 seconds is really nothing, which is why I was also saying about how obviously they did have to warm up the tires somewhat. We'll have to see what their lap time is in Team Red Line Black once they do cross that straight in just a minute or two, or a few more minutes. Can't quite see the arrow on the map right now, but 30 seconds is still a lot of seconds to, or not a lot of seconds. It really isn't, and if you can just chop down a few seconds a lap, it's going to turn out, it's going to end up being who's the bravest of everybody. And remember, one small mistake in these hours, that's a catastrophe.
Alessandro Barbagala in the chat, 55, I guess cars is what he meant to say there, isn't a bit small field for this race? Is there a plan to expand the grid size in the future? Yeah, that's a good question. Currently, the maximum grid size you can have in iRacing is somewhere around 60, I believe. Yep. For broadcast reasons, we have to limit to 55. I don't know if there's any plans to extend it in the future. I would love to see the full complement of over 100 cars at this racetrack. That would be absolutely crazy. But whether or not the infrastructure is there to be able to do it, that's the other question. But, you know, if there's a oh, we see crash. Oh, that Vila with your Onyx. They've had a problem. Andre Melchers in the Ferrari running P7 in GT3s. Let's see what's happened here, because I was just looking away from my program feed just at the wrong time, it seems, when that happened. So sorry for the delay there. In the middle of that traffic, still the bottom of the hill, Buckle Valley, excuse me. Oh, I think that Cayman just like pumped it into the barriers. I didn't quite see what happened there. I think we should maybe get an overhead view or some such like that. You see, there we go. You see the Cayman on the inside there. Oh, the Cayman actually goes out into the grass. So that's
you gotta feel bad for everybody involved there, because I don't think there was obviously no malicious intent of whatsoever. But where do you go? You have 3 cars sandwiched. Yeah, you just ride up on that inner curve. What can you do? It's almost a question of...
Oh, RPG were in there. That's your race leader in Cup class.
Well. That was a huge problem for all 3 classes right there. Oh, and good job by Lafuente to not get too much damage. I'm not sure exactly if there's any damage on that hood, if you just got a light tap to the front of the TCR car. But where can you go? Where can you go? It's almost like maybe you should have picked your spot better.
Yeah, that's the hard one there for RWG Esports, as again the pronunciation of that. But yeah, they had absolutely nowhere to go, Lorenzo. All you have to do there, all you can really do, is just slam on the anchors. I'm afraid it's not too big of an impact. But for that Cayman though, that had to be off, I think that was just a case of being a little bit too accommodating and then not keeping track of the track limits and just touching the grass on the inside. And in iRacing, that's what you wrote sometimes.
Yeah, we say that in iRacing that grass is lava, but the problem is that you're going to a very deep braking session. I think that's the most deep braking session of the track, because it's Ben Simon. You just prepare yourself going to the right stride bridge, and whenever you go for that movement, you have to brake the car, you lose a little bit of traction. And going all the way down to the outside is quite complicated, because you need all the room you can get, and when you left that room, you're already going to the grass nearly automatically. The car under control is really complicated. So I don't blame anyone, not even ASD Elite Yellow, for trying to make that move. You want to give room to all cars, you want to be conservative, but still it is complicated.
Yeah,
it's a pure racing incident in my view.
Yeah, a lot of people in the YouTube chat saying that Bila probably shouldn't have tried to pass lap traffic coming down that section. Wow, look at that big moment there from that car. Can't quite see who that is due to the darkness. It's that Hosenfeld in the TCR class. We'll just wait for it to come through, because all I see ahead at the moment in that particular little situation is the Ranger heading its way through. But
This is
wow, that was a big moment.
This is just fun action right now, and if we're talking about the lazy hours, the sleepy hours, the crazy, silly hours, is that what you called it?
Yeah, silly hours.
Yeah, silly hours. I think we're starting to enter into it.
This early?
This early? See, you can't even see anything right now. We got, it's almost 11 o'clock p.m. in the sim time, and it's pitch black. There's no more light coming, except for the headlights and when you're on the Strip S circuit, the GP parts of the layout here for 24 hours. Trying to see where the RHB Esports is in comparison to the Redline, the Porsche 24 driven by Redline. I'm trying to see it. Right now, there's still a fair gap between both drivers. RPG Esports is on the GP circuit right now, and Porsche 24 driven by Redline is still about to enter. But so there is still a fair gap. It's not going to really hurt RPG that much, but it's still, it's not impossible. They did the, it's not impossible at all. LaFuente did the best that he could.
Yeah. So I'm just having a look at the lap times because I think RPG lost about 8 seconds, I would say. Probably around about 8 seconds in that incident, which is actually not a lot, all things considered. I would have thought they'd lose a bit more. But what is the bigger worry for them now, Lorenzo, is going to be any potential damage on that Porsche 911 Cup GT3. Because, you know, if you're carrying that bit of damage, and some cars, you know, they're out there already carrying bits of damage because these sorts of races, you know, if you're undamaged by the end of the race, you've done a very, very good job. But, you know, it's just not going to be the most ideal situation for them. Yes, they've been able to avoid the worst of that incident because it could have been so much worse. You know, he could have gone pretty much full speed into the accident there. But still, LaFuente, he's going to spend the next lap or so just trying to figure out if there's any damage to the car and how much it is slowing him up.
Yeah, it's going to be really complicated because I think in comparison to other cars, the Porsche is a sensitive car. If you get maybe one touch, one slight touch on the side fenders, it might not affect too much the performance of the car. But if you hit it on the front, just like it happened, it will take some speed, the top speed out of the car, maybe acceleration, and even I'm not going to say precision, but stability under the curve. So on the long run, it might affect Daniel LaFuente and the rest of the team a little bit. It might open up the gap, Johnny Vecchio and that 911 Porsche 24 car to actually close by and maybe overtake.
I think Biela might be our latest retirement, or rather Team Euronics. I got an angry message about that once. It's technically Team Euronics with Biela as sort of a quote-unquote sort of sponsorship deal going on there. But Biela Racing Team Euronics, I think they might have just retired from this event because they're 6.5 minutes on pit lane at the moment, and depending on whether or not there's actually a driver behind the wheel, that might give us an indication of what the situation is for them. So that will bring our running total of cars still out there from 44 to 43. So another one bites the dust.
Yeah, I'm looking through the replay system that we have here to see what happened, and it just appears to be, so it looked like the car was ghosting in and out of the server with Nuremberg behind the wheel, and I think it was just a pure disconnect there. That is mighty unfortunate for Team Euronics.
Yeah, it is. So they'll drop down the order. They can get back in that car and see if they can at least log laps and try to get to the checkered flag, because there might be more cars that have incidents between now and the checkered flag. And I actually say it for certain, there will be cars that have more incidents between now and the checkered flag. And if you're still out there lapping, you could potentially, you know, gain a position or two before the end of the race due to those cars that have had issues and had even worse issues later on in the race than you have. So there is value in taking even sometimes lengthy repairs and getting back out there, because well, at least you can wrap together something.
Yeah, you can scavenge something out of your race. You can make a lemonade out of the. I don't see a little bit rotten lemonades you might have gotten throughout your race. So you might make a little bit of a lemonade out of the situation. So yeah, I always say if you have the chance to not put the car, grab out, get a few positions back, even within your own class, which is more important. Go ahead and do it because you might minimize the damage. If you guys are going for iRating, the iRating loss, the safety rating loss, it will maybe kind of balance it out so you minimize that damage. So you can still finish, if you can finish the car. And we always say finishing a 24-hour race, especially in Nürburgring and Le Mans and Spa, is always a win. So it might not be the best result, but hey, finish is a finish.
I see from the chat, are the headlights the same for sprint racing, or are there extra lights to switch on? But in real world racing, they do have this sort of the night racing package, I suppose, that they can put on the cars and to have lighting in different configurations. You can't customize that here in iRacing though, so the lights are basically as they are in sim, and they have to serve purposes both in sprint racing and in these sorts of endurance races as well. The lights on the Porsches, I believe, come on automatically, and in all classes you can actually flash the lights. So that's the situation there. But as far as changing the configuration of the lights on these cars, not possible in iRacing.
Yeah, unfortunately not possible. And, I got a question. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought we just saw Full Send Racing and Team RSO go for a fight into one of the boxers there, but not going to be the case. This battle will just have to wait. Continue with what you were going to go on about, Lorenzo.
I have a really good question from Alex Trainer on the iRacing esports chat. So, what are dreams and why do we have them?
Hey, I was going to say that. Lorenzo.
I'm sorry. Now answer.
Me?
Well, you're going to say it, now you're going to answer.
Well, okay, fine, I'll answer. Why do we have those? Well, scientists don't exactly. There you go.
The thing is, we can ask a similar question to life after love. That's the other question.
Life after love?
Did you not hit the song?
Oh.
He heard from
Come on.
I'm sorry. I just listen. I listen to Billy Joel, The Who, Simmel. Not very much listened to by the youth of my day. I do not go to very many parties at Temple University, but nonetheless, getting a little bit back to the race, you have to have some laughs throughout the 24 hours. It's definitely it's a marathon, and I think that if you are I know we've been paying attention to the Full Send and Team RSO battle for a good half hour now, as we should, because it's a great battle. But my question is it quite a battle as much as a stalking of sorts? Because Full Send Racing psychologically has to be wondering, well, you have to think that Full Send might be defensive driving and not taking advantage as much of the just racing hard. I'm not exactly sure how to phrase it at the second, but and we've got some flashers right behind Team RSO. The joys of 24-hour races.
I will bring up this story every single endurance race like this, where there was that one driver that I can never remember the name of that mapped their flashing the light button to their throttle pedal, and so the entire time they were on crawl, they were just flashing the lights constantly.
Wow.
I know that the misuse of flashing the lights is actually a regulation in things like WBC and BLM and things like that. So, not in iRacing. You can flash the lights all you want in iRacing, but in those real life series, you will actually get penalized for being a little bit too trigger happy with the light flashes. But like I said, in iRacing, well, at least so far the drivers have been relatively well behaved about that. But I think we'll get the light show if there's any more frustrations. There we go. Full Send Racing RSO making away just a from lap on the GP layout. And oh, speaking of the GP layout, I do actually enjoy racing the GP layout here, Lorenzo. It's definitely a track that I'm used to more than the Nordschleife. Let's just say that. I know there are some people that basically lap the Nordschleife and only the Nordschleife, just running it as sort of a time attack situation. But the GP layout has its merits as well.
It has. In fact, proportions, I think I've drove about 250 laps around the Nordschleife, maybe even more. But still, and I'm not talking about just the normal layout, but the full layout as well. But then I'll admit, I like the Nürburgring because it is a very twisty track with so many different sections you can go. It has slow sections, fast sections. So deep braking zones, you can actually go for a full commit. For example, in turn 1 on Yokohama and then the arena, Mercedes Arena. So it's really interesting how you tackle a track like that. And here are we going to see a move from Libuzi on the energy case? No, we're not gonna. He's just sticking right behind the car like usually. But it's a really interesting track. I think it's highly underrated. Of course, it is a top tier track in the views of many. But for those who don't like it, I'll say this: it's a very underrated track. Just try to drive a few laps, especially in multi-class. You're going to see how much of a challenge this track is really for in the majority's point of view.
Yeah, I'm just seeing, at least in the YouTube chat, as we continue to watch Full Send Racing and RSO have their situation. What other 24-hour events are there throughout the year? Recently got addicted to watching this when all other sports shut down, so I need as much as I can get. Well, there's racing all the time on the iRacing Esports Network, but in terms of special events like like these endurance events, well, we have the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That's going to be on June 20th and the 21st. We also have the Spa 24-hour race as well in July. That's the 11th and 12th. And we have the Petit Le Mans in October. That's the 10-hour race. And that's going to basically finish off the 24-hour race season as far as iRacing is concerned. But there's other special events around as well, because we have our own version of the Indy 500, for example, which is always a big spectacle. If you're a NASCAR fan, we have our own Coke 600 as well at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So that's going to be an interesting predicament as well. So it's not just the endurance racing fans here, these special events. We have things like Indianapolis and of course the Coke 600 to be excited about as well. And I remember way back when that the Monza Formula 1 race used to be a special event as well, but I don't think that happened very many times recently, at least as far as I can see. Well, actually, I forgot to mention one. Bathurst 1000, we have that in September 29th to the 27th. So that's another endurance race that wants to tune into for iRacing special events action. So there we go. Still lots on the calendar here, Dylan, and lots of racing that can occupy our screens while the real life stuff is not happening.
There is no other sports that can almost one-to-one replicate what you do in real life inside a game. You see all of these streams that are going online or on TV, where you have, you know, in North America, you've got NHL, NBA, NFL players all playing Madden, NBA 2K, all of these games, and they're broadcasting, but none of it holds the same appeal to, I think, a lot of people who are in tune with the sports video game market, such as sim racing. iRacing obviously has the absolute best when it comes to online multiplayer sim racing. It's just unmatched in terms of what racing can provide, and the amount of events that have been happening lately It's put such a unique spin on, or a unique spotlight on iRacing and what it provides.
Yeah, because I remember, that is the exact point, and it's the point that a lot of companies, a lot of teams are also trying to hammer home, is that sim racing is, like you said, the closest sporting game, quote unquote, to the actual real life thing it's trying to emulate. So, for example, playing FIFA is nothing like going out and playing soccer or football or whatever you want to call it. I'm just translating for the American audience, so even though there's probably more Europeans watching than Americans, so football, you know, FIFA and actually playing football are absolutely nothing alike. So you won't see any professional FIFA players go and, you know, join the Premier League, for example. That's just simply not going to happen. You know, the skills are wildly different, and the same is the case for many other sports games. And of course, you have that probably more popular subsection of esports as well, where it's nothing like real life. You know, anything in real life, like League of Legends and Counter-Strike, and I guess Valorant now that's out, with also Overwatch as well. None of that has a real life connection, so you know, they can't rely on, you know, a real life connection to be able to promote their esports. They are standing on their own 2 feet, which is credit to them. But sim racing, it has that link to what people do in the real world, and that has the appeal across demographics. It's not just the young guns that are, you know, playing the game and, you know, want to see a competitive side of it. It's also for across generations. If you enjoy racing, you'll probably enjoy this, no matter if it's real.
The amount of people who have gotten their older parents to really enjoy and watch the events taking place on network television, whether it's the iRacing NASCAR races or the IndyCar Challenge, which I haven't seen the results of yet. I think it's spoiling obviously for everybody else, but they've been great races and a great way to showcase what iRacing is all about. I think another awesome point is that so many professional drivers are going to be able to give feedback to iRacing to only improve the product going into the future, Connery.
Yeah, that's the thing, because we have so many of these pro drivers now, because obviously they're not able to do what they usually do in the real world, given the situation, so that they're going on to the next best thing. And, you know, I hope iRacing does take that feedback on board, because, you know, having those pro drivers there using your service is such an asset. And, you know, they might say conflicting things sometimes, and you just have to try and figure out what's the actual truth, but, you know, that's got to be a huge benefit for it, considering that maybe they've had limited expertise in the past. You know, because we've had pro drivers in iRacing before. This is not all that much different from what we had before. Because I remember Lando Norris used to race in iRacing a lot, even before he was, you know, off with the big names in Formula One, for example. So they've had that expertise before, but now we just have basically everyone on the service. Maybe they can get a little bit of an idea of where to go with some things.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because if we're to look at the perspective of real pro drivers, we had like, I'm going to mention regulars. I'm not going to, people could say Max Verstappen is a regular. He's more of a regular in these past maybe 2-3 years. After that, he had accounts. He used to train with Team Redline, and help the Redline drivers when they went to the iRacing World Championship Series, the GP Series. But we had drivers like Rubens Barrichello, Lando Norris, and many others who provided feedback on how the car should work, how they should behave, because they have the real driving experience and they drove the real cars. And now that we have this boom of, you know, seeing drivers from Indy cars, from supercars, from DLN, from BTM, and so many others coming into the sim and have the feedback, as we see Team RSO and also AST Elite Yellow can for their service. It's really interesting, because I'm already seeing a few feedbacks, for example, from Joseph Newgarden and Connor Daly, how cars should behave and tread and things like that. And I hope that, as you guys said, iRacing, the devs actually take feedback, try to improve upon that, so they can give them most authentic or close to most authentic simulation for drivers, and everybody can be satisfied by it, you know.
You see a couple of pit stops happening. This is in GT4s. So deciding to take their stops here in GT4. Well, these GT4 and TCR stops are a lot rarer than the GT3 in the Cup class pit stops, so it's quite notable when they do happen. There we go, coming off of the pit lane there now, and of course iRacing, with all the progress they do take because they even have beta testers, for example, that get sort of early versions of the game. There's a bit of side-by-side going off the pit lane there that will be sorted out between those two, but it is worth mentioning that iRacing do take these on board, and beta testers are a thing as well, so they'll get like a sneak peek and a preview of what's to come, and are able to sort of try and catch something before it goes live that may be slightly inaccurate, so they can actually be on top of that and it will get sorted by the time it gets released to us plebs. I suppose is the
us plebs.
Yeah.
I would consider myself a pleb.
I never thought this was coming out of kind of this.
I mean, let's not talk about what happened in the pre-show of the of this very same broadcast. But there were stronger words there.
No, but then again, we can see who's going to be the real pleb at the end of the year when we do the commentators rig. So yeah.
We're not going at. Oh man, that's going to be wonderful, Lorenzo.
It's already being organized.
I'm taking you out, okay?
There we go. Rivalries on track. Rivalries in the commentary booth as well. Jesus, as Team Red Line Black, they're going down the pit lane right now. Christopher Dambeat's bringing that car in, and this is something that the Radio Le Mans guys covered, because Team Red Line Black, they're basically one lap off cycle compared to everyone else in GT3s, and seemingly that theme continues as Dambeats gets himself stopped in his box. We'll see a driver change for Team Red Line Black as well. Jonas Vollmeyer will get behind the wheel of the Team Red Line Black car, so driver change for them. There's BS competition heading their way through to at least lead this race for a lap before they'll have to come down in on the next lap. So similar sort of situation to what you've seen over the last couple of stops there. But yeah, Vollmeyer behind the wheel of the car now, Lorenzo, and soon he'll be off and away. What I'll be very interested to see is if Red Line Black actually take tires here. You would have thought with the driver change that they would.
I'm just taking a look. Yeah, here it goes up into Jackson. They will take the tires, and I really want to see when BS competition comes into the pit lane. Maybe it has to be on this lap, maybe the other one when they start the 7th lap of their stint. Who Lauren Heinrich is going to handle the car off to, and who is going to have the courage of maybe triple stinting the tires, because triple stinting in Nürburgring is a dangerous affair. I've never seen someone doing that. You have to be really courageous, because you're gonna have to manage with little to none grip, especially in parts of the track where you need the grip. So if BS competition actually goes for a driver swap in the tires, I really don't see this 27 gap I see on the results screen here on my racing service actually be that constant. It's probably going to increase to probably 40 seconds.
What? I'm sorry for cutting you off, Connor.
It's what?
What is the best case scenario if you are to try and triple stint tires? What part of the day, what weather conditions, what track temperature, Lorenzo, would you think would be best to do that at?
Triple stinting, you mean?
Yes.
Now, because from what I see, I don't think it is going to be created even more than what we have, 19 degrees Celsius. So if you want to really take a shot, it has to be either now or maybe I'll get the next 6 hours when the sunrise starts to come, and then the track temperature is still going to be stable, and you want to try to maximize the performance of the car. But like I said, you're going to have little to none grip on the third stint, and your depth rate is going to increase from like 50% to 75%. That's not the grip itself.
I don't think the triple stint's probably going to happen here. Considering we had the tire update for the GT3s, which was a while ago now, but they had their tire wear increased. So whereas before they would be able to get into triple stint or quad stint territory, now with the way the tires are, I mean, double stint is probably the most easy.
Okay. I still feel like if a team does decide to triple stint, you know, not everybody has the benefit that we obviously do. We're omnipotent. We can see everything that's going on at the same time, but the drivers and also the rest of the team members for each car, they're not going to be able to see that as much as we will be able to see it. So I don't think any driver will be deciding to go triple stint. I know it almost never happens, but it could throw another wrinkle in how this race goes. It's not necessarily a bad idea to try it out, and if you don't like the feel of it, then you're going to lose some time, but it's not like you're in a late enough stage where you can't gain that time back. Potentially, the benefit could be better than the negative. Think about it this way. If you're stopping around every hour into the pits, all you kind of have to do is 22 seconds to get jacked up and get the tires put on. That's just 22 seconds you can't lose, and then it's a wash. Then you'll know that, okay, it wasn't a smart decision. You're going to basically be up 22 seconds. That's going to be your delta. If you lose 22 seconds on your average pace, then obviously it was not the best decision. But, you know, it's not a bad idea to try it out. But like you both said, I just don't see anybody being the first one to try that out.
Yeah, that's the main thing here. Richard Robinson in the YouTube chat, keep an eye on the 911 Cup leader because he has damage, losing 2 to 3 seconds a lap. Yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye on that one. I didn't exactly get around to talking about it, but yeah, you're absolutely right. The RPG esports team, they got caught up in an incident a while ago with one of the cars trying to, I think it was one of the GT3s, it was the Beaver Euronics car that was trying to get through on a GT4, had a bit of an accident, and then the cup leader, the RPG esports team, actually got caught up in that and had to slam on the engines. They got a bit of sort of right front damage with that. And they lost a good couple of seconds, but at least on that last lap, they didn't actually lose time, they actually gained it over Team Redline Cup. So an interesting situation there. Maybe that will fluctuate a little bit more. We'll have to wait maybe a bit more time to see if that gap is, well, to see what the overall trend is what I guess I'll say. Meanwhile, look at this, BS competition. Embroiled in the traffic at the moment, trying to find a way through. There's one of the other BMWs. There we go. Tries to get that lap put on them. Same class traffic. Always sometimes a bit of a sketchy situation, but we expect to see BS competition in at the end of this lap. So Redline will then re-inherit the race lead. But BS competition have done a good job on this last stint here. Dylan, considering how close they were with Mahler at the end of the previous stint, they've been able to stretch out the gap to what looks like 6.5 seconds between BS competition and Mahler. Whoa, was that a car off there?
Yeah, a lot of off. And there's a lot of...
Oh, it looked right in front. Right in front of the Mala 186 car. We're talking about everything going on with the BS competition and Mala team, but Connery, that was scary.
Lada Sports iRacing team. Not sure what that's about. I think they decided to take the corner wide deliberately to try and let the traffic through, but then took it too wide and found the gravel and grass and eventually a barrier as well. That's again, it's the night time. Perhaps you can forgive errors like that, but it might be another instance of, again, being a bit too generous as lap traffic.
And the thing is, you make that mistake, all right, it happens. But the thing is, you're coming back on the downhill just before the Stefan Balafes, and the cars, it is a pretty steep downhill. You're already done cross cockpit, so it's complicating. The car is a little bit off, and you need to control the car as much as possible for the downhill and prepare for the loft fast. So you see a TCR car just coming out of the gravel trap into the road near on the apex. You get a little bit scared.
So here are GT3 pit stops, or at least the rest of them, considering Redline did their typical pitting one lap earlier than everyone else. But here, VS competition onto pit lane. I think we will see Marla come in as well in just a couple moments' time. In fact, we're just waiting to see them come through. I don't think my timing screen is quite updated with that just yet. VS competition at least are in, and there we go. There's Marla Racing Team. They are actually in. It took a while for things on my side to update, but we're all groovy now as they sitting in their pit boxes and try and get their stops done. So we expect tyres to be taken by both VS competition and Marla here. We're not expecting the triple stints to be a viable option. I mean, it's an option, but whether or not it's going to net you any time is a completely different issue. So expecting fresh rubber on those two cars. I'm not seeing a driver change just yet. Actually, I did see a driver change for... no, I'm just getting myself confused now. Lauren Henry stays behind the wheel of VS competition. Alex Arana behind the wheel of Marla at the moment. So there we go, coming off of pit lane. The other BS competition car also decides to head its way on towards pit lane as well. So it seems like this always just cycles back and forth here. Marla and BS are still on pit lane taking their service, getting those tyres onto the car. So tyres confirmed for those guys, and soon they'll be off the lane.
You guys ever watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I've caught bits of it, yes.
Okay, well, one episode, the character Charlie decides that he loves the fact that he's the wild card and then cuts the brakes of their car and jumps out of the back. Whoever goes triple stint is the wild card in this race. I'd love to see it, I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. If it's going to happen, then it will be around hour 12 to go. That sort of margin where it's the coldest the track will be for the entire race. That's probably when we'll get them. But yeah, I don't get why we're talking about it, considering I think it's impossible for them to do it. So let's just say that. I mean, I'm really commitment there, haven't I? Just in case anyone actually decides to go for it. But at this moment in time, we will just take ourselves a little bit of a break here in terms of the commentary. We won't be going to commercial, but if this is your first Race Sport broadcast, then you'll not know that when we do have commentary breaks, you actually go and stick on board with one of your teams and then turn up the car volume so that you can hear the wonderful sounds of those engines. And is there any suggestions as far as which team that you want to go on board with, Dylan or Lorenzo?
I feel like I want to keep looking at the Mala Racing team right now. Just fresh tires, starting to get it all heated up, 5 seconds behind VS competition, and they've definitely been on the interesting end of some action here with traffic. Lorenzo, love to hear your opinion, because apparently you're a robot.
And people say that I'm a bot, but anyway, I'm usually gonna go with our boss, Louise, pick PS competition number 89.
Oh, so there's a conflict. I have to leave this side. So
well, if the boss says what to do, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'll have to take the other as we'll go on board with the BS competition car. Lauren Henry behind the wheel of that, as we will go eventually Race Sport TV fan immersion on board with them. So there we go. Here's the onboard with that BMW Z4 GT3 machine. We'll be back with the commentary in just a couple of moments' time, but for now, listen to that wonderful BMW. Hello everyone, welcome back to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, powered by VCO. We are coming into the 16 hours to go mark here on Race Sports TV and on the iRacing Esports Network. Thank you guys very much for joining us. I've been Connery Maddock. I've been joined by Dylan Coyle and Lorenzo Bonda for this portion of the broadcast. Drivers just settling into their rhythms for the night there. Wow, there's a car out into the GP pit lane. Wow, that is the regular GP pit entry, excuse me. Coming towards the final portion of the GP layout. That's unfortunate therefore that came. We'll have to see how that was negotiated, considering it was the faster traffic coming that basically punted that pavement into the GP pit entry. We'll get to see it on the way up into the MGK chicane. Just as we come back from our commentator break, it seems like action returns. There's a GT3 bearing down on it, and GT3, they'll give it a bit of a love tap right there. Wow, big old punt into the pit entry, and well held by that GT4 machine as well, Lorenzo.
Well held by the old Scotty Force car, so it's pretty much over any fool. So and the guy involved was actually in the class, so that was the BS competition.
Where was that BS competition? Oh.
And that was just above the Hudson Block. At the end of the Hudson Block, in the right ahead of them, it's actually Lava Racing Team. So they cleared them up just as.
Excuse me, that's just clearing up. Wait, you're talking about the 89 or the 7?
Yeah, the 89.
Oh, so that's the second place BS competition car. Having a bit of drama. It looks like they're okay as far as damage is concerned. It was just a scare, right?
Yeah, no, that tap that sent the GP4 on and the GP part of the track, that was actually the 89 putting them away. And then right afterwards was the trouble with Mala, because Mala had to have the car on the brake as that GT4 actually lost themselves on the braking zone of Mala.
Yeah, so there we go. So high inbound movements there for a couple of the teams, and yeah, you've got BS competition in second place in GT3s right now. It's you can't really afford to have too many heart in mouth moments. They will continue on though, undamaged from that. But yeah, that situation, you know, always sketchy, and this is why you always have to be alert as well, even coming through these portions of the race, and perhaps especially through this portion of the race where it's so dark and you have to keep your wits about you for situations like that. I will say though that GT3 coming up on the back of the Cayman through the latter part of the GP circuit, I think it was just going for a gap that simply wasn't, it didn't exist. It was starting to exist, yes. So I think they thought the GT4 was making a gap for them on the exit of the corner, but the gap seemingly wasn't large enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I think they misjudged the situation a little bit. I think Laudi and Heirik just slightly misjudged on the exit of the education cut, heading into the forest, and unfortunately tapped the GT4 out of the way. It wasn't, I'll say, it wasn't intentional in my point of view. It just was a slight misjudge from the BMW.
Guys, I'm checking out what's going on in the Porsche Cup circuit here, and RPG Esports just made a stop, as well as Team Redline Cup, as Marcus Jensen is now taking over for, I believe it was Max Verstappen, for the past hour or so. RPG is in the back end of the GP circle, so doing very well, even though a bit of damage was put on. I'm not sure if they repaired the damage. We'll have to see in the lap times after the tires get warmed up, but I still got to think that if they finish highly in this class, you've got to think that heart and mouth moment when they came together with the TCR and GT3 team, it's got to be one of the defining moments of the race. It could have gone so wrong, and they were just an innocent bystander.
I I think they did take a healthy amount of repairs that time because they had by far the longest stop of everyone in that class. You know, even on the long side of the stops, you're looking at 45-ish seconds, if not a little bit more, but a minute and 2 seconds stationary in the pit box for RPG Esports. So definitely, well, most likely repairs being taken there. It does mean, though, they come out just ahead of Porsche 24 driven by Redline. And, well, to be exact, it's 2.6 seconds ahead, so they must have timed that.
As it was a safe pit stop, we want to try to get that right-hand side fender and maybe headlight fix and try to avoid the suspension damage you can get from touching another car. So good strategic pit stop, trying to make the repairs as long as possible, but still retain not going to be a comfortable lead for the Porsche 24 driven by Redline, which is driven by Johnny Vecchio, but a rather manageable lead as they head out for their outlap.
I'm going to be interested to see how Vecchio handles the Team Redline Cup car if he does reach up to it, because he is on some warm tires. Came out of the pits 3 laps ago, while his Team Redline Cup sister team is on those cold tires, getting them up to temperature. But if they do come together, how much respect will be given between both teams? I'm sure a lot, because it's been a very respectful race with some of the best sim racers and professional drivers on the planet. Still, though, the intra-team relations always fascinate me.
Yeah, they do as well. We can talk about Clander and Redline and their rivalry all day long, I think, but I think we'll spare the details for now, although we do have about 16 hours to kill, so I don't think any topics off limits in this one. But yeah, these sim racing teams, they do have histories with each other. Like I said, Redline Clander in the iRacing World Championship side of things, always back and forth between the two of them. And of course, they are not in this race, but Red Bull Racing Esports also in the iRacing World Championship, having fights with both the Redline drivers and the Clander drivers. And well, puff of smoke there as Gianni Vecchio went through that. Whoa, almost touched the grass on the exit of the corner there. A bit of an oversteer moment for Gianni Vecchio as he heads down through the corners at the bottom of the valley before starting to climb up the valley once again. And Gianni Vecchio, of course, I think is one of the stronger drivers on the Redline roster. Of course, you have Maximo Benecke, and of course you have, maybe not in this car, but in the other car, Max Verstappen. But Vecchio has always struck me as a very, very solid driver. He can just put a car into his hands and probably get it to the end of his stints, and does more often than not. And that's a great trait to have. He's just so consistent.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I am so sorry. Please, Lorenzo, go ahead. Go ahead, Lorenzo, please.
That politeness.
You have seniority.
But about Vecchio, I've been seeing Vecchio's career from 2018-2019 more closely than probably any other driver in the Redline lineup, because he's been a driver, like you said, very consistent, grabs a car, hands it off at the finish. But I think from 2019, especially 2020, he has been a very fast driver. I think, probably, in my opinion, he's probably the only driver in the Redline lineup nowadays that can actually match Benecke in terms of full speed and full pace throughout a whole stint, in comparison of how fast you should be in comparison to Benecke or even a Max Verstappen. And I'm really proud to see this evolution from Vecchio from 2019 to 2020. So if I have to pick a name to see out of the Redline and maybe even the Esports Super Cup, I'll say Vecchio might be a driver to be mindful of when the Porsche Super comes next weekend.
Yeah, and of course, for those unaware, the Super Cup that Lorenzo's talking about there is not the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup that's going on right now. with the real-world Porsche Super Cup esports, well, the real-world Porsche Super Cup drivers doing their own esports thing. The Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup is the iRacing World Championship on the roadside then. So you wear World Championships in other esports, like on League of Legends and Overwatch and things like that. And so the Dota, the International, it's basically our equivalent. Meanwhile, got a replay. One performance racing. Wayne Hawk behind the wheel of the BMW there. What's happened here? This does seem to have come out of left field. Oh, yeah, squeezed with the TCR a little bit by.
That is a calamity. My word, you cannot see. This is
yeah, it is.
Wow.
Just on the hot block. And as they go into the braking zone, that is not a place you really want to make a move.
That's P3 in TCRs.
Exactly what I was going to say, Lorenzo. You cannot be looking at making a move into a corner that is as tight and as quick as that one is. It's just not going to work. And so far, you've kind of seen the impatience of some of the higher class drivers coming into play. You want to get by these guys, but if you can't do it safely, don't ruin a 24-hour race. And we see that replay. I think, I'm not sure if he touched the grass there, but when he slammed, when he got onto the brakes, something broke in the car. It's probably just he was turning left and just locked up the brakes, and that's a huge bit of problems there. And what can you even say? What can you even say to your teammates?
I take that back. When I said immediately when I saw that with the TCR squeezing, I don't think the TCR squeezed him. I think that's just a really optimistic move from the GT car to trying to get its way through there. That's not a place where you pass slower traffic at all. So you can understand the incident in that instance, and I don't think Craig Sellershop really have anything to blame. Have any of the blame there, because you simply don't expect the GT car to be trying to make a pass there.
Yeah, you shouldn't be expecting a car to make a pass there either, because again, it's a quick left, it's a sharp left-hander immediately into a right-hander. And there's so many of those types of turns here through the Nordschleife that if you're planning to make a move down there, you better hope that the car on your inside or outside is pulling back, because that's not a place you can go too wide. You see so many drivers just decide to peel off because they understand that the risk is too high for the reward at that moment. It's just, this is the allure of the Nordschleife. These mistakes are expected, and it makes it more entertaining for the viewer and for us as broadcasters to then analyze what they could have done better, what went wrong. And it was definitely the GT3 car there that shouldn't have made the move down there. We were talking earlier again about that three-class crash, great collaboration, a three-crash clash that happened, and it was, it was arguably the GT3 car's fault. This one, inarguable.
I don't think that's a suitable opportunity or place. It's not even an opportunity to get past. It's just that we're trying to go for a gap that was always going to close and always going to be very narrow. And if you play with fire, sometimes you get burnt. And that was just the situation there. Unfortunate for Craig Sellershop, though, because they were running so well. They're actually still in P3 though, but with the damage that they may have, maybe they'll fall back. Although saying that, the TCR cars are built like tanks, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually gotten away with minimal damage from that. But it's all dependent on which part of the car hit what, basically. Because if you hit the wheels, then you're going to get some suspension damage. But if you're going to nose into things or just door bar into things in these TCR cars, then they're not going to get that much damage, because arguably that was what they were built for with the racing that they do.
Yeah, George Simmons looks to be driving, doesn't appear to have many issues on the Audi TCR car. We will have to see lap times, which obviously take so long to get to. You almost wish you could have the sector times to see what's going on. I think there's a car that is situated behind him that is about to flash him by, but nonetheless, it looks fine. George Simmons looks fine. I think he was not the one who got the worst coming.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, we'll keep a track of their progress, but now's as good a time as any as to remind people that this broadcast is sponsored by VCO, which is the, well, they say the next step of for virtual virtual competition organization, which is the abbreviation there. They're on their quest to develop esports racing further with new ways of storytelling, content production, merging of real world and esports racing. So, for example, bringing Radio Show Limited and RaceSpot together for this 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Of course, Radio Show Limited, they took us through the first 6 hours, they'll take us through the last 6 hours, but it's us for the middle portions. And VCO will also be doing behind-the-scenes features showing all the people behind esports racing, and they will be providing content well, from this race for the post-race coverage and things like that. So they're really getting themselves stuck in here and just showing that, you know, the broadcast quality coming from the real world side of things can also exist here in sim racing. That's what we at RaceSport here try to prove every single day, that we're live on air to try and, you know, elevate the level of sim racing broadcasting. And it seems like VCO, they do recognize that, and due to them also being able to get Radio Lamont into this as well, which is absolutely insane. You know, a couple of years ago, you probably would have thought that would be very rare to happen, but it has, and we're very thankful for it. But, you know, this has been an absolutely fantastic broadcast so far, and I hope we can continue with it through the last around about 16 hours that we have remaining here, Dylan.
Yeah, this remaining 16 hours, we're about to be past, or we actually have passed that third wave, it's not halfway, or third of the race into it. And the great thing about the classes that we have in 24 hours of Nordschleife is they're all so close, and they can't seem to separate that much. You see in a lot of races on other tracks that it's easier to separate, but because of the nature of the beast that is the Nordschleife and Nürburgring circuits, you just can't, especially when it's TCR. Remember, the draft, you can't get away.
Yeah, you can't. It's very difficult to break that toe, especially in things like the TCR class, where they just they punch a big old hole in the air, and it's very easy to draft that to the back of them, which is why we saw that big old train for the race lead in the early portions of the race. Of course, split up now, and that's not entirely surprising. All good things sometimes have to come to an end. There's your TCR race leader heading his way through. That's the Sim RC car with Diego Pinto behind the wheel. Of course, we've had Felix Lunding and Jürgen Frank make an appearance for that number 76 car as well over the course of this race. But with that, though, I think my time has run out on this broadcast. I'm going to have to try and get some sleep before the final 6 hours starts, because I am producing that portion of the race, so I'm going to have to be alert for that. But you know, I leave you in very capable hands. I've been Connery Maddock, and Dylan, Lorenzo, you have the show from this point forwards.
Well, thank you so much, Connery. You have been a pleasure to work with. Great, as always, to get some high-quality broadcasts here on RaceSpot TV. This one has been a fun show so far, and Lorenzo, I guess it's just you and I, just like old times.
Just like old times until we get about hour 10. Hour 10, maybe hour 11, because we still have Chan Hei Wan, Chan Wei Han, to join us at the very near the end portion of our broadcast. We're going to have a third member joining us at the very end of the broadcast. So it has been fun. I hope Connery enjoys his probable schnitzel that he wants to go on this. If he actually gets a schnitzel.
Hey, I'm British.
He's still here. What is a schnitzel? Like, obviously I know I've heard of schnitzels. What is it, a schnitzel?
Man, I would have to look it up because I haven't been one in decades, but still. We'll talk about it during the race because we still haven't gotten into those hours. There's still a lot of racing to be done. And as you guys are seeing, we have Jenny Vecchio and his blinking M11 car, which I've been seeing blinking for the last
Jeez, talk about strobe lights. My word. Vecchio has been doing that a lot, and I don't think with that much reason, because it's not like any car in front is just going to move over until they have no choice. I'm also paying attention to the TCR class battle because Craig Setup Shop and Friends is in the midst of a battle for second place. Around 5 or so seconds by my watch separates 6 to 7 seconds. Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue, Craig Setup Shop and Friends, and Team RSO for P2. So that's a fun battle to look out for as we see the gap appear between the 3rd and 4th place teams. The 63 Craig Setup Shop and 597 Team RSO cars. George Simmons and the Craig Setup Shop and Friends vehicle. Robin Haas and the Team RSO 97. Just 3.5 seconds separate them, which obviously it's not that much, but a 3.5 second gap, Lorenzo, is bigger once the speeds are winding down. In terms of the GT3 class, a 3.5 second advantage is very minimal, as we do see it going on track. Team RSO, Robin Haas almost just baked it. Always fun to see what they're doing at the hours here so far. We're actually, Lorenzo, countdown with 3, 2, 1, midnight.
Midnight, so we reached midnight here in Nürburgring.
Yes, we are at the morning hours on in the simulation. We're on Sunday, May 3rd, 2020, wherever you are in the world right now. For myself, it's 6 o'clock on April 25th. Lorenzo, are you in the same time zone as myself?
1 hour ahead. I'm at 6 p.m.
Okay, see, we're so far apart, but yet we're so close in spirits. The TCR class has led to some great action, and like you were saying, they're built like tanks. So an incident here or there, it's not that bad. I think you were talking, comparing it to a NASCAR car. They're able to beat and bang a lot. But that 3.5 second gap that is now at 3.4 seconds, it's still a big gap. With a faster car in a class like the GT3 class, 3.5 seconds is very little, but it's hard to cut down on 3 second leads, 3 second gaps in the TCR class.
It is, and the one thing we want to be mindful of is that this Craig Setup Shop 3rd place car is the car that actually got involved in the incident at Hottenbach with the One Performance Racing, the number 79 GT3 car. So we saw this car go off track and got hit. As you said, it's a tank. It takes a few bruises, but we want to be mindful that it lost 8 seconds on the previous lap in comparison to the Mars by Robin Haas. So we want to keep an eye on George Simmons on this lap and the next afterwards, and the lap afterwards to see if there is any drop-offs in the true pace of George Simmons and that TCR car.
That battle for E3 raging on right now is one of the lone battles going on in the 24-hour circuit. Around an hour ago, all of the cars from every class, they were surrounded within the Nürburgring Streck GP circuit. Now they're spaced out quite a bit. Probably in another hour, we're going to see a lot more cars with smaller gaps between all of them. But it's kind of calm right now, which obviously jinxes the broadcaster's curse could happen. Some mayhem can take place, but there are solid gaps in the GT3 class. Team Redline Black has a 30-second lead over VS Competition 89 car. Mahalo Racing, a 186 car, is 10 seconds behind this competition, and then just going down the field a little bit more of this competition's 7 cars, around a minute behind Mahalo Racing. More minutes, more gaps. It's starting to stretch out, and you're starting to see that at the 24-hour race does separate drivers more than a quick sprint race, if you will.
Yeah, I think the night race, in comparison to day racing, where you have more daylight, the natural, like I said, natural daylight, and you can actually, you know where the track is placed, you know the curves more naturally, you can attack more, be more aggressive in it. The night racing, it becomes more of a conservative race. You know, you just wanted to keep the car inside, avoid any damages, avoid any troubles. So it is more natural that you go into a more laid-back stance into the night and just be more safe. You can still try to you're still trying to go fast, but you want to be more laid back. And that's what I think every single driver is doing, because surviving the night in Nürburgring, daylight starts right about 4 a.m., 5 a.m. in the sim, so we have still for 5 hours, 5 hours and a half of daylight, of nighttime in the sim. So it's going to be interesting how these cars are going to be staying around the track, are going to manage themselves, because we're still not out of the woods yet for any of these classes.
Yeah, and we're going to be with you for the next 3.5 hours. We do switch to another team of commentators here on Race Spot TV, so you'll have us for all of the night. It's pondering. We should have a podcast named that one, so I feel like it would get great reviews from the crowd. But maybe. What were we talking about? Schnitzel, which, by the way, thank you for the explanation in the chat. Pork, flour, breadcrumbs, delicious. My word, it sounds delicious. But Lorenzo, over the course of the next 3 hours, do you see any of the teams starting to punch in some faster lap times? Do you see any aggressive maneuvers coming? Because what we've seen from for example, the TCR class, the Porsche Cup class, all the classes basically, teams are just starting, we're just kind of stalking cars behind them, staying in the draft, saving some gas. Is there really a major need for at least these middle hours to be aggressive?
I don't think so. I think this is the time where you have to just rely on your strategy, just doing your laps. Make sure you work the traffic appropriately. If you find the gap, if you're in the battle and you find the gap, and you can actually, you are comfortable that you can distance yourself from the competition, then maybe sure go right ahead, take that chance. But I think right now you are in a part of the race where you can just be conservative. You have to play conservative. That's what I would do, and I would avoid as much trouble as I possibly can, so I can actually be more comfortable to push the car when, again, daylight comes, where you have more natural daylight. The sun is reflecting its sunshine over the track, and then you can push as much as you want.
The Porsche Cup leaderboard, it's getting a little tighter right here, because from what I can see from everything happening, our Wheat G Esports has only a slight lead over Porsche 24, driven by Redline, and flashing, as you can see in the top left of your screen here on the Race Spot TV broadcast of the 24 Hours of Nordschleife presented by BCO. That is, guess who? Gianni Vecchio. He wants to get up to a battle for the lead with our Wheat G Esports, Andre Martins, and I think it's only a matter of time before we do see these two teams start to come together. Even though the Porsche Cup is considered the second quickest class, it's not that slow. I think that the classifications can actually convince people to think, hey, this car is not going to be as fast as some of the GT3 cars. Well, the Porsche Cup qualifying pace was around 10 seconds off the median qualifying pace for the GT3 car. So there's a lot of action there, and see Vecchio still blinking the lights very far away. Lorenzo, how do you feel medically after seeing that lights?
I'm still alive. I got my glasses on, so it is specially made for computers, so it's all right. So I can survive this. Well, one thing though, you were saying that it might get closer. I don't think it's gonna get closer because when Andre Martins actually took over for the RPG esports car, he put the tires in, so he did full service, whereas Johnny went for just the fuel, so he's double stealing the tires. So Martins will naturally have a mid to late pace advantage compared to Vecchio. So you can see the gap was at one point was at 2.7. It is already nearly the double the amount, so it's at 5.4. It is already the double. So it is natural to see over the next few laps the gap just gets wide and wide and wide. Of course, when Johnny hands over the cars, they get closer because they're going to go for the full service. But one thing you were saying, they are a fast class, not as fast as GT3 aerodynamically, but if you put them on the Dorning and Hoa, take a guess who's faster.
I'm going to guess the Porsche Cup cars because you wouldn't be acting this way if it wasn't them.
Yeah, they're actually just as fast as the GT3 cars, if not faster. They're about 5 kilometers faster on a Dorning and Hoa just on pure straight line speed.
That, it doesn't surprise me. Sometimes you want to sacrifice that, the downforce on the car for less drag. So not surprising at all that the Porsche Cup can compete down that straight. As you see on the screen, the 7th place team, the lone Mercedes Benz car in the field, the MB Esport Racing number 23 vehicle. We haven't seen or heard a lot of that team so far in the race today, driving the Mercedes AMG GT3 vehicle, number 23 car. Only one has been used in this split. And, you know, Martin Christensen is the man behind the wheel. There was no outlets given to the to the Mercedes car, because that's kind of the what every other vehicle, I guess, was looking to be like performance-wise. But the interesting thing is, while there's other teams and other cars that are struggling in the race due to mistakes and accidents, One Performance Racing, Trans-Tasman Racing, Sim Race 24/7 MB Esport Racing has done some quiet things and clean race so far. So it's nice to see them doing well as the lone representative for a Mercedes AMG car.
Yeah, it has been. You know, it is really interesting to see the lone Mercedes. The problem for the Mercedes is in comparison to Audi and Ferrari is that Ferrari has the better overall pace, and the BMW as well. I think it would be the top 2 cars. That's why they are the biggest choices here in this track. And the Mercedes would be that on number 3 in the Audi because they have the kilos penalty. Would be the 4th one. It would be slower, but it is to compensate over the top speed and pass. So it is not surprising to see this car just lurking the top 5. It is about 2 minutes behind the MSI Esports Fluid car, but with a lineup that is actually consisted of former RS Sports RS team driver Martin Christensen and another 2, as you guys saw, Sondergaard and Blas Vista. So it has a very deep lineup and highly experienced in that car. So they know how to drive their car regardless of track, and you can see a GT4 that is not very happy as the cheerleaders are blinking them. And we're just this. Actually, we're small just because that is a GT4 class leader. That's crazy.
Yes, that is the GT4 class leader. We haven't really paid attention too much, you could say, to the GT4 field in this race so far. Not too much close competition between everybody, but you are going to see, I feel like, as the race continues to you know, take hold. Some more action happening with the GT4 class. Right now, there's some traffic that Martins has to worry about. So we are going to see some Porsche Cup and GT4 action there. Sister cars, I guess you could say, both Porsche makes, as that was a pretty simple go through for the number 20, or excuse me, the number 911 car, Porsche 24, driven by Redline, or excuse me, that was Andre Martins. I was looking at another car, but anyway, 211. There we go. Many 11s here, but yes, Martins goes by him, and you'll start to see Vecchio want to get by the vehicle as well for core sim racing, and I don't think Jansen has really appreciated some of the faster cars and the way they have passed him. I'm very curious, honestly, to see how he's going to respond to Vecchio, because Vecchio has seemed to be a bit aggressive in these night hours, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Vecchio is highly aggressive. You can see Jansen just before Galgen caught just yielding to Vecchio, both acknowledging the blame. A blame shake between both drivers. They know each other. They race hard when they are in other competition. So there you go. Clearing off and with a very good lead to Sora Grand Esports GT4, about nearly 3 minutes away. The lead from Ollie Jansen to Christian Book, which is very far up the track and is still having a good lead over third place.
Yeah, GT4 hasn't been too tight for that battle for the lead. Going back to Vecchio and Martins, they are within a few seconds of each other. I think traffic has helped that out a lot. Vecchio has...
Absolutely.
Vecchio has been able to watch that competition go ever so closer, as you see the Strobe Light Festival, the rave happening in Gianni Vecchio's front windshield, wanting some friends to get out of the way because he is coming, and I'm sure he's not going to like the fact that the Lada Sport Rosneft Racing Team vehicle, the number 50 class, as you see the blinking happen still as he passes, the number 50 vehicle, the TCR class. So Vecchio is enjoying those flashers, and it's still going on. I would love to understand what's going on in the mind of Gianni Vecchio.
Maybe he is the driver that Connery was talking about?
With the brakes? No, he's on the front.
No, it was an elevator, right? If I recall correctly.
Okay, well, maybe that. Nonetheless, the battle for that P1 spot in the Porsche Cup is starting to heat up. Vecchio is gaining on Martin pretty quickly. A couple seconds a lap. The traffic in front obviously helps. That's a given. You see flashing. The class leader isn't going to get out of the way, Vecchio. So, not sure why that's happening. But you do see MB Esport Racing number 23, who passed the some of the slower cars in the Porsche Cup class at the beginning of the Nordschleife, just one lap ago. It's only been able to slightly break away from the Porsche Cup class, so you can see the speed differences. It's not that high, around 10 seconds as one would expect. But at Nordschleife, that difference is so massive, Lorenzo, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think Nordschleife is one of the tracks that we often see like a second difference being way too small. No, it is actually way too big because of the length of the track. So we cannot minimize 1 second. You can shred away 1 second easily in any single turn. So 1 second taken away, it is huge. Trust me. So it is going to be an interesting battle as Johnny once again blinking the lights as they come down to flip flops.
I would love to party with Gianni because I'm sure it is a quite the strobe-inducing time. I'm not sure about you, Lorenzo, but He certainly knows how to throw down a party. I'm also taking a look at what the leaderboard looks like in the TCR class, Audi drivers, and starting to see some traffic form behind him. As you see in the pits, the Team Redline black vehicle. Christopher Dambietz is in. One of the 5 Ferraris entered into this race today. It's the most represented manufacturer of the 13 car class of the GT3 group. Not sure if that is going to be a driver change. You see the jacked up, so a tire change will be coming. No double stinting for the 71 vehicle.
And single stinting for Jada, so it's interesting. 6 laps, then 7 laps, and then a driver swap.
So the Team Redline and black car is going into the pits where we're around 8 hours and 39 minutes into the duration of this race. And at the current moment, the overall leader is Lauren Henry, the BS Competition 089 car. You see the BMW vehicle, who has probably the highest amount of real-world professional drivers in the field. The 7 BS Competition car has Bruno Spangler. The 89 BS Competition car has Phil Bang. And the 108 VRS Coanda SimSport car has Jesse Krohn and Sage Karam, who is from my native Pennsylvania and also participated in the IndyCar race on iRacing that was just happening. Ended an hour and a half or so ago. So interested to see when he is back in the field here. But some interesting action happening right after pit stops. You see BS Competition has benefited from 2 of the 4 teams in the top 4 being a BS Competition team. So always nice to have your roommates around you, but when they're a minute and 20 seconds off of your pace, then it's maybe not really at all something that is taken into account. Not a lot of action happening on track, Lorenzo. I'm looking at the map right now, and this is as separated as a bunch of cars could possibly be. I see maybe blotches of 2, 3, and at most 4 or 5 cars at the northeast corner of the Nordschleife, the one all the way out before you start coming back southwest towards the part of the Nordschleife, a 24-hour circuit. But it's pretty spread out now, and I think that every 2 hours or so you're going to see everything cycle back to together, and that's where you want to have your best drivers, especially at night. You want to have your best drivers attempting to pass the classes lower on the list and speed charts, but also it's really hard to get out of the way when there's so many corners that have so many different, or just one particular line to go through, which can change rapidly.
Yeah, it changes rapidly, and you have to have basically refresh drivers and those who are ready. For example, Sage Karam, as you were mentioning, he's driving for the 108 right now. That will be his first stint in that car, so he's going to be ready to go. I just want to see if the car is actually going to go up in the jacks. It will, so up in the jacks for VRS, in which, in my opinion, I'm going to say something about VRS. You probably are not used as much as I am, or even Connery, because this is your second broadcast with us in the race spot. So for VRS Coanda, it is unusual to see just one car being lined up in the field. Normally we see 3, maybe 4 cars out of Coanda with a driver lineup that, let's just say, it would intimidate the rest of the competition with Joshua Rogers, Martin Kroenke, and so many others. And for our Nürburgring 24, they just have one car, even though they still have a high-end lineup. It is quite surprising not to see them line up more, and I believe it is due to the Tech Heuer Porsche Sports Super Cup that is due to happen next week, and I think they're actually focused on doing the training for that instead of actually focused to do the 24 itself.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, but also there's so many sim racing events being put on by iRacing over the course of the last month that it's almost like there's you need to go into the drivers as your reserve drivers because you need more guys depth behind the wheel of the car as we continue to follow the 108 BRS Kalanda Sim Sport car with Sage Karam, the Nazareth native. It's pretty cool to see a bunch of realtors we see in the YouTube comments. Please make sure to send any of your questions through the chat, such as whether or not dreams happen spontaneously or is Lorenzo is a bot, or things that keep us on topic. And one of these things, how many real drivers are in the field? How many pro drivers, you could say? As you see on the screen, Gianni Vecchio is finally going into the pits. No more light show. He's going to go have a light show in his personal bedroom. But you can say at least 5 well-known professional drivers by my count. 4 of them are racing in the GT3 class, and I just said if I'll go over it again in the BMW Z4 GT3, which has 10 kilograms of weight added to it. Bruno Spangler is in the 7 PS competition vehicle. The 89 PS competition, you have Philip Ang, Jesse Krohn in the 108 BRS Kalanda Sim Sport car, and Sage Karam, who's currently in the car. And then, of course, Max Verstappen is in the... What were you going to say, Lorenzo? You said...
No, I was going to say that not only Max Verstappen, but he forgot Ayçen Guven. So, because Ayçen Guven is a Turkish driver who drives in the Porsche Super Cup, in the real life Super Cup. And actually, he just did the Mobil 1 Super Cup earlier today that was brought over here in the iRacing Sports Network. So, a plethora of drivers from different backgrounds and categories coming into driving these special events. So, it's really cool to see.
Yeah, it is really cool to see all the drivers, and Max Verstappen, like I was going to say, is in the Team Redline Cup car in the 69 vehicle for the Porsche Cup class, driving the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And BMW is responsible for 4 of the extremely, I guess you could say, as leads from my racing history, 4 well-known drivers, DTM, and you've got IndyCar, open wheel cars, really anything. Katzberg actually tried to get into the top split in the 3rd BS car, but didn't manage to get in, but that's okay. There's so many guys, so many professionals taking part in this race. Maybe not in this split, but it doesn't really matter because there are so many professional drivers using it as a way to not only spend their time, but legitimately stay competitive, because there are a lot of traits that overlap with the real world and the world of racing. You see on the screen right there, the 89 Hendrick-driven vehicle PS competition is going into the pits, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we can see over here Lonnie Heinrich just coming into the pit lane as he just stops the car. Let's see if there is going to be a driver swap. He's been on the car for, I was going to say, this is his 4th stint, so he's quite stinning the car. Is it? Oh my God, that is. I think that's the first driver I've seen who's going to be quite stinning. Of course, he double stinning tires between every 2 pit stop services that he's doing, but still 4 stints. That is nearly 4 hours of racing he's doing on the track. So quite surprising, you know. I've seen drivers doing maybe 5 tops here on Nürburgring, so it is an attachment for a true driver commitment and driver stamina and endurance.
Yeah, I am trying to look, and we have some fantastic timing at 24.racespot.tv, and Radio Le Mans is also showing some fantastic timing on their infrastructure, and we can see how long all of these stints are going. It's just a fantastic use for all of us. ES Motorsport is putting their vehicle back into the lead, and that's not necessarily surprising, Lorenzo. These cars are starting to all fight together. Team Redline Black, however, is 1 minute and 7 seconds behind. Huh.
Because one of them, no, actually, you're quite wrong. The difference between the S competition and Redline Black is under 7 seconds, so
okay,
it's gonna be interesting because I think hiring maybe doubles and maybe triples. I have to look at the replay.
Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes we don't have it completely updated, but might be a difference of just my internet connection. Nonetheless, we're starting to get some close competition between the GT3 class. 10 seconds, it says for me, he separates Bala Racing and PS Competitions at vehicle. So we're in the middle hours here, just around 12:30 a.m. in the sim time, and there's obviously so much more race to go. In 3 hours and 12 minutes, that's going to be the midway point, the 12-hour point, which will give us a very good look at what could potentially happen in the remaining 12 hours here. But through the first 8 hours, we've gotten some fantastic racing to go, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we still have a lot of race left. You might be thinking right now it's gap racing, but it's still very unsure. These hours, they are natural hours for you to, be unsure because they're so spread apart from one another. It is the strategies being played out. It's like something about the final 8 hours where we start to see now the strategies being more aggressive. Who's going to go for the more bold strategies? So everybody just, playing safe, playing chess, make sure all the pieces fall together, and just keeping the car on track. As we just saw hiring overtaking one of the Porsche GT4 cars and just going the Schweining cars heading to Ironburg.
Yeah, Heinrich is doing a fantastic job of wheeling right now that GT3 vehicle. It's impressive, to say the least, how many stints some of these drivers are able to do. Lorenzo, I feel like I could possibly do a laps without too many problems, but I'd also be 30 seconds behind the average race time, and it wouldn't be that far after that. I'm not sure about you, but it's impressive skills, and maybe not all, but so many skills that you learn from iRacing can translate to the real world. It's something that a bunch of professionals, as we've seen, use to improve their own times, and it's fun to see all of them try to put their skills up to the test through professional sim racers. And another awesome thing that has to go with these 24-hour competitions, these endurance races, is that all of these drivers are on a team. So the car swapping, the double stints, not triple stints, but you know what I'm saying. There's so much that goes on to make a competition good. The one car, because it's not just about a team like it is a driver in Formula 1, IndyCar, NASCAR, things like that. It's a team race, a team event, and minimum of 2 drivers. If you go 12 hours racing in the 24-hour race, hats off to you, but you can have at minimum 2 drivers in each car. A lot of the teams are with 3 or 4, and that's just, it's pretty remarkable that some of the teams are doing as well as they are doing with a bunch of guys joining in.
Yeah, so this is interesting. We were talking about this earlier about the driver swapping team effort. Of course, in these events, you can actually find drivers. The iRacing service has a forum you can look for teams and try to fit in teams and whatever split you might race. So you guys know what. I think at this time of the moment, we might have about 20 splits. If you guys don't know what splits are, basically different servers for for the same track, but it's the strength of the race. Better, more I-rated drivers will get the better, more competitive servers, and the lower I-rating drivers will get lesser competitive servers. But they're going to be matched within the drivers within the same field. Not going to say same field, but same range of iRating. So it's really interesting to see this balance of drivers, and it gives them the racecraft. They try to learn the tracks. Back in the day when drivers started, the real drivers started using iRacing for more track cognition, because there were tracks that they never drove in real life. Nowadays they use it as a means to do real competition. For example, Max Verstappen has a pro license. He probably will be in the Tag Heuer Porsche Sport Super Cup next weekend because he has this pro license, and some of the other drivers are taking part of. Even Lando Norris was a pro driver license driver at one point. I think it was 2017, 2018-ish. So it's really interesting how sim racing over these years came out to be, as we have a gap, a relative gap battle closing down lap by lap between, once again, sim racing and Team RSL.
Yeah, Ali Peacock, he was actually in the Pro Mazda race yesterday that I was doing with Arjuna, another member of the RaceSpot TV broadcast crew, and that was a fun race. It turned out that Martin Arnoldis won with a last corner pass at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. So RaceSpot TV has a great bunch of events that we can show to you all days throughout the week, and we definitely hope you're enjoying what we're able to bring you. Obviously, this is presented by BCO, who is really helping take sim racing and iRacing to a whole another level. They brought us Radio Le Mans. Isn't that amazing, Lorenzo?
It is amazing, seeing the proximity of real world, real life racing, and doing these sim racing events, and they're enjoying seeing Heinhaw and the boys from Radio Show Limited enjoying it, doing this for 6 hours, and they will be back. You guys are wondering, they will be back for the final 6 hours. So seeing them enjoy themselves, seeing the action on the track, it is very, very rewarding. And I hope to see them again, maybe in the months.
That would be lovely. We would also love to see maybe a dual stint, the real thing on track, if ever we do get to racing. That would be tremendous to see this whole iRacing craze continue at the level it is, because it's such an amazing service, and everyone who has started to be exposed to how great of a multiplayer, a competitive racing challenge, I mean, it's worth it. It's well worth it for iRacing. We see that 2.7 second gap forming, and I love, we just had the onboard shot from Ali Peacock's number 85 full set racing machine, and you don't get a full appreciation for the elevation change on the Nordschleife until you're actually on board, because there's a difference of about 300 meters from the lowest point to the highest point of the track, and it's fast and quick elevation changes for it's around 900 feet for the Imperial lovers like myself, and I'm not sure, Lorenzo, you go by Celsius, right?
Meter, then Celsius.
Yeah,
let me broaden it up.
Okay, you and Hugo, okay. I'm one of those, as Connery said earlier, plebs that are American.
Oh, don't. You can call us two plebs, but don't call Hugo a pleb.
Oh, I was calling myself a pleb.
All right, fair enough.
Don't take offense. I'm just saying it to myself, Lorenzo. Jeez.
All right, fair enough. For those who are not aware, Hugo Luis is our cameraman, but for those who are more aware of sim racing, Hugo Luis is the 2011 World GP champion, the iRacing World Championship GP champion. So his background backs it up.
Yeah, I actually did not know that. Hugo, you're a very humble man. Hugo is very gracious in giving me the opportunity to come on to these broadcasts. This is only my second one with RaceSpot, so it's pretty surreal to be doing this. So I'm a junior at college, and Lorenzo will remember this well. About 4 years ago, I think I was a senior in high school at the time. I was gonna join Race Spot, and then I basically just didn't respond to Hugo, and I so apologize. And Hugo, I love you. Thank you for letting me come back. And Lorenzo, you're a beautiful man. Okay, that's it. That's all. It's midnight. It's midnight in the city. Confessions. But anyway, back to racing. Again, it's just wonderful seeing the as we keep our eyes on the gap for this battle here. Yeah, it was at 2.3, possibly a minute ago. So they're keeping whole. We have a class leaders, PS competition in the GT3 and the Porsche Cup are Queen G Esports. GT4 is Course Sim Racing, and in the touring cars, the TCR is Sim RC. Some good action happening in the TRC class, or TCR class, excuse me, with Peacock and Hase. And Team RSO is keeping their gap in the lead, Lorenzo.
Yeah, so I was looking over here at the relative splits on the lead. That is coming down. It's slightly, it was at 9 seconds when they came out of the pits between Larry Heinrich and Christopher and Dem Beats. But Dem Beats is doing his full job closing down the gap. So expect, I'm not going to say maybe in this lap, but probably the next 2 laps, if everything just goes smooth sailing for them Beats, actually engage themselves in the overall lead of the race battle against PS competition. So actually hitting up in the GT3, this is good to say.
This is going to get spicy in a few minutes' time. The podium drivers in the GT3 and overall are separated between themselves by around 12 or 13 seconds. And you see up on the screen that 8.5-second gap between Heinrich and Christopher Dambetz, excuse me, with the Team Redline Black and PS competition cars. You know, it's really great to see the balance between different manufacturers here. We're not seeing domination by anyone. We got the BMW in front, the Ferrari behind, and everything is seeming to go pretty smoothly for in terms of class clashing, if you could say. The manufacturers, it's a great replication of real life.
Yeah, I think one of the works that have been done in the balance of performance, especially for Nürburgring, has been amazing to see, because it did balance it out the cars, you know. It brought strength to some of the cars that usually are not strong in what would be the VRS Sprint Series, so it made them more, not going to say more relevant, but more competitive towards other cars, namely the BMW, which is a car that many view as a streamlined underdog in comparison to a Ferrari, maybe a McLaren, or Mercedes, and even Audi. Scooping up, and it's even in the lead against cars like this. So this BOP for the GT3 cars has been really good. The fuel decrease that has been done on the latest patch has been made the cars more competitive and run a little bit longer than usual. So it's good, but and actually Louis Goodway just brought up over here on the iRacing Sport Network chat on YouTube, and I'm gonna kind of agree for this midway part of the race that Redline Black strategy hasn't been the best one, you know. But we've seen like Redline has its down moments, especially in the midway latter half, first half of the race, and usually they try to pick themselves up, because we've seen that similar situation with Daytona, and he managed to, I think if I'm not mistaken, grab out a class win of the GTAs.
Lorenzo, just to change the topic real quick, not only is there a battle for the overall lead, but there's also a battle brewing for P4 in the GT3 class between MSI Esports Blue and the 7 PS competition car, Nils Coke is in the PS competition vehicle, and that BMW just trails the MSI Esports blue car by just around 7 or so seconds. So there's some good action here with the Ferrari at MSI Esports and PS Competition's other car. PS Competition, what a race the team is having as a whole. 2 cars top 5, and one of them is leading the entire 24 hours of Nürburgring.
Yeah, so PS Competition, the number 7 car is kind of having a resurgence of sorts. They had a really strong, really good outing at the start of the race. They lost a few mistakes. I think if I recall correctly, up to hour 1, they were at knocking on the door of P4, maybe P3, but had a drop off of a performance. Now having a really good battle against MSI Sports Blue. Though it fluctuates from curve to curve, but it's still a really good battle. And I'm also seeing the gap between Red Light Bike and Model Racing going down by a little bit as well. It was about 5.5 seconds, 5.6, as it is 5.2.
Looking on the track map, almost everyone, albeit for around 7 cars throughout separate classes, are on the Nürburgring part of the 24-hour layout. So it's gonna get quite interesting very soon here, and all of them who are on the Nordschleife are about to get back onto the GP circuit. So lots of action going on right here. I think we're going to start to see that traffic become a factor again. That's probably the most exciting part of any endurance race, is just how you are able to situate your car around traffic, how you're able to move past them. Because the question is, are you going on the left or the right? Are you getting inside position? Are you getting outside position? Where should I go to not hit the car in front or behind me? It's kind of hard, I think, for a lot of teams to know that as well. So I do want to say for a second, I'm watching the MSI Esports Blue going into the pits, so that battle for P4 is over for right now. So while we do wait for some heavy action to come, I think it's a good time for a bit of fan immersion here. If you don't know what that is, we're going to ride on board with a vehicle of the public's choosing. So which car, Lorenzo, do you think we should be riding along here? And if you have any suggestions in the chat, please let us know. We are a station for the people.
Yeah, so for the time being, let's see what Team RSO, the 597 car Audi TCR, is doing in that battle against Greg Setup Shop, because they now are 0.4 seconds behind. So let's get a Respawn TV fan immersion with them.
Well, I love that choice. It's going to be a great battle to watch on board with the Team RSO 597 car, the TCR class. We're going to take a short break here on Respawn TV. It's a 24 hours of Nordschleife presented by VCO. All right, Lo, and if you're just joining us and saw a car spinning in front of all the action going on at the onboard of the Team RSO 597 car after passing Craig's setup shop and friends for P2 in the TCR class, we saw the 306 of the ASD Elite yellow car, the GT4 class. Hopefully we can get a replay here. So basically, we're going into the first turn of the entire lap, Yokohama S, and right as the 306 car was getting out of the pits, they have cold tires, and an incident occurs. And when you're just looking to get into P2 of your class and you see a car coming out of the pits and then see some tires spun right in front of you, it does not make for some happy driving on the track. So seeing this replay momentarily, the driver will come out of their pit stall. That was Kevin Crosney, who is in the 306 machine, currently sitting in P5 in the GT4 class. Lorenzo, it's not something that you want to see if you are in the P2. If you're in the P2 and you just got into P2, it's not something you want to see a tire or a cold tire car coming out of the pits. And I know we're showing the replay now as the jack just came down, but I'm also watching Crosney live, and he is mightily struggling with the cold tires here. It takes quite a while for it to warm up. You see Crosney put on the pit limiter, start to come out of the pits, and on the left side, you will start to see some lights flashing by, or maybe flashing to it. The pit line to the left, you can't cross it. Finally out of the pit limiter, puts on the revs, gets up a gear. The lights, as you can see, we're in the TV angle here. There's a battle for P2, jumps over the curbs, puts too much throttle in it, and that could have been disastrous for two guys in that class. So no harm, no foul, except for maybe a few flat spots on the tires as we do get that replay courtesy of a virtual competition organization. But a little, foot in mouth, heart in mouth moment.
Yeah, it is quite complicated. I think for those who are unaware, of all cars, the GT4 and the TCR have the lowest tire temperature, initial temperature. It starts around 45 degrees. If for cars itself, it sounds like high for us, 45 degrees, but for the tires, they are very cold. You take some tire to get in, and clipping the curve, the Yokohama S turn, it's going to be complicated. The car will eventually go off there, so there's nothing for him to do over there. Just stay safe. And from what it looks like, Dylan, we've seen Team RSO making the overtake on George Simmons and the Creek Setup Shop Friends car.
It was a while coming, right? Team RSO had been just chilling in the back a little bit behind pole set for a while, and then was able to overtake them. And Craig Setup Shop and Friends, I feel like it was a battle they knew was lost right before getting on to the machine circuit, so I'm going to give up to let it go by, and it's the smart move. We've seen what happens when overly aggressive driving can bite people in the rear end. So some good driving though all around. It's been, like we've said before, pretty respectful as we go into the carousel. You can try it 1,000 times, you're never going to get it perfect. It's one of the hardest turns to take in all of motorsports, and they make it look very graceful in doing that.
Yeah, for the TCR cars, it looks graceful, but trust me, because of the front wheel drive cars, it is very hard for you to nail the curve, because the car will actually want to understeer under the concrete part, so you kind of have to mildly manage the throttle and the lifting, so you don't lose a lot of time and stay within the concrete, because if you go off the concrete, understeer, will go up the par. You can eventually get loose and hit the arm coat barrier. So good. There is some skill involved for the TCR cars, although the rear end is happening on the RSO car as it goes into combustion. But it is a lot of skills, you guys can see. It isn't something that is really simple, just point the car in and make the turn.
The TCR class has been quite exciting in the race so far. The broadcast booth, however, Lorenzo, I feel like we needed to expand it a bit. And we have. We now have Wei Han in with us. Wei, how are you?
Hi, morning, Lorenzo. Yeah, I'm feeling so excited for this quarter of the Nürburgring 24 hours.
And you said it was morning. Where are you right now?
Oh, I am in fact in Singapore, so it is 7 in the morning where I am at this point.
7 a.m. You are dedicated to your craft, my friend. It's 7 p.m. right where I am, so that's 12-hour difference. The good thing for you is you'll be able to see the ending without having to wake yourself up early in the morning, but I will have more of a Saturday still to come for me. Anyway, so have you been able to check out any of the action so far? What are your thoughts on the battles going on right now on the track? TCR cars have been so close for the majority of it, but it does look like right now George Siddons is starting to lose out to Robin Hasse in the Team RSO 597 car.
Yeah, well, certainly. Of course, the gap between them is 1.5 seconds, so it is still quite a bit of a ground that Hasse has ahead of Simmons. So I think a bit of a stretch here where they could use each other's slipstream to kind of equalize that gap as they go top speed down this stretch.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see what the middle parts of the night driving will lead to. There's been a few incidents, Lorenzo, but nothing besides maybe the odd trying to pass a slower car and on part of the track, as we do see going into the pits the second and third place cars of the TCR series. And they're going to be in there for quite a while. Sim RC is, I believe they were just in the pits as well, and now Diego Pinto is in the car, and now they're starting to move around in the Yokohama-esque curve and throughout the rest of the track. So some nice TCR action for a bit. We can go a bit through the field as it starts to get a little tighter. The action is starting to ramp up here. It's almost 1 a.m. sim time on May 3rd, 2020. And yes, you're hearing that right. It's May 3rd, but we're not going into the future. This is just the sim time. It's April 25th or 26th, depending where you are. For Lorenzo and I, it's 25th. For Wei Han, it is the 26th. So, you know, time travel, it's fun. The on-track temperature is 66 degrees Fahrenheit, 65 degrees Fahrenheit, the ambient temperature. And like I said, we're now 30 seconds away from that 1 a.m. mark here. The wind speed has been the same for most of the race at 10 or 9 miles per hour. And we've had some very calm and peaceful bits of weather conditions throughout the majority of this night stint, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's been a very calm race, you know, in terms of weather-wise, it's been ideal for racing. So, and also for driver-wise, we're not, we don't have a lot of retirements. We had 3 retirements over the nighttime, which is for a nighttime up so far. Let me knock on the wood real quick. I hope it continues like that. Race Hot Dog agrees with the statement that we only had, this is I think the lowest I've seen over the last broadcast, and I continues like this.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I'd love to see it continue, and we've got a lot of action throughout the 4 classes. And we started with 54 drivers, or teams, I guess you could say, cars in this race. But now, after a bit of retirement, I'm trying to count up how many are showing up docked. as I speak, so if I am wrong, blame it on my multitasking. I believe it's 39 active drivers still, which is a pretty fair amount. A lot of cars did fall out of the contention pretty early on. The most notable being, I think, in all of our opinions, is that Team Redline white car that got involved in some lap traffic mix-up and went out of the race. Lorenzo, you were able to see that, right? I was not able to catch exactly what happened.
I unfortunately wasn't able because I was helping out with the DTM broadcast, doing some background work and just trying to get some stuff sorted out. But it is unfortunate to see one of the red line cars out of the race. It was a favorite of this race. They had a strong lineup, if I recall correctly. They had driving on the very start was Patrick Moser and then Patrick Schneider, and Matt Shea-Farrow was actually slated to drive afterwards, so unfortunately that never happened. It was a letdown. Of course, Redline still have their black cars, but then they're still the top three and can still win this race. It was 8 seconds, and within relative contact of BS competition.
BS competition is in first. They started the race in 5th, but they jumped up 4 spots. I think it's a good time to go through the field's top 8 drivers in each class and be able to say exactly what's going on between all teams, all of the racers in contention right now. And you know, BS competition, they have, as of the last few, maybe the last hour or so, they've been the class of the field, Lorenzo.
And so far in the top 8, we have BS competition in first place, and Team Redline is in 2nd, the GT3 class. Molly Racing Team is in 3rd. BS competition, the number 7 car is in 4th. MSI Esports Blue is in 5th, and VRS Coin, the SimSport, is in 6th. The MB Esports Racing 23 is in 7th, and running out the top 8 in the GT3 class, Dylan will be the Trans-Tasman Racing, 2 laps behind, but still racing, running out the top 8 in the GT3 field.
Yeah, in the top, being in that top 8, it's no small task either. The GT3 class was comprised of 13 teams. Going into the 14-team Porsche Cup top 8, R3G Esports, the Roman Grosjean team is leading, but only by 18 seconds. The Porsche 24, driven by a Redline vehicle, 911 car, another sister team of Redline, followed by Team Redline Cup, the team that Max Verstappen is in. The 69 car, just under a minute behind the lead in the class. Alpine Eagle Racing is in P4, around 3 minutes off the pace of Team Redline Cup. HM Engineering, followed by TQ Engineering in 5th and 6th. In the lap down, SDL Esports by Logitech G Black. And in 8th, 2 laps down, Guignol Racing Team. And Wei, can you take us through the GT4 class, please?
Also, the GT4 class, we do have core sim racing driven by Samuel Libert. He is currently leading the GT4 class. I've also got Sock Rennsport Esports GT4 in 2nd, Team Hoisingfeld in 3rd, Team RSO in 4th, ASD Elite Yellow in 5th, DRS Wave, he's in P6, of course in 7th, is Burst Esports Real Tour, as well as OTR Esports, E2G
And rounding the 4-class team is the TCR cars. Sim see the leader about 40 seconds of Vendval Sim Racing Group. 44 seconds behind his team RSO 597, and just under a second actually is Craig Setup Shop and friends. They've been battling for I don't know how long in this one. 3 seconds behind that battle for P3 is Volsen Racing's 85 car. 10 seconds behind there in 6th team Helsfinkeld, or oh god, I always mess that one up. Hels Inkveld Gosidik Racing. I am so sorry for that pronunciation. And then a minute back of them, Lotta Sport, Rosnefty Racing team, and rounding out the top 8, another minute behind, still in the first lap on the same lap though, is XVR Sim Racing. Racing. So that's your top 8 throughout the field. And I'm seeing right now some cars are going off the track onto the grass to get out of the way for some other vehicles, notably the Sim RC leading car in the TRC series. I was just watching that. That's one way to get out of the way if you are a slower car in a slower class, but just there's not many spots for you to just ride through the grass and never have to turn. That takes some mighty guts there. So yeah, there's some good action going on still in this GT fight, or excuse me, the TCR fight with the Team RSO 597 and Craig Setup Shop and Friend vehicles. Full Send Racing trails them a little bit, and we have some great shots coming to you. Courtesy of Hugo Luis, the man behind the production here on RaceSpot TV, the 24 Hours of Nordschleife brought to you by VCO. And if you're just joining in, I'm Dylan Coyle, Lorenzo Vonder, and Wei Han are in the commentary booth with you all. Lorenzo, how have the strategies, in your opinion, developed throughout the race, and who has shown some surprises throughout?
So it's for, I think the biggest surprise in my opinion might be the R-Wheat G Sports, because they've been around the top 3, maybe top 4 of the Porsche Cup. They actually took the opportunity and jumped into the lead because of some mistakes done by the Team Red Line cars in the Alpine Eagle Racing, because Alpine at the very start of the race they were actually leading the class, so it allowed after a few mistakes it allowed the 211 car to jump in and basically kind of solidified the lead. It isn't a big lead in comparison to the line 24 car, which Johnny Vecchio is still driving and is still blinking that car like it's the competition. But still, Andre Martins and the guys from RAG and Keep It Possible and Daniela Pointe and Martin Polak are doing a great job within that car. But there are some tactics between back and forth in the other cars that I'm not predicting. You know, some drivers do double send, some of them that just seem to see the switching. So it's been a very unpredictable night racing, to be very honest.
I have not quite seen the lack of grip too much in a lot of these cars. I think it's because they're just trying to take it pretty gentle throughout the night hours here. And just to give you an idea of how fast the TCR cars can get up to, I was watching alongside Steen Ledger, who was the third part of that 3-car draft with Full Send Racing, and he was hitting around a max speed of 149 miles per hour by the end of that straight. So that's the current situation with how fast those cars can get up to with a 2-car draft in front of you. We still have some great action here, but I do feel like trying to get an overtake on the Nürburgring circuit is so much safer than going through the Nordschleife. What did you say, Wes?
Yeah, I think you know, for the T side, it is quite challenging. Given that the cars are a little bit different for the rest of the GT cars. But I think at this point everyone is holding out well, and you know, it's quite a good show at this point.
Has been a good show, and I do believe that there's going to be some great shows still going on, and Steen Ledger's having to give way to a GT3 car right there, and you're going to see the Team RSO and Craig Setup Shop and Friends having to deal with moving out of the way. Now, it is a bit of a dangerous spot for Kogan, the BS competition vehicle that is currently in P4, but he makes it very much look easy, and I'll tell you right now that is not easy around the Nordschleife. It's a lot easier when you have to come up to 3 cars on the Nürburgring part of the track, and just in time because he's about to veer left back on to the North Loop.
As they come right now into the forest area, down into the left-hand turn, which will lead him into Hudson-Bach, and you can see Jason Cooper still holding on Craig Williams. which for those who are not aware, that guy in the side of the car, the Craig Williams setup shop, friends, is actually the man himself. That's Craig Williams. So he's the owner of Craig Setup Shop, which is one of the many setup shops we have for the iRacing service. For those who are not aware, we have services like the virtual racing school, the pure driving school, and Craig Setup Shop is one of them. And there are so many others that provide setups so you can actually learn and coaching. So it is really cool to see those services working towards the benefit of new drivers who ever want to grow as a sim racer and getting more competitive and other endeavors. And they are going down in platinum more. And it's going relative distance, 3/10 of a second, just straight up cars.
I wonder how many drivers in this split today have taken tips from Craig in races. Probably not this race, but because you know he wants to win too. This battle is getting extremely tight. Steam Ledger has been allowed to catch up to the back of both of these two cars with Craig Setup Shop and Friends and Team RSO. Craig Williams is the man behind the wheel right now in his setup car, and Jason Cooper is in the Team RSO 597 as they go around these bends at some breakneck speeds, and there's no safety if you make one slight mistake. These cars don't look like tanks, though, as we have said so often. You know, whenever I'm taking some laps around the car, I just go with the baseline setup. I'm not sure if you do any bit of sim racing in iRacing, but I'll tell you what, I'm not as good as a lot of others are with tinkering around with the car.
Oh, well, neither am I. I mean, you know, I just kind of drive the car for what it is. I enjoy more of the driving. Setups is definitely far from the expertise, far from my expertise, if it even is. You know, sometimes I do like to borrow setups from my teammates, but yeah, I think what's really interesting about iRacing is like kind of in the level of depth that you go to in order to try to get the best setups. I think it's a fact that, you know, every team they do actually spend many hours. You can't believe how many hours they spend in order to refine their setups to kind of get to this competitive level where every little bit kind of gives them the edge over one another.
You bring up a great point. So many people spend such long hours, as we do see it.
Dylan? I think Dylan had a small problem, and well, with that being said, we're going to continue here the broadcast, and once Dylan comes back, well, welcome to the marvelous world of sim racing. Things like that happen.
Can you not hear me?
Now we can. There you go.
Oh, come on. I was having a fun moment there. Not sure what happened. That was a great one,
you gave Hugo a heart attack.
Oh man, I'm so sorry, Hugo. I was talking. I was excited. It was a great move around the outside. Wish you were able to hear my enthusiasm for it as well. But we do have some fun racing still to come in this TCR circuit, and I can guarantee you right now that Volsen Racing Steam Ledger is on a mission to go past the number 597 Steam RSO car right now being driven by Jason Cooper. I feel like if you're in a situation in the middle of the night, if you can capitalize on some passing chances, you shouldn't give it up. But how much at this point should you even be risking some situations like Ledger did around the outside?
Well, I think, with regards to racing line and stuff, if I may just have a look at what exactly it did. Yeah, I think at a place like this, it is quite hard to pass. Given that these cars are front-wheel drive, the kind of the way you handle the cars through the corners would be a little bit different.
Quite so. A way, and as these cars are starting to roll around the very east corner of the huge circuit, around 13 miles, it looks like is without the combination, which adds to around, I believe, like 16 miles for the combined circuit. And coming on the straight, the draft power is going to be massive here, Lorenzo, but the TCR cars have not seen that much advantage when they are going deep into the draft.
Yeah, it all depends on how you handle the turns, because you get a lot of dirty air on the cars. As we see Christopher Dembeats in pit lane doing his pit stop for the team Redline is going to be doing really interesting, because it says Creed Dembeats over here on the graphics, but it's actually Jonas Wallmeyer, which is taking over the car for Chris Dembeats. So single stint from the red line drivers, they're switching back and forth, and looks like they're doing for a double stint on the tires. So it's going to be interesting how Wallmeyer is going to handle that car with a more worn out car in terms of tire wear.
So some strategy at play here, Lorenzo. It's we've been waiting for a good amount of strategy to come in this one, and Team Redline Black will go out currently in P3, and you know they had a sizable lead around 2 hours ago in this 24-hour event, around a minute to a minute and a half in front of P2, but that lead has obviously gone away with some pit stops and with some fast driving by the vehicles behind them. Great to see these cars. Yes.
All right, I actually have a question to bring it up to you, but now that Wade is sobering here, let me look it up. I have to look a little bit. Bear with me. It's a really interesting question that I saw over here in the iRacing Sports chat that was asking about we are seeing more real drivers going into iRacing, and we are seeing on the NASCAR and there's still some feelings of, you know, this is just a game. Let me just say, this is not a game, people. This is a simulator. If I actually say a game, people from the head honchos of RaceBot and all the way down into the people on the chat are going to come down in me in bunches. But do you think they are fearing this casual-like behavior because we're seeing the possibility of more drivers coming from the virtual into real, and they are feeling they can still wait their seats?
It's a good question to bring up. I don't think so. Like you said, this is a simulation. This is not at all something that should be taken lightly, because only people with a lot of skill can go on any kind of simulator, especially iRacing, and be competitive with the best of drivers. In terms of the harsh feelings, you know, I haven't necessarily seen harsh feelings. Maybe to some other, you know, programs, some software. To iRacing, all that it can do is just keep improving. And iRacing has been taking a lot of feedback from professional drivers, and I always like to look at it this way. If there is a harsh critique, if it's fair, then you should listen to it and then try to improve. And we all know from the last 10 years, iRacing has done just that. It's just puts more of a spotlight on iRacing. And if anything, it's just going to get better and more realistic. So many skills from iRacing translates over to the real world, and this will be no different way. I'm not sure if you feel the same.
I would feel the same as well, because I think it's always a challenge to try to, you know, to replicate all of real racing, so to speak. You know, being a simulation, I think what iRacing has done really well is that, and not only do you replicate the racing aspects of sim racing, also the ability of motorsports to deliver the whole host of different sensations, and, you know, a lot of the competition. Various factors that kind of define what makes racing so unique. And you know, it's always a challenge to kind of reach that point. Of course, iRacing has worked very hard to come to this point.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, Wei. I think that it makes a lot of sense. You know, you will have some drivers who, some pro drivers who might, you know, just bash on the fact that, you know, this is not 100% like real life. And let's be honest, nothing is going to be quite like being behind the wheel of a car. I don't think it's at all about fear. It's just if you're not, you know, maybe your skills are not, you know, translating, you don't get the feel of, you know, the seats of sitting actually in a car, because there's so many other feelings you can have. Maybe people will feel poorly about that, but I just don't see how anyone can say anything about, you know, not wanting to.
And I think Hill's microphone died once again.
Can you hear me now?
No, I can't.
This is ridiculous. I'm not sure what's happening here.
You can see it's the world of sim racing.
Okay, it's the world of sim racing. It's lovely. You know what? I'm gonna have to just throw up a prayer to the gods of motorsport that does not happen again. But if we can get back to the racing on of our screens, it's 1:22 in the morning sim time, and first in the competition in the GT3 is Lorin Heinrich, and in that BS competition vehicle. The only car to go sub 8 minutes was with a set of 59.2 in the qualifying stages was the Team Redline lap. They've got a lot of pace. They're 12 seconds behind BS competition. Mahler Racing is 4 seconds behind Team Redline for P2.
Yeah, the gap has actually widened out since Heinrich got pitted, but here's the thing, Heinrich is about to pit, so you can see him on Adonis Gahola going to Antonis Bruca, and anytime soon, Antonis Bruca, for those who are not aware, is the Bullstein Bilston Bridge, as he's about to go by on this left-hand down low turn, and he's going to do his pit service. Therefore, Team Red Line Black will eventually assume the lead of the race unless something happens. Well, actually, they came into the out lap. They're eventually going to take the lead of the race, maybe, because if the pit stop takes over 1 minute and 30, they should be at least the 10-second, 5-second gap whenever BS competition and Mala come up, because both of them are due to the pit lane anytime soon. So it's all BS is in.
Yeah, as you say, the BS competition is in pits, and it's been 8 laps by this time that Team Redline went in last lap. It was 8 laps before BS competition went in, so that's around as long as you can expect the stint to be, around 8 laps. Because 8 times 8 equals 64, if my math is correct. So that's over an hour or so of a stint, which is what you can kind of expect in the real world GT World Challenge. You have like an hour and 5-minute stints for drivers. So it's kind of similar in terms of how all of these teams are handling this here. Not sure if you guys have me lost me at all, because that would have been unfortunate again. Okay.
No, we're still with you. I'm sorry. Is that I'm just seeing over here? It's not good. For those who are wondering, Mala is in the pits. Augustine Canapino, for the joy of the people in the iRacing Esports Network, Chad is actually taking over the car. Got a lot of Argentinians over in the chat. He's going to take over the car, and for BS competition, it's going to be Alexander Voss, which. Is actually back on the car after quite a long period. If I have to recall correctly, he's been from hour number 2 and 3, so refreshed and out of the car, out of the pit lane to be more specific.
Well, we do love to see that as well. Some strategy undergoing here. I see that the Mala team was just up on the jack, so they got some tires placed on the vehicle, some fresh new ones, and that's always fun as a driver to go out on the track. And even though there's a little bit of a cold stint you have to deal with tires in general coming out of the pits, it's always really satisfying once you have some tires that are up to temperature and you can actually like go full throttle with it. It's a good feeling, and I'm sure some of these guys are enjoying it as well. The entire field, except for most of the GT3 cars, the top 7 overall, is currently showing a lap down on the leaderboard that I have here, and it's interesting because even though you're a lap down, 2 laps down, 3 laps down, there's going to be so much competition you still have to fight against Way. And I feel like as a driver in a top class, it's going to be something that as the night goes on and as it's just still remaining dark, it's almost like Groundhog Day. It's the same thing over and over again with having to deal with lap traffic in the darkness.
Sure, it's always a challenge for, especially like I just said, the faster cars to deal with lap traffic, because do also take note that, as the top drivers, as they try to battle out for their positions, they also have to be mindful that, perhaps some of the lap traffic cars, maybe those cars one class down, maybe they're also having their own battles for perhaps for class lead. So it's always, trying to weigh the pros and cons of it. If I try to break through this bit of lap traffic, or perhaps a class down, what are the implications though? Will I end up, ruining my own pace? Will I end up ruining their pace? It's all about trying to find the perfect balance, and I think more likely than not it is to try to find the right time to make all those moves work.
You bring up a great point. It's all about trying to find a balance, because if you are, not finding that balance, you're probably going to be hitting a wall or going much slower than you would have liked to. You see a beautiful front shot and the Mala Racing Team's 186 vehicle. God, this circuit with the graffiti all around, it's unbelievable. And look at that, up the hill and down it. The car gets a little bit airborne and just flies by our camera. And I think we can all say, Lorenzo, that this is as beautiful and pure as racing can possibly get.
It is, and I was looking over here, and we haven't talked about it. The importance, as you guys saw, the team up from Mala is because of an international team in comparison to the other BS teams. They are partnered off with Canapino from Argentina, Arana is from Iberia, Chogan is from Finland, Dominic Steins is from Germany. As we're still seeing that 3-car weight battle between Full Send Racing driven by Steam Leisure, which now is the what I call the rabbit, dictating the pace. Craig setup shop right in the back, and the Team RSO in the middle, which has been driven by Jason Cooper, the RSO car, and Craig Williams driving the 63 Craig setup shop.
In the Nürburgring part of the circuit, Full Send Racing went in front of Team RSO for P3 in the TCR class. It's been a really fun class to look out for. All the attention typically goes to the faster cars, the bigger, the badder cars, but a lot of the time the close-knit, tight action comes from some of the slower classes. Not only do they have to worry about getting out of the way of faster cars, but I like to think of it this way. If you're not trying to take advantage, if you can, of faster cars making your competition slow down, then you're not doing lower class racing right. It's one of the, I'd say, the perks of being in a lower class, because yes, while it is scary to have the lights blinking at you, especially if you're a certain Italian that's coming through, I think it is, as you see, there are some lights, I think, being blinked right behind. It's always, it's almost like a game every time a guy comes by. You have to look out for some opportunities to pounce and some open gaps to seize, if you will. And Way, I'm not sure about you, but seeing all the cars just packed up together like that within a second or two really gets the adrenaline flowing.
see some cars bunched up together more so, especially at these turns, as you just said. It is always nicer to have the cars closer together for the racing action to kind of unfold. Craig Williams putting some pressure on Jason Cooper. It is always great to see this, especially in the dark of the night.
Yeah, Craig Williams is doing a fantastic job keeping on the pressure. Sometimes it can be hard if you are the guy in behind everybody else, because you don't want to be broken away from the rest of the pack, but sometimes it can be a little unfortunate if they do start to get away from you. Luckily, that is not at all what we are seeing, though, between this group of 3 drivers. Craig Williams and the Craig set up shop and friends. As Lorenzo was saying, he is someone who gets a lot of setups ready for everybody, and he kind of has a business model about it. So it's cool to see someone using their skills to an advantage, because that is it's always nice to see how that works. We're going into the Little Valley with these cars, and the English pronunciation. As, please don't bet on me to be able to use my German skills on a good, consistent basis, because I'm not sure about you, Wei. Wait, do you know any German words or German-sounding accents?
Unfortunately, not something that I'm able to do. Yeah, it is a little bit of a challenge, I guess, for us English speakers to kind of get acquainted with the names of the corners, but of course we try hard.
Yeah, we do have to try hard here, because obviously if you're not trying, then what's the point? But show true origin. Not sure if anyone can hear me right now, but yeah, so everything going on with being a non-native speaker of the German language can make some of the corner names hard. However, it is fun to say the Nordschleife, because it does sound like I am not the East Coast American that I am. Are still tightly packed between this TCR battle. We're riding on board with Jason Cooper, the team RSO 597, around that absolutely gorgeous curve, and they've all taken so well, and it's a joy to see when you get it successfully done. You know, it's probably when we think of the most famous corners in motorsports, it's got to rank as one of the most famous way. When I ask you what some of the most famous corners are, the most daring corners are in racing, what comes to mind, if anything?
What comes to mind? Ones like Fox, Rouge, and Le Mans. I think those are just a few that I can think of. But of course, there are also some corners, many of them over here at the Nürburgring, because I think it's just the fact that there are more number of corners that would require you to be more careful. Especially this corner that's coming right up, it is one of them. With a lot of corners at Nürburgring, the apexes are kind of blind, so I think that does add to the challenge.
Well, that's a great point, too. The apexes are very blind, which can make trying to judge the actions of some of the drivers in front of you pretty hard. We're going to go on board for a bit with a fan immersion of Team RSO's 597 car, driven by Jason Cooper. Stay with us here on Race Spot TV for BCO's presentation of the 24 hours of Nordschleife. We'll be right back. double digits here on the elapsed time in the VCO 24 Hours of Nordschleife on iRacing, presented by RaceSpot TV. Quick reminder of who is in the booth. I'm Dylan Doyle alongside Lorenzo Bonder and Ray Hahn. And right now, as you've been enjoying it just as well. This TCR battle for right now, it's P3 through 5. They've been engrossed in this battle for probably the better part of an hour, and it's providing a lot of good action. The rest of the classes, they're kind of well separated. The top of the GT3 charts are they're close, but it's been stagnant for a good amount of time. Nothing really as exciting as what we're seeing in the TCR class, and I gotta say, Lorenzo, these guys are really battling like it's the last 10 hours of the race, 5 hours of the race, not or just 10.
Yeah, it has been a really great battle, but it is the nature of the TCR cars as opposed to those action racing, just staying within draft, fighting for turns, fighting for draft, trying to save as much amount of fuel. This is what we like to see, and while it's not for the lead, it's always something good. You're trying to find podium places over here. Still a long lot to go, and I'll give Rob Boris too. Given the circumstances of what happened in GT3, different strategies and some mishaps during the race, it is really good to see that there's still very close action. They're not all the way spread out throughout the field. One car over here, one car over there. There's still cars following around up this late in the race.
Remind me if I am wrong here, but Craig set up shop and friends. Wasn't that the third car involved in the 3-car incident around 3 or 4 hours ago when they were in first place in the class?
I would say, I wouldn't say everybody's going to be aggressive or something like that of that nature, to be very honest, Dylan, but, it's still a good battle regardless, even though there's just still following around. I mentioned they're going to be playing conservative. I think the rule of night racing is going to be basically conservative racing, and when the day racing comes around 5 a.m. in the sim, it's going to be around hour 12 to hour 18, even hour 18 to the final 6 hours when Radar 1 people come back. It's going to be really interesting how these cars position themselves as a Craig just went for just before the Valvoline curve. So interesting. I think Craig's done playing the tail marker, the back marker, and now going for aggressive move.
Craig Williams is absolutely done with being the third man in a 2-man battle, and he's going to the inside here at the far end of the Nürburgring here on Cooper, and that move doesn't work. Cooper went wide. First turn of the Nürburgring circuit, also known as the Yokohama S, which gave Williams the chance to go down the inside here through the S curve. Still fighting to get alongside him. It doesn't look like it's going to happen now, but they do have a battle. Look out, that could have been dangerous here as a car from another class almost got clattered alongside Cooper. Man, that could have been a calamity. Some cars come out really quickly here away.
Yeah, because that was such a close one, but we do have a look again. It is Williams. He did try to have a look along the inside, but they come upon the chicane, and I think it's just a matter of him, trying to have a feel for the ground, have a feel for the corners, and it's just probably gonna make use of the next few corners to set himself up for a prime overtaking move.
Williams, Cooper, and Ledger have each gone 6 laps on their current set of, well, I'm not sure if all of them will stop for tires 6 ago, but this is 6 laps into this stint. And you've got to imagine that the full Sen Racing 85 machine that Steen Ledger is in, remember he was the P5 car a few laps ago and now is in the final podium spot. You have to imagine that this is as happy as he could possibly be. He wants to see a fight brewing behind him. It just gives him more effort and, from the back guys to let him separate. As you see right there, the cars flashing through the night. There is a faster car behind the packet 3 that'll again be cause for concern for obviously all of the cars involved. It's so hard for all the drivers involved to kind of go through a back marker pass smoothly, especially through the night hours. When you are dealing with traffic that is fighting for position, especially 3 cars fighting for that podium spot, it's a special kind of moving over that has to happen, because I do think you can take advantage of it if you are Craig Williams. When the car does come by you, it can certainly end up helping. Right now, that's Olivier who is currently not quite sure. Again, Team Hellsgiven. Lorenzo, how do you say that?
High seatbelt.
High seatbelt. There we go. Beautiful. Well, I am such a stereotypical American, apparently. But nonetheless, some good racing action going on here. Williams has peeled off a little bit from Cooper's machine, and it might be for the better, as you have to think that when you're in the Nordschleife, it's more about survival than trying to be a passive.
Yeah, and real quickly, you guys just saw the full lineup for the full Sim Racing right now. Steen Ladger is taking over the car. He's the traditional TCR driver. You see him, constantly in the TCR leagues, all throughout iRacing. Ali Peacock was just in the car just before Quinn Klockman. Really fast TCR driver. He drives in races like the 24-hour series and the 24-hour Neo series and the SCO. Lars Bowl, which if I recall correctly, still choked the car just before the one a few hours ago. But if you are a driver that is looking for a move, looking for a gap to work with, I think right now what Ray should do is go for NASCAR tactics, try to work 1 lap, maybe 2 laps with NASCAR tactics, try to push the maximum out of the RSO car, bump them a little bit so they can actually get into the Wilson Bridge closer to the full-set racing car. Because if you are to look, 1.7 seconds and he's distancing bit by bit, you're leaving room to not get within draft range, and it can get complicated if you're not draft range anymore. Nürburgring is a track for TCRs, is easier to drive, so you don't get that amount of room to close down gaps and such. So you have to be very mindful when to attack or when to close down gaps and when to work with another driver if you have the opportunity to work with trains like this.
And you have to look out there because Cooper went onto the grass just a little bit, as you see Lorenzo telling you audibly that that was an old kind of moment. All of this fighting for the P4 spot has allowed Dominic Olivier from Team Hessingfeld, I got it, I think, to get within a few seconds of the pack. So we're going to have 4 cars fighting for 1 podium spot within around 5 seconds of each other. Way?
Yeah, absolutely. It does kind of go along with TCI, the way they work best when they're so close to one another. Of course, given this circuit, it allows for all that close action to kind of take place corner after corner.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch all of these cars blistering through the night here, or the morning, I guess. It's almost 2 a.m. I think it's around, between 4 and 5, you'll start to see some light beginning to appear. Not exactly sure, but it's going to be something that brings the light to it. Lorenzo, I know you're looking into an incident that happened with the 211 car. Can you give us any information about it?
Just actually losing control of the car just about on the next spot section of the lap. Actually, apparently got touched by a GT4 car on next box touched on the Armco barrier on the rear end and had to actually lose a lot of time to come back to the track. So the lead of the GP3 Club class with quite heavy damage.
As we see in the replay here, yeah, that gap now is mightily big. Can't quite see that yet, but it's probably around 20 or so seconds here. You see going around the bends up the Nordschleife, but going down the inside. Looks like there was a touch there. It could have been somewhat of just the air. And you see there's as you try to get back onto the road, that could have been disaster. Has to back up into a 4-point turn to get back on the circuit, and that has wasted so much time. Another car coming out the outside. Oh, we almost got involved in that incident as well. My word. So not the best that's happening for Marinus Kolak, who is in the RPG Esports team, the Romain Grosjean sponsored team here. And I gotta say, that is as bad as you could possibly have it. You ever see, there's a GIF out there where we were talking about the 24 hours of Mario Kart earlier in the broadcast. You know that blue shell and the red shell and the green shell? This one person got hit with it. Like 3 of them, and 4 times they gets bumped off a ladder or something. It's not a ladder, it's a bridge. That's basically what could have just happened right there to Kolak. So we appreciate getting that up on the broadcast itself. An hour 48 from the halfway point here. 24 hours of Nordschleife has been very exciting, actually. You always think that it's going to be a 24-hour race. Oh, how are the cars going to keep fighting with each other for that long? But when you have a healthy amount of cars like we currently do in the 24-hour race here at Nordschleife, it's at least some great fighting. If you're not having at least one battle throughout the field, that's phenomenal. But you've got some great battles going on, and obviously our personal favorite for the moment is the battle in the TCR. And just for everyone curious, we have a new competitor for P4 as the P3 podium driver of Steam and Ledger is starting to pull away and make Full Send Racing very happy. But Jason Cooper, Craig Williams, and Dominic Calabert are all together for P4, separated within 2 seconds of each other as they are currently on the GP Strecke part of the 24-hour layout. Lorenzo and Ray, I am curious to hear your thoughts on what could potentially happen here if all of these cars get within a second of each other, because that's not going to be good for anyone involved, except for maybe the Full Send Racing driver of Ledger.
I think Ledger is taking a good opportunity to break away. Another 4/10 of a second was shredded when he started the lap. Now the gap is about 2.1 seconds from the Ledger and all the way down to Cooper and this 3-car train. And I'll be very honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Olivier actually starts a more aggressive tone. If he actually closes down on Craig Williams and tries to make a move on Craig, because judging by the stints over here, he is on lap 9. Therefore, if the cars go around 80 to 90 minutes and be an average 9 minutes and 5 seconds per lap, I wouldn't be surprised if Olivier goes for a move just in the Rotterdam or even in the, right before the Schweidenkreuz left-hand turn, just before Ehrenberg, to actually snap a position in. They would tucked in under the draft, try to go into the Doninga, get another move, and then come to the pit lane with 2 positions up and a really good stint for that the 777.
The 777 car, that's a pretty sweet name to be saying, a sweet moniker for the number. It's almost like AAA insurance, but 777, get yourself a P4 position as we ride on board on the TV cam of Dominic Calabert. What a great view we've got right there, courtesy of our Race Spot production team here. It's been so fun in the first 12 or 11 hours of this 24-hour race. I mean, come on, we've had so many great guys in the commentary booth. We have the Radio Le Mans group in here. We also had a Nordschleife expert. Is it Dirk Ordif? I forget exactly what his name was, Lorenzo, but a VLN champion in what, 96, 97, and 94?
Dirk Bona? Is that the one you're referring to?
Dirk Adorf?
Dirk Adorf, oh yeah, he is. 1996. Tobias Brockman, if he was here, you probably would correct me on the spot about it. Yeah, BMW driver, and he drove, when I was looking it up, in the M235 Cups, he's highly experienced. I think he has definitely more laps than me around the number.
I mean, you would assume that any driver right here has more laps than you, I'll be honest, but Dirk Adorf, I would bet money that he could maybe beat you in a race. I'm not sure if I could, but I'm sure he couldn't. The odds would not be in your favor, Lorenzo, but I digress. TCR action is just unbelievable right now, and you know, props to all of these guys for racing cleanly in the nighttime. We're officially in, I think, silly hour right now, but in the nighttime we are having such good contest between these three drivers right now for P4, Lorenzo.
And these P4 drivers, they are in the chain. Taking a quick look over here, yeah, the gap is growing once again from Ledger all the way down to Cooper. It is now 3 seconds as they go by once again into a fast area. I'm just trying to take a look over there because now it is full pitch black. For those who are aware of Nürburgring, this is where the track can get really tricky. We don't see the turns properly, so I'm not going to see the turn cornering very well, but I think they're going to Kuba right now. So it's going to be interesting how these three cars behave themselves. And Olivier still has everything to go forward to make moves into the Dornier Hoa. He's just setting up this car. If I am myself, set up the car and go for moves.
I am following the action on my own screen from right behind all three cars, and it kind of looks like, I'm not sure if my eyes are deceiving me as around the carousel bend. Are my eyes deceiving me, or is Steam Ledger losing a bit of speed and letting everyone catch up to that podium position? No matter what, the Vanderval Sim Racing Blue Team and Sim RC, they're very far out in the distance. They don't really have that much to worry about here, as that gap is now under 3 seconds, 2.8 and 9 between podium spot and the rest of the three drivers currently fighting over P4. Man, this is quite exciting, Lorenzo. Some of this action we don't normally see go on for this long. What's going to have to happen? Because you know none of these drivers are just going to stay for the entire stint running right behind each other. While, yes, it might be better in terms of staying safe for the rest of this broadcast, or excuse me, not just this broadcast, but of this race, but it will be a lot better for their cars as well. Have to get any extra repair time. Nonetheless, when you see an opportunity in front of you, if you're a racer, you're gonna be wanting to take control of it, and if you're not wanting to get in front, then I don't see why you're in the 24 hours of Nordschleife.
Yeah, but the thing is, with the TCR cars, I think out of the bunches of whatever, I'm already used to seeing the TCR cars because of the 24-hour series. So for those who see 24-hour series, 6 hours races and 12-hour races, it is natural for these cars to be glued to one another for 11 hours or even 5 hours, and then on the final hour they actually go, they let the gloves out and they bellowed it out on the track as they just went to the flying carousel, going to Belgium Cross. They're going to go down to the Dornier Hoa. Now we really want to see if actually Olivier is going to set up himself for a move here. He's going to drive but the trap penalty right behind him just overtook him, so we want to keep an eye on the bicycle just.
Yes, Dominic Oliveri has a big run right here on Craig Williams. What will he do? Looking for the block, still trying to stay with him, to stay within the draft. Going to pull out to the right. You're going to see it. Oh, what a beautiful shot from our chopper on to the right. It's going to be difficult, though, to stick with it. It looks like Williams is just going to give it up. And what great racing and respectful racing from all of these guys. But is he going to try to go for another move in these quick, fast corners before you reach this very slow right-hand portion before you make the left back onto the Nürburgring circuit? What a great bit of racing in the TCR circuit. We do have, though, a car going off into the pits, and it looks like it's going to be Oliveri, so he's going into the pits, and he's gonna, I'm not sure if he's gonna get a driver switch here, or if he's still on one set of tires, maybe double stinting it. What do you expect to see here, Lorenzo?
Judging from the strategy of the team, they're basically doing full stint driver swap, full team driver swap. I'm seeing Michael Schrettler driving the first stint and passing Sven Glatzel, and the same thing for the Dominique Olivier, and now Blake Knack is going to take over the car. So natural strategies, the car to go over 1 hour and a half. It's natural to go over this limit on the car, so Blake Knack will be taking over. The full pit service being done right on that car, and you just saw us fall. There was another car in the pits. That was the 911 Cup, if I recall correctly. That was I'm going to say the Chief Hero Engineering, but that was the Gleano, but he's still in the pits.
You know, that shot we just had with seeing the virtual driver's face, their eyes in the mirror, it makes me wonder. We all know the heart-pounding adrenaline that goes when you're sitting on the grid in a Formula One race and you see the red lights turn out to green and away they go. And that is such a heart-pounding moment. When you're in a race like this, you're going through with a driver change, you're a driver like Blake Knack, and you're just waiting and waiting, and then you're finally released. What is that feeling like?
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit of an anxiety and, you know, expectations, because you really want to be safe with the car. You really want to try to do your best job possible. It is just like me when I get the car, whatever it's a HPD, driving the HPD or driving the GT3 car or any car whatsoever, you have a little bit of nervousness. It is actually brought up by the drivers themselves. They feel more nervous on the sim than actually in real life. They get more anxious to drive a car because it is, I would say it is not different things they usually do, because whatever drivers they are, you know, some of them are GT3, they are used maybe with long stints and entrance races. But for example, F1 drivers, they feel nervous because it is something they never done before in real life. They are used to driving sprint cars for 1 hour and a half around the day track or night track in situations. So there is that apprehension that you really want to do well. You want to be fast enough. You want to drive in good conditions, get good traffic, and sure that the team is in prime position to maybe get a win or move up into places down in the race.
What you're watching right now is the onboard of Craig Williams, Craig Setup Shop and Friends 63 vehicle in the TCR class. As you see some marbles flying into the windshield of that fourth place car right now in the TCR class. There's been a great fight for probably around an hour now between both Williams and some other vehicles in the TCR class for that P3, P4 spot. So it's been fun to watch everybody kind of go at it here. You know, that feeling of adrenaline, as you were just saying, Lorenzo, I can imagine it being scarier in the sim because you know that this is competitive racing as well. I'm not sure if that's the feeling when you're stepping into an actual car, maybe like instinct taking over, but there's so many external forces, external things that can distract you when you are in a sim. As you see a little bit of a wiggle there as he gets on the curving. That's Jason Cooper's car. Craig Williams right behind it, looking right at the bumper, thinking about it, but decides to not go for an overtake there. Drove in a little deep and fought against anything. He did a good job, Ledger did, to close off any kind of, or not Ledger, Cooper from any kind of passing attempt there. Lorenzo, some of these drivers, when they're, do you feel any pressure more as the guy behind or the guy in front in a situation like this?
Riding in trains, these are trains, I think, I'll be honest, I think there's no major pressure because if you make a mistake, unless you really make a shot from the ball where you actually lose a real chunk of time in comparison to your opponent, pretty much you can drive back and grab just using draft itself any advantage you might have lost, and then eventually with driver skills and the race winding down, you can go and be more aggressive and recover the position back. So at this time being, there is no, I wouldn't say there is any pressure on the driver ahead and driver behind. If you have to put in comparison to one of them, I think your biggest pressure has to be on the guy ahead, because if you make a mistake and bend it on the wall, the guy behind you is so close you can actually get more damage from the collateral, get on the side or even on the front, so you can erase any damage. So you kind of have to dictate the pace properly and be both competitive with the guy ahead of you and also the guy behind you.
We've seen so often drivers take it to the very limits of the Nordschleife and touching the grass, and that is so dangerous as you see the car go out wide. Williams again still chasing Jason Cooper's team RSO vehicle around the carousel. My word, again, I can say it enough. What a beautiful bit of driving, and you can see through the Nürburgring forest, the Nordschleife lit up right along board Cooper's vehicle. We can see Williams behind him, still chasing a little bit of distance though, as they go into a quick right-hander, slowing down, making a left, and then again going right, but this time it's tight. You got to make a right and make a left. No, I'm not saying the corners exactly, but it's just, you think about it. If I'm saying right and left, think about all the actions that the driver has to actually take when they are going through this circuit. It's, you know, it's not just hit right, hit left. It's the braking, the throttle, the wheel turn. Everything is so important to get good times and to stay in contention, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that's why, I think 90% of the brands, I'm not saying race brands, but I mean motorsport brands, Ferrari, Chevrolet, Ford, Aston Martin, Mercedes, test their cars around the Nürburgring, test the full limits of the car, just because it has so many variables, and they can actually go for the full length of the car and see how it actually performs on a racetrack. You know, for those who aren't aware, Nürburgring, this is actually a full racetrack. Nürburgring is a public road for those who are not aware. So you have some days of operation. You can do the Kunstfahrten, which is basically drive around the majority of the session of the Nürburgring, so that I don't get bored. You don't do the GP layout, you just cut back on the inside of the forest. But in the majority of the days, it's a public road. So you can test the full limits of the car and to see how it actually performs, and you make adjustments based on what you get on feedback.
You know, that brings up a great thing that I've learned throughout my research of the Nordschleife. Before the GP circuit was made in the early 80s, there was the Südschleife, the south Nordschleife, the north loop. There was a lesser known, not as I guess exciting, interesting Südschleife. There's 4.7 miles, 7.5 kilometers long. As you see again, this battle still raging on in the TCR series. Don't think it's going to end anytime soon. But the Südschleife was created alongside the Nordschleife in 1927 at the same time, and they were joined together by a start-finish area, and it could be driven as a 17-mile track. It was used a lot, especially for smaller races, but it was used as a combined track as well. But once the Formula One German Grand Prix started being held at the Nordschleife up until '76, obviously, with Lauda's crash being the last time F1 was there, the Südschleife was barely used. And once the GP Strecke circuit was created in the early '80s, the Südschleife was no more, which a little bit of history. I'd love to see or to race around there virtually to just get a feel for what it was like to not only do the Nordschleife but do a Südschleife and Nordschleife combined circuit. Lorenzo, I feel like that's the beauty of virtual racing. You can go anywhere you want at any time.
Yeah, and before I actually jump in about this, you guys can see the team order so lined up close on Cedric Nibzik, Robin Hasse, and Jason Cooper, with Jason Cooper being the main driver on that car, the Aston 597, followed by the Craig Williams in the Craig setup shop, and Friends, number 63, Audi RS3 LMS GPCR car. So talking about the Nordschleife, I've only driven once in Britain since the Südschleife. It is an interesting track. It is kind of trying to mimic the Nordschleife, so it's really interesting. Of course, I really wish it could do the full lane, the full Südschleife GP and Nordschleife, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. As Craig Williams make way for the MG Sport Racing number 23 Mercedes, just going to hotspot. But there's a good question for you and me that we're going to ask. What is more fun to commentate, daytime or night?
That is a great question. I saw that too, Lorenzo, and I feel like, as you see on the screen real quick, we do have the GT3 cars coming into the pits as Team Redline Club is already back out. But I feel like in terms of daytime, nighttime, it's easier to commentate with daytime racing because you can obviously see everyone on the track more. It's kind of like the racers themselves. They're able to only see what's in front of them. Well, if it's not lit up, you can't see it. I love the spectacle of nighttime racing. It's definitely easier to do daytime racing, but give me a good night race and I will enjoy it more than a daytime race. But it's got to be a good one, you know, and maybe more of a share to daytime so it can make the night more interesting, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I like to prefer nighttime in the going end events because it's just more simple for me here in South America, but still it's going to be interesting. For those who are unaware, you guys seen Jonas Ballmeyer coming out of the pits, and he was with the doing the full swap as he actually double sinted the tires, therefore he's going to have fresh rubber now on his out lap, and then furthermore on his second stint. You guys still see the battle between RSO and Craig setup shop, which has been going, I think, for the whole eternity, which is, again, nature of the TCR cars, and it has been brought up that Craig has the upper hand on the Dorian Hall, of course, because of the draft, but he doesn't want to pass. He's trying to save as much fuel as he can, and save, of course, a little bit of time.
Yeah, saving fuel, saving tires, it makes perfect sense. It is interesting, though, how, as a driver, I feel like I would be very aggressive trying to pass them on this. I know we're not even at the midway point, but you're behind someone for so long. Yeah, it can be fun to play a little bit with your food, but at what point you need something? You know what I mean, Lorenzo?
Yeah.
So,
I think Dylan's microphone is acting out again.
Is it acting? But just to say that what a great job here by this TCR group of drivers to effectively be with each other the entire time, beat for beat. They're competing well. You see on the screen right here, however, a TCR group of drivers. The number 2 machine, or the 89 machine, currently in first place, PS competition. In second, actually, as it shows on the car, PS competition is currently driven by Alexander Moss, and starting to grid in fifth, currently in second, and it's a 3-man team there. If split equally, all of them would have 8 hours to drive. Obviously, it'll be a little different once we get to the actual numbers, Lorenzo.
Yeah, so BS competition, they're doing a really great job. I think their strategies have been in the second part of the race, it's perfect. You know, they managed to keep red line black honest. You know, they at one point the gaps were nearly a minute between both teams when they were doing pit stops because they were different cycles. So when they came to full pit stops and basically a convergence of strategies in this latter half of the first half of the race, you can start to see that the advantage, in my opinion, goes to BS competition. It was as impressing me the most. I'll say the entire BS competition 89 car has impressed me the most, even though they got into the incident that took out RVG from the lead of the race in the Porsche GT3 Cup. It's still, regardless, a very impressive drive out of the BMWs at the Porsche GT3 Cup.
I think that's a great choice for you, Lorenzo. I don't think I've seen anyone that has greatly impressed me that I haven't thought would be impressive. I just feel like in terms of consistency, I know we're not having as fast lap times, but it's the curious case of MB Esport Racing for me. I know that's way out of left field, but they're still in the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap. They're sticking around in 7th, a gain of 4 spots, and the only Merc in the field, the only Mercedes AMG GT3 car. So good on them for performing at the way they're going. And remember, it's, as they say, the Nordschleife and this endurance racing is not about how well you finish sometimes. It's just about survival. And they're doing a good job here, as are a lot of other teams. It's a shame we haven't seen more battles specifically between VRS, Columbus, Sim Sports, MSI, eSport Blue, and the other PS competition car, number 7 vehicle. But the top 3, the podium finishers, if it stood right now, they've been within 30 seconds of each other for the majority of the last.
Yeah, so they've been doing a little less on the 30 seconds, so it's going to be really interesting how the cars actually handle each other. So, and one of the other things, again, they're going to be converging on the final hours for the broadcast whenever it's been on. If they keep doing like this, one thing has been impressive me as far as well is, if we were to look at the previous broadcast, we not only see cars spreading out from start to finish, but then already in the GT3 class already a lap behind the leader. The closest car being behind the leader would be the MB Esport Racing. So it is really interesting to see how the MB car is still within the lead lap. So it's a really competitive field throughout these final laps. And we are here for the lap around Alexander Voss as he come down into the one-line chicane as he brakes and lifts the ball a little bit of the car. And we're going to be actually, here we go, we're going to be taking a respawn fin immersion. Actually, I was going to say respawn fin immersion, but it's actually coming in from the pits. So it broke the commentators a little bit.
That is a broadcaster's curse right there, Lorenzo, and you should know yourself. But, yes, we'll see.
Yeah, my track record is not the... I was going to say my track record hasn't been the greatest lately.
I'm still going to blame you because it's more fun. However, Alexander Voss is in the pits right now, stopping from P1. Once that Voss is out, I think we should definitely go. Oh, and the Mala Racing team at Boston Canapino is in the pits right now, taking that first or second, that is, spots in the pits. So GT3 cars are able to get right into their box, and right after the pit, they are going to go right onto the track. Team Redline Black might be the benefit from all of this, because obviously they have already taken their stop, and they're getting back onto the G circuit right now, and they're going to have a clear lead here as Mala Racing Team and BS Competition, so drivers are still in. Passing along the pit straight here, and back in front, Team Redline Black. But it's going to be a quick stop right there for Mala Racing Team. And we're going to have a nice little battle, I think, forming at P1. Not quite sure if that was a double stint or not. However, regardless, there's not that much of a gap that's formed. It's interesting. Team Redline Black had such a huge advantage around 5 hours ago, and it has gone down considerably, Lorenzo.
Yeah, the gap came down just to double city, because BS Competition just came out of picking to do the Michael Schumacher as Alexander Voss actually double city the tires. And there, and from what it looks like, the strategy for BS Competition and the 89 car is double stint, driver swap, double stint, and driver swap on the second pit stop. And it's effectively working for them. They haven't lost a lot of time right now, and the gap is around 10 seconds between Alexander Voss and Jonas Baumeier. So it's going to be interesting to see how Baumeier behaves on this stint of his. He's already about 2 laps into his stint. He's on his 3rd lap, so it's going to be really interesting how Baumeier attacks the curves and attacks the most twisty sections of the Nordschleife to close down the gap to that BMW Z3, Z4 ahead of him.
We'll take a look at the top 8 for each class, then we'll go a little bit of fan immersion here as we're riding along board with the Team Redline Black Ferrari. 71 car in the top 8 in each class. The GT3s will go through first. The 89 PS competition is in first. Team Redline Black P2, 10 seconds back. 7 seconds behind them is Mala Racing Team with an 86 car. And then a minute 20 or a minute 30, that is, MSI Esports Blue trails all them. Around 20 seconds behind Esports Blue is the other BS Competition vehicle, so 2 BS Competition cars within the top 5 overall. VRS Kawanda Sim Sports 6, MV Esport Racing in 7th, and Trans Tasman Racing 2 laps down in P8. We move on to the Porsche Cup to look at the top 8 there, and GE Sports is the leader. They've been okay after having a bit of an incident a few laps prior. They're in first by 22 seconds over Team Redline Cup. 4 seconds behind Redline Cup is Porsche 24, driven by Redline. So Redline has a lot of cars in this race. Unfortunately, Redline White crashed down in the early goings in the GT3 class. Alpine Eagle Racing in 4th place, 2.5 minutes behind all of that action. Another 3 minutes behind in 5th, it's HM Engineering. 40 seconds or 50 seconds behind them is TQ Engineering in 6th. Then a lap down is STL Esports by Logitech G Black. And in 8th, 4 laps down, HM Engineering.
So in the GT4 classes, Corsi Race is still leading the race with about 3 minutes and 48 seconds on Solar Brand Esports GT4. Team Boise Belt, the 301, is in 3rd, followed by Team RSO. Nearly 2 minutes behind them with the 397 car. ASD Yellow is in 5th, followed by DRS with Italy on the number 10 car. Burst Esports Riodono is in 7th, and running out the top 8 of the GT4 is the OTR Esport E2G. And then finally on the TCR class, well, it's still SimRC leading the class with more than 1 minute, 1 minute and 40 seconds on the full Sim Racing, the number 85 car. the team RSO is in third, followed closely by the group setup shop Friends, and Penabel Sim Racing Blue is in fifth. Team Boiseville Geodesic Racing is in sixth. Loud Sport Roscoe Racing Team is in seventh. They're rounding out the top 8 in our class here. Is Pure Sim Racing, Dylan.
We love that. Thanks, Lorenzo, for going through those choices. We're going to go with a bit of fan immersion here on the Team Red Line Cup. Or not Team Red Line Cup, but the Red Line Black car right now that is currently in P2. Jonas Olmeyer is in that Ferrari. And
go to Canapino. He's in the Mullet car though. Alright, so we're gonna make a quick switch. We're gonna go into the Mullet racing team for a Racebot TV fan immersion with the Argentinian driver Agustin Canapino. This is the iRacing Sports Network 24 hours of Nürburgring powered by BCO.
and welcome back if you're just joining in with our commentary here on Race.tv. It's a 24 hours of Nordschleife brought to you by VCO. What a beautiful event so far, and we're not even to the halfway point here. An hour and 7 before we have finally gotten into that majestic point where we start to count down the number of hours instead of counting up to that midway point. We hope you enjoyed that fan immersion experience we gave you with Augustine Canapino. Dylan Coyle joined alongside Lorenzo Bonder, and Lorenzo, you have a feeling that there is going to be a battle for the overall lead in just a few laps. What makes you feel like Team Redline Black is going to get to the bumper of BS Competition 89?
I'll say his name is Brawl. Ballmeyer pitted full pit stop, so he's going to have the better grip towards the mid. The second half of this spin, which is going to have an upper hand compared to Alexander Boss. So it would be surprising if the driver from the number 71 Red Line Black car, the Ferrari 488 pulls down the gap, be more aggressive with his legs and braking, and Boss has to be more conservative on how he handles the car, and thus opens up the door for Ballmeyer to come closer, because the gap is already down to 6.9 and it's closing down bit by bit. So it is opening up the gap for Ballmeyer to close it, and then still the needle whenever he finds an opportunity to do so.
He has to go through some trap work, which he handled pretty well. Good job by both he and the lower class vehicle, but Jonas Vollmeyer, he is catching up very quickly. He is riding at the limit, Lorenzo, and you see that shot just from a right to a left, and he's moving with a ton of pace. Can he catch up by the end of this lap?
It's unlikely, 7 laps to catch up is really complicated in this, unless someone makes a big mistake in the side of Alexander Bond, the side of C. Ballmeyer closing down in this lap, those 7 seconds. If it was against me, he would have closed down one turn, but not racing against me, he is racing against a high quality driver, as he's glued on the course in racing car as he just passed on Scott and all the way down to Stefan Beloff S. Stefan
Balasev is make way for Vollmeyer, and yeah, like you said, its gap just expanded 2 extra seconds. That is what happens when you have to work through traffic, however. If you are stuck behind some traffic for, I don't know, 3-4 corners, that cuts out a considerable chunk of time in the gap. And right now it's Alexander Voss with BS Competition 89 in front of the 71 machine of Team Redline Black's Jonas Vollmeyer. BS Competition, a 3-man crew, Heinrich Voss and Philip Eng. It's a beautiful shot here, everything lit up around the Nordschleife, coming over the hill. The headlights, kind of scary, would you say, if you're just a spectator watching and all of a sudden you see this huge illuminated beast coming right at you and then flying by as quickly as it took for you to recognize that there was even a car there. It's the fresh tires. This is really a test of what fresh tires look like compared to that double-stinted tire, wouldn't you say, Lorenzo?
Absolutely, because when you get fresher tires, you are more confident in pushing out the car. If he lost the 2 seconds, it was about 7 seconds when he had that block when traffic went to 9. He already shredded 1 second in a few turns in the blink of an eye. So Ballmeyer going full confidence with that Ferrari 488, going hard every single lap. And again, I still retain my 2 lap. He's going to close down on that BMW Z4.
Only a handful of cars are on the Nordschleife, as all of them are beginning to exit the Nürburgring, as you see Vollmeyer caught up the off-road material over off-road gravel and grass. But you see a lot of these cars are being pushed to the limit, and Vollmeyer, more than anyone. I'm curious to hear or to understand what is in his mindset, because he is using every bit of curbing that he could possibly use and going to the very edge of the track, getting all of his left-hand tires up into the green, right past the red and white curbing. And at the end of this Nürburgring GP circuit run, he's gonna again start to creep ever so slightly closer to Voss in first. I feel like, you know, it's almost like it's almost inevitable that this Team Redline Black car is going to catch up to Voss in P1, and Jonas Vollmeyer is really looking like he's hot lapping out there.
Yeah, again, they were the only team who done the lap under 8 minutes, which for a qualifying lap, people, 8 minutes on a 25-kilometer track, it's amazing. It's something that not many drivers are able to do, not even real life drivers can actually do a lap like this. So it is a testament to the quality of the drivers we see on the track. The gap is now 6.8 seconds as he just passes the Hudson box session, is setting up for the bridge and then full pots. So I'll give credit where it's due to BS competition. The strategy of double seating the tires is working well so far. 3 laps in, you know, they still have more, 4 laps in, they still have 3 more laps to go. So all in all, really good job on the BS competition 89 team to have made Redline be honest, like I mentioned, and push every single lap and keep the competition open.
But what do you think about once the light starts to come up and the dark eyes start to dissipate? Do you think double stinting will still work, Lorenzo?
For 20 hours, yes. I think, to be very honest, I think double stinting is off the table whenever we get about the final maybe 4, 6, maybe 7 hours of this race, where the track gets to 20 degrees Celsius temperature, maybe 23, 24. The track gets hotter and hotter eventually, so you're gonna have to go for full service pit stops every stint that you do, unless someone actually goes for a very splash and dash like pit stop at the end of the race and just go for a 1 stint and a half. But you know, we're not going to be able to see that, unfortunately. Me and you, Dylan, are going to have to be tuned in for the final 6 hours when the radio on team or the radio show limited actually takes over for the final 6 hours.
The Team Redline Black vehicle of Jonas Vollmeyer has cut off 2 seconds to the lead that Voss has. It's now under 6 seconds, and this, remember, half a lap ago was an 8-second gap. It's now down to under 6 seconds. Vollmeyer is going to catch up to Voss. How hard will Voss travel to stay in front of Vollmeyer? I'm not quite sure that, you know, we might have seen this in P3, P4, P5 battles for the TCR class. I don't know if Voss is going to be okay with just simply surrendering first overall.
I don't think he's gonna play fair. I think he's gonna play fair. Try to go for maybe one defense here and there, but I think deep down inside he knows that Vollmeyer's coming. He's hungry. He wants to make the move. And eventually, again, it's nighttime. You must capitalize your wins and losses. And a driver like Alexander Voss, who's a very brainy like individual. He drives a lot with his brains. He's aggressive, but he knows what he's doing. It's aware of, you know, this is something that I cannot beat. I have to take this loss over here and just stay within contact.
Vollmeyer has recorded some unbelievable times. His last lap was a half sec quicker than Alexander Voss, an 808.065 versus Voss's 808.461. And another thing, as Vollmeyer is seeing some TCR traffic in front of him that he's going to have to deal with carefully. He does a good job there. Another thing is that Vollmeyer, he's been on these fresh tires for 4 laps, so he is starting to wear down the life of them. Still going very strongly, however. A 3-lap run, though, for Alexander Voss since going into the pits. But remember, the tires are pretty old. It's probably 3 times, if not 3.5 times more worn down than Vollmeyer vehicle. Lorenzo, how much, who would it hurt more? Once these two drivers do meet somewhere, if the Voss is able to hold off Vollmeyer for even half a lap, how much of a chunk of wear does that put on Vollmeyer's vehicle and his tires? Does it get to a point where...
wait. We have the GT3 car off just as I saw the Voss going down to the left car. I'm going to take a look who it is. But dangerous moment for Alexander Voss. He could have got involved in minutes.
Well, as you put a look there, you said it was a Porsche Cup or a GT3 car. What did you say, Lorenzo?
It was a GT3 Cup car just after the Voss garden. Just trying to take a quick look to see who it is involved.
All right, well, while you try to find that out, we're still going to see with the Team Redline Black Vehicle and BS competition. That gap back to 6.5 seconds. Again, there was some traffic there for Vollmeyer, so that's what's starting to hurt again. And Lorenzo, TQ Engineering is the team that had an issue. Can you take us through what happened?
Just over here, taking a quick look, it was right after Florence Godson, and from what it looks like, he had a mishap by himself down into the lower, to the pit, and he kind of broke himself. He didn't manage to lift and brake and keep the car under control, and had to dive down on the outside of the gravel trap, kind of cruise all the way down into the grass, and the exit off Wisconsin all the way down to 7 Block S, and just coming right in the front of the BS Competition 89.
As we're about to get this replay brought to you by Virtual Competition Organization, we see the TQ Engineering car sliding around some fast-paced corner, goes in really deep, gets into the grass, comes back on. That could have been bad. Tries to straighten himself out. That's Brennan Cronin. Still not where he completely goes through the grass, but it looks like he tags his right rear tire, takes the grass, he hits the wall, and that appears to be right in front of the leading cars. As you said, Lorenzo, that could have been very bad.
Yeah, I'm just looking over here over the replay that Hugo brought us. Apparently, it already had damage prior to going to Bushin. I'm just going to take a look at that because the way the steering wheel was actually twitching, it was already to the side. Yeah.
I think that I saw this car twitching, as you just said. I think that the steering column might be broken, as that replay was brought to you by PCO. And there's got to be some issue with the car now that is not normal steering. The twitching wasn't helping, and trying to take that turn at a slightly higher speed that probably should have been taken, it did not turn out well. Just more damage, and that's a long repair that's going to have to happen for the EQ Engineering machine, and that's a shame to see. Because earning a decent race back around P6 or 5 in the lower series, I guess you could say, the lower divisions. But I think what you've got to look at here is it's something that shows up, Lorenzo. The top classes almost have to avoid some bullets at times because it's something that's going to be lurking around each bend, each blind corner that they are not going to be aware of, and Lady Luck has got to be on your side.
Yeah, it's very complicated, especially within these night sections. You pretty much said everything. You know, you gotta have skill. You know, we joke around like 50% luck, 20% skill, and all these lyrics we like to pull up the references. But I think for this track specifically, Nürburgring and maybe Le Mans at some point, we say it is maybe 60% skill or 70% skill, 30% luck, and if you actually get down to 30% engaged every single time, you're gonna have a good run no matter what.
Yeah, you have 99% of the race going so well, but then just one small incident later and it's all over for your day, and it's never fun to have that happen, Lorenzo. I thankfully have never had to face that feeling of spitting out in an online big major competitive event. Thanks to everyone who's tuning in to iRacing Esports Network's 24 hours of Nordschleife, which is powered by VCL. We have around 1,200 just watching our YouTube stream right now, and it's been a fantastic race to watch. I'm very hopeful everybody is enjoying it as much as we are enjoying some of these battles. You know, I think when I was much younger, Lorenzo, I always thought, well, if there's no battle happening for the lead, then it's not that exciting. But there's so much in motorsports that happens not in first. And that's where some of the real excitement that you can't find anywhere else happens to be. Another thing to keep an eye out for, that NB Esport Racing 23 machine is close to getting lapped, I think. Yeah, very close. BS competition. And I don't think the Esport Racing driver wants to go a lap down. They're the last driver on the lead lap. It's right now being driven by Mikkel Sondegaard, three-man driving team, the lone Mercedes in the field. So you can bet that's going to help Team Redline Black to catch up, and Jonas Vollmeyer, while the tires are not as fresh as they originally were, there's going to be some good action here. I don't think that the NB Esport team will just yield way, because you're still trying to fight to remain on that lead lap. You're in the same class. You're not just normal traffic. Lorenzo, this is a sticky situation to be in.
It's a sticky situation to be in, but given the circumstances, you're still on the track. Anything can happen. You're still under the nighttime, so mistakes can still be made. You can still recover a lap. Still make a few positions up. So for the NB Esports, I think they're doing a really solid job. They're probably going to land the BS competition 89 car crash. They're not going to make it difficult, because if they do make it difficult, then they're not going to appreciate it one bit as they go into the whole anytime. So they're just about getting to the highest part of the track session, which is like just the curve that I mentioned. And here comes the BS competition, about to overlap HM Engineering 911 Cup.
This is going to slow down the BS competition vehicle, I think, a lot. It also could help the Alexander Voss machine if Jonas Vollmeyer is not able to get by this lap traffic fairly quickly. But you see right in front of Voss's car is the Mercedes AMG machine driven by Sondegaard, and this could be a little hairy. I think that with just under a 6-second advantage over Team Redline Black, we're going to see some awesome action. As you can tell, this is getting pretty intense. The Team Redline Black machine flashing some of the slower to try and get out of the way, and they're not really playing that well. Oh, has to push on the brakes just to keep up, and we're a little bit behind to see what just happened, but that could have been really bad. Vollmeyer's still flashing, I think, in disapproval. He had to slam on the brakes to keep from being caught there. Not quite sure if we can maybe see what the gap looks like now, as we still see some smoke. We still see the Mercedes driver going around the little carousel and still holding that position. What will he do? What will he do? This is going to be interesting. Sondegaard is keeping the inside line on Alexander Voss. Voss is going to have a massive draft, so I think he is blinking him on to go by. I don't think he's going to fight this. As we see the BS competition, Voss-driven car gets the draft, pulls out to the right, and makes it look easy. Perfect time to catch up with him, and that is perhaps the best possible scenario. But the Mercedes driver has a draft, and it's not going to be enough straight, flat-out space to catch up. I don't know if they'll try to interfere with that #1 place car, but as of right now, 6 drivers on the lead lap, and DRS Kalanda Simsport is that last car on the lead lap. 5-minute, 30-second gap to the front of the field.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, please I was just going to comment that I think under normal racing circumstances, because the 77 of Trans-Tasman's racing car got involved into an incident, so they lost a few laps back. I think under normal racing circumstances, this might be the first overlap that we've seen on the same class cars. So you can see 12 hours in, all cars that were in the GT3 class, high quality GT3 strength of field. If you guys are not aware, strength of field is just based on the iRating, which is the how good are you as a driver within the iRacing simulator service. So it is a very high SOF. When we registered was about 8.7 thousand or 8,700 iRating. So it is probably one of the highest iRating I ever seen for a 1 class. But still, we have the testament of seeing all drivers within the majority of the GT3 class within the lead lap. And Jonas Vollmeyer, even though it is 2.5 seconds, I only see Vollmeyer actually being within the track range if the BS competition in Voss actually gets into a GT4 DCR and block into what let's just say Hotzenbach for example, see those the education. No, and this might help Vollmeyer a little bit.
Yes, and look at that. It's under 2.5 seconds now for Jonas Vollmeyer. Under 2 seconds now. This traffic is playing right into the prancing horse driver's hands. My word. Look at that. There is so much lap traffic to have to contend with, and Vollmeyer has been flashing drivers from very far back. Remember, there's still the NB Esport Racing 23 machine that has to be worried with Team Redline's approach to him. Team Redline will be saying, hey, get out of the way, you're going to be a lap car. I wouldn't be surprised if the AMG machine says, no, I want to stay on the lead lap, so I'm going to compete with the car in front of me. You mean the guy that's in the lead? Yes, that's how the conversation would go. 1.866 seconds. Voss has been doing an admirable job on double stint tires, however, to stay in front of Vollmeyer, who is on not really any more fresh tires. He's on the single stint tires. It might not be a bad decision to go and keep this a single stint tire set, Lorenzo. I wouldn't double stint the tires as another dive down the inside. It works well on some slower traffic. But Lorenzo, what would you say the strategy for Redline Black should be when it comes to if to go double stinting or a fresh new set of tires?
I think they are on a strategy that favors them mainly on the long run. I think the final moments of the race, just keeping the safe strategy that is working out for them to keep within the touch of the leaders, P1, P2, and P3. But again, now that is Jonas Vollmeyer final, he has to pin it within maybe this lap. If he actually saves one more lap, I would be very surprised. But I'll give credit where it's due. He has had an amazing strategy. He managed Vollmeyer to the brink of the limit of that car of the Ferrari 488, and he's making it work. He's making the guy work. He's making, like, you want my position, you have to earn it. So you have to leave the traffic as fast as possible, avoid time losses. So I'll give Alexander Voss with an amazing drive as they go into Westheifen.
Oh boy, that was not a sight you want to be seeing if you're in that Redline Black sheet. Mikkel Sondergaard got loose, and he's going to just let him go by. And Vollmeyer says, thank you very much, let me get on my way. Because Sondergaard touched the grass and almost spun out right in front of Vollmeyer. Could have ruined his day. Remember, this is a lot about luck, just as much as it is about skill. And now there is no one in between Wallmeyer and Voss. This is going to be fun. Looking at the track map, there is actually no traffic in front of them. So they've got some clear track for quite a while. They'll have for another few minutes here. So this is a straight fight at the moment, Lorenzo, and we'll see how fresh those tires are now, because I just don't think that because they're many laps old, they've had a lot of miles driven into it. I just don't see the tires being a huge deal now. Yes, obviously, one's double stinted, one is not. The difference is that Ferrari is driving at the limit right now. I don't think Voss wants to push that car to the limit because of the tire. So, plus, I guess it does have something, somewhat of a play into how these teams will approach the remaining laps on this stint. And around 3 to 4 laps, you'll see teams starting to venture towards pit road, but that gap is now at 1.4 seconds. This is gonna be fun. How about that question again, Lorenzo? Will they catch up now?
All right. Simple question. What is it?
Will they catch up on this line?
All right. Sorry. Yeah, they will catch up. The thing is, catching up is one thing. You can see Wallmeyer being way more aggressive, using curbing on the outside as he goes as possible and all the way down into position. So it's going to be interesting on how Wallmeyer is going to handle the braking zone into the Belfast and all the way down to the flying carousel set up for the Donigahoa. Because if Wallmeyer is winning on this lap, he needs to pass Piast's competition, but from there to look at the scope of things, if we have to hand down a winner in this stint battle, and this might change a little bit the stints for Redline, how they approach the strategy, it has to be ES competition. That drops to, again, Alexander Bloss and the strategist, and team personnel. They drove an amazing stint, and they still have one more lap in their stint before they go into the pit stall.
They drove an amazing stint right here so far, but it still was. Let's talk about it this way. It mitigated damages that could have been put on by Wallmeyer, and Wallmeyer will very much catch up to him before this lap is over. I think on that straight, there's going to be a huge draft put on. It's half a second advantage that the BS competition car has over Team Redline Black. It's not something we'll be happy about. All of this is just mitigating the damage that is being put on by Wallmeyer, in my opinion, Lorenzo. And I think that it will be something to note as we go through the next 12 and a half hours of strategy. A lot of steam with the draft. It's Wallmeyer catching up. This is going to be a dangerous maneuver down the right side. Both cars side by side. Who's going to get there? And it's clean. It's Wallmeyer in the lead of the 24 hours of Nordschleife.
Yeah, but I think that is going to be short-lived for Wallmeyer as going to the Hohenheim chicane. Here he goes, right-hand side, left-hand side on the exit. Let's see if Wallmeyer is going to go into the pits. No, he's not. Actually, he has one more lap within his stint, so he managed to save a little bit of fuel for his final. So now it all comes down to how much can Meyer break away, and if Piast's competition, if Alexander Voss actually has some rubber left into that BMW Z4 of this to keep up with the Ferrari off the number 71 driver from Jonas Wallmeyer.
It's been 7 laps since Wallmeyer was in the pits. The team started on the grid in first, and it's currently first overall in the race. A little wide. That was close to going into the gravel trap here on the Nürburgring side of the circuit. Going deep in with the braking, but taking an awkward line out is Wallmeyer. You know, you spend so much time almost shadow driving that once you're out in front, your brake markers are a little weird because you've seen the guys in front, you've seen what they're doing, but now you have to go back to just looking at reference points on the track itself instead of just looking for reference points and the reactions of the drivers in front. So front of them, I don't see Vollmeyer not taking advantage of it. I'm curious, will they go with a new set of tires? Because that would set them back on a similar strategy as PS competition, and they would have the same lead. The road stop for that extra kit, for the new set of tires. It's around another 22 minutes, or minutes gone. 22 seconds that gets added on to that pit time, and it would be a clear black and white Team Redline Black. Team Redline Black. Wow. It would be Team Redline Black out in front, clear as day, and it wouldn't be down to double or single stinting at all. They would be on a similar strategy. Lorenzo, would you do that if you were Team Redline Black? Would you fit a new set of tires and go single stinting?
That's the $1 billion question right now. If I'm Vollmeyer, if I actually break away in about, let's say, maybe 2 to 3 seconds, I would say, I probably would say in the back of my mind, maybe I should go for a double stint. I can still play it safe, let the other driver take over, and let him, do the job of, doing everything that I just done, clear out every single lap, do the overtake, retake needed, nice and clean. But it's going to be interesting when they come down the pit lane into this lap. I think the race has been made wide open by this strategy alone by BS competition.
If I'm the strategist for Team Redline Black, certainly I'm not. I would really want to see an exact copy of this performance go out again. I want to see Vollmeyer go out with a fresh set of tires again and put on a clinic just like he was doing as he caught up to Alexander Loss. But that's also speaking from the beginningness of some excitement in laps, because I'll tell you one thing, that vehicle, man, Team Redline Black, Vollmeyer has done a fantastic job over the course of his stint, probably the best stint that any one driver has had in the race. What a battle, though, we had in this GT3 class fight. We're close to, obviously, 35 minutes away from that midway point here, and obviously this is a time race, not a lap race, but the leader, Vollmeyer, is on his 83rd lap. So it's funny. Imagine saying 83 laps. Imagine one of these guys is like, his wife wants to watch a movie, but he says no. I want to spend another. Can I spend 83 more laps? Sure, okay. Thinking it's like Monaco or Bristol. No, it's the Nordschleife. It's the Nordschleife. That's what probably is happening, Lorenzo.
Great analogy. Well, because the lap around Portugal is 20 seconds, 20-something seconds, so it would be
still the quickest.
No, it would be a quick drive-by, and 84 laps around the Nordschleife is nearly 12 hours as we're approaching the end of our broadcasting stand over here in Dillon. It's been an interesting race, hasn't it?
It has been a great race. I think that we've so far had a great show being put on, as we've had the first 6 hours by the Radio Le Mans guys, and in this 6-hour stint, Lorenzo and I, we've been a part of it since that 6-hour mark. My time, it was 3:30 East time, and your time, Lorenzo, it was 4:30, if I'm knowing your time zone in Brazil right now.
Yeah.
So we're having some good fun here. You see on the screen, the BRS Honda team is pits, as we, I'm curious, actually, Lorenzo, if this is the lap that we'll start to see Team Redline Black going into the pits. Do you think they'll last another stint? Because it's Vollmeyer is still pulling away a little bit.
Just looking at laps real quick. This is Vollmeyer's 14th lap overall, so I don't really see Vollmeyer staying for a third stint. We've seen that done by other drivers in other teams, but Redline, knowing Redline how they operate, they usually try to keep it double, maybe a triple stint depending on the track, and let another driver take over. So I wouldn't be surprised if either of them beats, or maybe Beneke at some point stays in the car or enters the car and drives the other laps. So it's going to be interesting this next pit stop. I think a lot of the race moving forward is residing on red lines and BS competition strategy. Well, BS competition is basically obviously going to do for a full service, but I think all the race resides on what Vollmeyer and Redline buttons can do.
Okay, but are those the only two teams in contention for the overall win now, though? Because you still have Mala Racing just 19 seconds back. But out of those three, can any of the rest of the GT3 teams even compete? You've got BS competition, 2 minutes, 30 seconds almost behind. Behind them, you got the MSI Esports Blue Team 3 minutes behind, and 5.5 minutes behind is BRS Columbus SimSport, but they just went into the pits. So, what can any other team besides the top three compete for the win there?
If you want to have like an outside shot, I'll probably put. Just want to see if I'm actually trying. I probably would put MSI Esports Blue, because I've seen strategies from MSI, especially in the Porsche. They fiddle around with short fueling and maybe long fueling. So it's going to be really interesting how the Iberian team is going to perform on the next, probably I would say maybe 3 to 4 stints. And see where they are placed on the track. It is 3 minutes away from the Team Redline Black team, as we're about to see over here Jonas Vollmeyer into the pits. And this is probably the pit stop of the race. All right, let's take a look and see how Vollmeyer handles the pit stall, as he is on the verge of the pit limiter.
You have to wonder what the strategy will be. Will Vollmeyer stay in for another? That would be ridiculous. Will they go double stinting with the tires here? We'll see if he is jacked up in the Ferrari. That stop is, I'm really curious.
No driver spot, so Vollmeyer doesn't stint.
So Vollmeyer is staying in again, and I wonder, are they jacking the car up? Because obviously we'll see within a few seconds time, or they're just going to have him pull off. He was starting to slow down once he even did get past the BS competition car. He's still just planted right on the ground. He's been in the pit lane for a minute and 4 seconds, and they're double stinting. They are double stinting. A strategy call that I wouldn't even say it's bold or it's safe. It's just one that you just gotta wait and see. Hindsight is important with these strategy calls. You gotta know Lorenzo. And this one, I don't really know what the best decision was, but I do know one thing. Vollmeyer is going to wheel this car around the circuit.
Yeah, Vollmeyer is going to wheel the car. And from my perspective, I think it is, my point of view, of course, is my opinion. I can diverge with everybody else, even the people in this broadcast booth. It is a safe yet programmed strategy call from Redline. I think they know what they're doing. I think they are confident within their strategies moving forward, as we are in the sim about 3:13 a.m. So sunrise is about to appear in about 2 hours and 12 minutes, roughly. So it's going to be interesting how Redline goes for the morning stint, and if it continues with this double stint, and then whenever it gets out of the track, go for the single approach.
You know, all the drivers here, with the exception of a few small incidents, they've been racing really well. And I know that when Connery was here, we were talking a bit about the silly hours, the hours of the night that it's just ridiculous to still be even awake. I haven't seen that many incidents, that many, shows of poor driving, and I think that might be because a lot of the teams are not from, one specific area of the world. Some of them are, but in this case, I feel like there's a lot of great racing throughout the entirety of the four classes, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's interesting as we are seeing Korea, this new Canapino. It's still in second place, but he's within the same strategy of BS competition. It's going to be, this is one of the key points we're going to be talking about and in a little bit. David Haynes is going to cookie potty, and at some point I know Tyler Maxson is over here with us. Is going to be producing the third quarter of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. They're going to be wondering, same conversation as we are trying to break down if the BS and Molly strategies are going to be David Haynes are going to be effective moving forward into the morning time. It's going to be interesting. I'm really curious to see as we're approaching the end of our 6 minutes to go.
27 minutes to go. Is that all we have left, Lorenzo? Unbelievable. It's been a great time up in the booth. We've been watching some awesome action and raging throughout. I'm curious to see how some of the battles are shaping up throughout the rest of the field. Taking a look at our timetables to see if there's any close battles raging through on the field, and there's a gap between our good friend Williams and Blake Neck for that P4 spot in the TCR series. And other than that, that's the closest interval between two cars right now. We've had a lot of cars go off the track and out of the race. Again, I'm going to be counting while speaking, so give me some patience. Around 18 cars are showing up as stopped and out of the car. So if that number is correct, we've got around 36 cars still on track. 36 cars still fighting for some glory here in the 24 Hours of Nordschleife presented by BCO. Top 7 spots, all dominated by GT3 drivers. 8th overall goes to the Porsche Cup class, the Porsche 24, driven by Redline car of Alexander Fiat. And just looking through the timetable to see if there's any anomalies throughout. Obviously, we have the Trans-Tasman Racing Audi R8 LMS of Emily Jones with being 3 laps down off the GT3 lead, currently in 8th place. Curious to look through the field and see what drivers have, had some high hopes high up on the grid, but ended up not going, for some successful runs here. And not all of them, obviously, have had a great time here at this beautiful circuit.
Yeah, they're having great time. And I'm actually going to throw it down to you about the surface before we actually put more stuff and the racing itself. If you have to pick a track in the United States to race a 24-hour race that isn't Daytona or Sebring, which track would you pick?
That is a 2 question, and immediately I thought Road America. I love Road America.
Fair enough. I respect the choice. I saw David Haynes over here on the broadcast saying VIR. I'll say that David. I know David Haynes is a VIR lover from a long period, so I'm not surprised with that call.
Oh, well, that's VIR, I don't think, is wide enough at certain points to provide some traffic, but I guess neither is Nordschleife, so that could be fun. Honestly, Road America is great. Circuit of the Americas is awesome as well. I could see it hosting, 24-hour races, already hosted some long endurance races. The thing about the Circuit of the Americas is it has a similar vibe to Daytona in terms of it feels like a party atmosphere once you're there under the lights. So that would be a nice place. I think the only problem with Road America is that there is, while it is pure racing, it does not necessarily have all the infrastructure to make it feel like a party. I feel like if you're in America to get all of the endurance enthusiasts over to watch some races, you need to make it feel like a party. That's what Daytona does so well. And I feel like Road America would definitely have to take that route, as we see Alexander Voss is going down pit road hard on the limiter and brakes right before that line to go in for his pit stop. Lorenzo, one of the hardest skills to master in sim racing, and it's a lot easier on the Nürburgring, is just everyone needs to know Augustine Canapino is going in as well. We have a lot of friends who want to hear about his action. One of the hardest things to do is get on the brakes at perfect timing and not get a speeding penalty when going into pits. Some pits are harder than others. I mean, I can think of something like Spa. That's not a fun pit lane to enter into. Bathurst, oh god, Bathurst is crazy. You have like you almost have like a chicane in there. You do have a chicane, so Nürburgring is definitely a lot easier when it comes to pits.
You'd say it is easy, but the problem is you come from the one-line chicane, and the problem from the one-line chicane is you guys see Jonas Wallmeyer just retaking the lead out of Alex Arana, who's just going into the Mahler racing car, and Alexander Voss is going to stay for one more spin in the BMW Z4 PS 89. So it is, there are some hard tracks, and I think the Nordschleife, it doesn't look hard, but it is hard because you come from Hohenrhein, you need to get Hohenrhein right, and depending on traffic, getting to the pit lane, it is a tricky part. So you have to be mindful about that. As Voss gets out of the pits, and eventually Arana is going to come out of the pits as well.
Actually, branching off of that conversation, what are some of the hardest pit lane entries and exits that you can think of?
I would say first and foremost, all right, Bathurst aside, I know Laguna Seca is a hard one. The exit is a very hard one because you're just coming out of turn number 2. It is kind of a blinder left-hander, and you're kind of matched up with car speed. Silverstone at some point because you're just also coming out into a mid-high speed corner and you don't have a lot of room to move. So the entry is not overly complicated. The complication can be over the entry in terms of braking. You can overshot it a little bit. It's gonna be there are a few tracks I can remember. If the boys also is going to be taking over for us in about 20 minutes, want to help out and give us recommendations, we're going to be definitely appreciative of this.
Yes, please. Anybody who is paying or asking, Interlagos, what a great choice right there from the chat. Anyone who has any comments they want to make about what is some of the hardest pit lane entry and exit points throughout all of motorsports, please let us know. Some other ones, I don't like any of them which makes you turn and sharp right or left. Abu Dhabi's pit exit, not a fun one to deal with. Jerez entry, that sharp left-hander, is not fun to deal with. I like Nürburgring. It's pretty much straight, but nonetheless, we're riding along with Mahler Racing Team's Alex Arana as the sim time reaches 3:23 a.m. My word, we're past that point where you start wondering what the race is going to look like at the halfway point, and to the point where you can say this is what it looks like at the halfway point. What has been some of the biggest takeaways from the first 12 hours, Lorenzo, for you?
I think it has been a very clean race this far. We've had, you could say we had 54 cars running and starting the race. We have about 36, so I'm putting a very low number. Normally, it is a very more attrition-based track, so you would see more teams outside. And basically most of the GT3 cars are the lead lap, except for maybe 2 who are still running. The top 3 strategies are really interesting because BS Competition and Mahler Racing Team are all similar, and I just saw Alex Arana just overtaking the RSO GT4 just on the outside of Schweinenkreuz, which is not the most fun part of the track. You really want to overtake someone because the car is loose and you does want to roll, especially with the cold tires. This is a fast left-hander before Ironburg. But the top three strategies are very compelling and very, I'm not going to say mysterious, but very mind-boggling at some point, because you have to think if it is the right, who's having the right strategy. We don't know, because based upon just the gap itself, we can tell the whole story. It doesn't tell the whole story how the cars are handling it. The only thing I can actually say we might have the upper hand right now at this point of the race might be BS competition, the number 89, not red line black. But then again, we're approaching the midway point. There's still 12 hours to go in the Nürburgring. The morning is still to come, daylight is yet to come. So enjoy the ride, and then when we come to the final 6 hours, the Radio Show Limited will be taking us to the final 6 hours, and soon will be our boys over here, Juno Kakipati, and also Tyler Maxon doing the producing, and wrap it up is going to be our lovely friend David Haynes.
Oh, lovely that is. I've never actually talked with David until his chat responses to us, and already I have a good feeling that he is. I would jive with him. Lorenzo, I'm not sure if I jive with you as much as I'd like to. You know,
Fair enough.
we have that history. We have
a background.
Yeah, you're tight in my book. You're I don't know where I'm going with this, Lorenzo.
Yeah,
it's 3:26 a.m. in the game in the sim, and I feel like it's 3:30 in the morning where I am. But yeah, so some interesting strategies you were just talking about. And remember, even though Team Redline does have that 30-second lead over that big lead, it's only because that they are double stinting with these tires, and also BS competition, they stopped for tires. So how it's going to shape up, it does look like, you know, if the gap keeps going down as it should, you know, fresh tires always means a quicker car. It should look at what, like BS competition back in the lead by a few seconds. If that, it's going to be tight going through the next round of pit stops.
It's going to be real tight to come to the next round of pit stop, because the gaps are going to be so close. I mean, so close that they're going to be basically driving real close to one another, and they're going to be trading pace no matter certainly around the track. And I want to make a quick point about CRC on the TCR, because I'm impressed. We've seen the GT3 cars going at it every single time. We've seen guys going up and down in the Porsche GT3 Cup class, but I think the one that has been stable, aside the GT4 and Corson Racing, has done a phenomenal job. Let me take that away. Both SimRC and Core are doing an astounding job in their lead of the classes. And for SimRC, they're on a roll lately. We've seen them on the 6 hours of Race Clutch win their class, the Car Series, and also the SCO winning their classes respectively. So SimRC is on a roll lately. It's really good to see them being adaptive to so many cars and still being good at it.
Yeah, SimRC, they have in a commanding lead right now, and there's been, I haven't seen any qualms, any jips in their performance. They've really done well throughout the entire race. No complaints, I think you could say, from anyone watching that class. I think you can also say similar things about the GT4 leaders in Core Sim Racing. They've been great too. They're really starting to dominate these, not starting, they've been dominating both the GT4 and touring car classes. A little bit obviously of a different story once we get into the Porsche Cup. Even though the Porsche Cup might be still a decent, you know, space out, we're still finding some good.
There's still some good battles to be seen, yes, Dylan. So, as we are seeing over here, between Venable Sim Racing Blue and Craig Setup Shop, Adelaide Simonich and Craig Williams going at it. We saw Venable at the start of the race. They were leading the TCR class, but unfortunately got involved into incidents. And then Craig Setup Shop also was trying to contend for the lead, but eventually got involved in a few incidents with traffic cars being overlapped and got into incidents. And So far, Craig Williams, you know, he likes the TCR. He loves the TCR. That's his main car. Doing a really good job.
Yeah, doing a very good job here. That Craig Williams machine is, yeah, I wonder what the setup tips he took from himself to me. Information for himself is free. And if only, I'm sure a bunch of sim racers would love to take a gander inside his mind to actually be able to tell what goes through his setups for the cars. It's been great to watch. Obviously, this is kind of a new battle. We haven't really seen a battle between these guys happen in any of the races. In Racing Blue, we haven't talked about them as much as maybe we would have liked to talk about. That under a second lead that they have over Craig Williams, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this develops.
Yeah, they've been running tail to tail basically on the lap, and we've seen Craig set up shop, you know, looking for a few moves left and right when he gets the opportunity. It's going to be really interesting to see how Craig actually goes into his final 2, maybe 3 laps of his stint. He's on his 8th lap, 7 laps total, so it's going to be curious of how the owner of Craig Setup Shop, for those who are not aware, Craig Williams is the guy that is on the side of the car. That is his face. So he's going to be riding hard every single lap, and if he gets an opportunity maybe on his final lap, he's going to go for it. But he knows how to play the car.
He does know how to play the cards of this game. He came into the lap P5 in his class, now P3. As Craig Williams is looking to continue climbing up the rank of this class. Still looking at the rest of the field and where everybody else went, and it does look like some of the other guys in the class have either stopped to go into the pits. I'm not quite sure if you could see that, Lorenzo, but Full Send Racing and Team Hessingveld is kind of off the pace. I wonder if that's because they just went to the pits, but I can't quite see that now. But nonetheless, Craig Williams still trying to fight to get into some better position for himself. As you see, Alex Simonich is still leading as you get to that 11-kilometer mark. I love seeing that around this track. It gives you a sense of appreciation for how fast these guys are really traveling. And it's not even just a straight run. It's a curvy and hilly run. And you see their cars almost getting airborne. And there's a few spots where they definitely get airborne. Got the sparks that fly from there, Lorenzo. It's that's why night racing is special. You can actually see when they go airborne and come back down and bottom out.
Hey, and this is one of the cool features that in broadcasts I haven't seen. I think not even that. You know, the only time I've seen was in Mons. The car is bottoming out and hitting the panel, the bottom panel, and creating the sparkles. So it's cool to see this thing going on. Being shown on broadcast, it adds more value to broadcast. But unfortunately now, I think Craig Williams just a small mistake and they're breaking on the Marcel, losing ground to Benevol team.
Yeah, and first Esport Viatoro is trying to get in front of Williams. Got a little too close and tight there. The GT4 class. Oh, he goes into the grass. Williams not playing nice there. Flashing at him is Pedersen. And Jesper Pedersen is not happy with Williams. Williams not giving any slack, gets right on the back. I wonder if they touch there. And my word, this is not a battle that you want to see. Williams goes a little wide, cuts off any chance for Pedersen to get by him. And man, oh man, this is not something that Pedersen wants to see. Already a frustrating day with the Riatoro team. And Williams cuts it off, goes to the outside though, gets really close, and they touch! They touch! Oh man, Pedersen got on the curving, got by him. Williams, what was he doing there? I really don't understand why he wanted to pick a fight there with the GT4 car.
It's interesting because this is actually a fight for a position. Guys, I'm wondering, even though it's different classes, unfortunately, Burst, the Sports Bureau Tour had a problem earlier in the race, and he finally got into the back end of Craig Williams' car, and he's not going to make it easy. I know Craig's trying to play predictable, but I think Jasper Pedersen was a little... I don't want to say he might have been more impatient than usual, because the overlapping and overtaking the GT4 cars to a TCR, it's more tricky. They have similar power, but the thing is the front traction on the TCRs makes it less power than the rear traction of the Porsche, so it gets more long, it gets a bigger launch in aerodynamic acceleration. So it was complicated, but Burst Esports got that at the end of the day. Little bumps and runs, but you got it eventually.
Well, regardless, you gotta wonder if that's what Connery was talking about with silly hours, that there's just no need to be getting into a battle at this stage of the 24 hours against a grid that is going to pass you. The TCRs cannot keep up with GT4s over a long distance. A long distance is one lap. So Williams was picking a fight that actually ended up hurting both drivers. Williams is falling far behind the guy in front, but actually Williams is going to pass the team Heskenfeld car, because the team Heskenfeld car is in pit lane.
And here we go, Weissy got into the pit lane, but it isn't surprising they were on a different strategy as Blake Neck goes into the car, and that will be a driver swap within that car. Dominic Olivier is going to take over the car. It is natural, they always go seamless in the driver swap on that Weissy-Bell Geodesic racing car. So let's see how Olivier is probably going to handle this final bolt of the night morning section of the track.
Is coming very quickly. We've got just a few minutes left on our stint on the broadcast, Lorenzo, and I don't know about you, but there was a lot of action throughout these past 6 hours that I wasn't expecting. Some moves that were just too aggressive and bad situations. You always expect every driver to kind of have their head on them, but obviously, you know, it's not always the way it actually goes, you know, Lorenzo. I mean, we don't always keep our head on straight, but we expect the drivers to do that.
Yeah, we don't expect drivers to do that. It's complicated, you know. We've all been there at some point, you know, where things can get tricky. The most possible thing you have to do is just stay patient. Everything just goes out eventually and work it out. It happened to me. It will happen to every single driver eventually when you go to these races. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, not at all. And we're looking at some of the times that GT3 cars have put down, and obviously the grip levels are not as high in the nighttime as it would be when the sun is shining. So some last laps by the GT3 guys. Alexander Voss drove with a 8:07.959. That's the best of all the drivers in terms of their last lap time. Canapino got an 8:08.35, an 8:08.52 for Vollmeyer, and that's the best besides an 8:09.185 from Bruno Spangler. So Spangler, we haven't seen some of the professional drivers come in a while, so it's nice to see Spangler getting in with this stint as the midway mark is coming, and that's actually coming very soon, Lorenzo. The midway point, the 24-hour race, it's kind of the top of a hill. You know, obviously, that the 300-meter elevation change happened in Coach Schweitzer is think of us at the very top of this hill. We're about to start going down it. And usually when you go down a hill, you have less troll. And I do think that more drivers are going to lose control and get more aggressive as we are going through the remainder of this race?
Yeah, I think drivers will start to be more aggressive. Maybe not in this next 6 hours. I expect things to heat up. Not immediately to the 6 hours. I think it's going to be more conservative. They're still going to try to wait for the sunrise to come. And I think when sunrise comes and drivers start to see the sunlight lining over the track, they start going to be more confident in taking turns. They're not going to rely on headlights anymore, so they can start pushing more of the cars, and then eventually aggressiveness will come. And at this point, I think gloves are out for the majority of the field. If you have someone battling for position, I think you won't take it easy anymore. You're just going to go every single lap for a position up or even a class 1.
I mean, if you're going every single lap for a position, well, then that's going to be even more fun for our next team taking over. I'm sure that it's going to be a lot of fun for everybody to not only start the race, but end the race as well, the final 6 hours with the regular Le Mans crew coming to, again, join our race spot team. VCO has done a great job with getting our promotions for this event here on Race Spot TV. It's been a great time. Well, Lorenzo, I've had a great time the last 6 hours, but unfortunately, our stint is about to wrap up here 2 minutes from the midway point of the 24 hours of Nordschleife. VCO has presented this in part with Race Spot TV. We're going to take a short break here while our next commentary team takes over. But any last words you want to say, Lorenzo, before you are gone?
It's been a fantastic 12 hour of the 24-hour event. It's been a very clean race. The top 3 battle, the GT class is still wide open between the red light black, model racing, and BS competition 89. The other classes are still kind of wide open. Of course, a mistake can be made here and there. Let's knock on the wood that doesn't happen. Everybody just stay clean and a lot of cars finish. It has been a pleasure to see Heinhog and the people from Radio Show Limited to broadcast with us the first 6 hours. It's been a pleasure to be within this broadcast, and now you're going to enjoy Tyler Maxson, David Haynes, and Adriano Tranquipati for this start of the second half of the race, and I hope you guys enjoy and still stay for the final 6 hours when Radio Show Limited comes back.
Yes, please do. So from Lorenzo Bader and myself, Dylan Doyle, thank you for tuning in for the second 6 hours in the 24 hours of Nordschleife. 12 more hours to go here on Race Spot TV, and we're rising the morning sun. Take care, everybody.
Welcome to the third segment of coverage, 24 hours of Nürburgring, powered by VCO. In the second half of the race now, the home stretch, even though that finish is still 11 hours 51 minutes away. Time in the session right now, 3:52 a.m. We're going to be racing into the sunrise in this segment of the broadcast. I'd like to have you with us. Is on production. I'm David Haynes, and joining me for the minute, Arjuna Kankapati, and some other folks joining us in the commentary booth to keep this coverage rolling, uninterrupted, all the way to the checkered flag of this fantastic 24-hour esports event, the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, powered by VCO. Big hello to everyone tuned in across the several platforms we're broadcasting on, iRacing Esports Network, some Twitch platforms, and also some racebot platforms. Wherever you're watching, it's a delight to have you for this race. We have absolutely some of the best sim racers and real racing drivers in the world competing here on iRacing and at this virtual Nürburgring Nordschleife. Let's have a look at where they stand right now with 11 hours, 50 minutes left to run. Four classes, of course, in this race: GT3, Porsche Cup, GT4 and TCR. In that GTR field, Team Redline Black lead at the moment, 25 seconds over BS competition. Third place is Marlow Racing Team. Then there's a little bit more of a gap to the rest of the field. You've got the BS competition number 7 car in fourth, and MSI Esports Blue, the LS Commander Sim Sport. Last car within a lap of class leader is in Arjuna, come take a look at our next class, the Porsche Cup.
Yeah, and the Porsche Cup class currently being led by the 911 Porsche 24 driven by Team Redline, currently driving that Alexander Thieb, and that is the car that, yes, Max Verstappen is in. Max Verstappen in the split. Then you have a second Team Redline car, 1 minute 11 seconds behind.
One down the order is the GT4 division, made up entirely of Porsche Cayman 718 Club Sports. That's being led right now by Core Sim Racing, who have quite a comfortable number of minutes in hand ahead of Sorg Rennsport Esports. Then it's Team RSO in third. ASD Elite Yellow are in fourth in the last car within a lap of that class leader. And in fifth, it's DRS Wave Italy. We've got Team Hoisenfeld 301 in sixth, Burst Esports Rio Toro in seventh, and DTR Esports OTR Esports E2G in eighth, which is the last car running in that class. And take a look across at our fourth and final, but potentially the most exciting at times class.
SimRC leading that class right now. They were on pole position, continue to lead. Sorry, no, they're down in third place. Sorry, no, they are leading, but they qualified in third place. I'm getting myself mixed up there. Then you got Full Send Racing number 85. I spoke to one of their drivers, Steen Legger, and he's feeling very confident coming into the race with that 2 minutes behind the leader. Then last car on the podium. And you got Craig set up top for Brent, and you got Craig Williams in the car right now. And combine that to Destin Racing, and to be in fifth. We've got Team RSO, number 597, another Team RSO car. Artist 4, and XPR Racing around that. They all on the lead lap, like David said. That could be the customer for some excitement.
It certainly is. TCR cars always race very, very closely together in sprint races and endurance races. Exactly the same thing. Probably the class most susceptible to sucking up in the draft. And you know, while there's some tight and twisty technical sections around this circuit has just about everything. There's quite a few flat-out sixth gear sections here that makes it so difficult for anyone to break away in the TCR class. And also, it feels like the strategy in that class is moderately homogeneous as well.
having warm rear tires when you come out of the pit lane. So like you said, there is a little bit of strategy, but most of these cars doing 10 laps and on very similar strategies to the end of the race.
We're looking at your TCR leader right now. Felix Ludding is behind the wheel of the SimRC car as he races through the pitch black darkness of this mountain course. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, we're about to tick over to 4 a.m. Sunrise can't be too far away, and while the visibility will be a bit of a boost later on, I think also psychologically seeing that sunrise lets you know you're just over the hill and heading towards the home stretch.
Yeah, and both David and I are running in this race, and I don't know about you, David, but when we talked about this race, we really talked about the sunrise as being the moment where we can start to relax a little bit. Now, I'm not saying you're going to relax completely. You still have a long way to go to the finish, but the night is some of the most tricky driving here, especially with 4 classes of traffic to contend with. So like you said, it is going to be a relief to get into those morning hours and have a little bit of sunrise to just light the path for you.
Yeah, we've had Daytona already this year, and that, while a 24-hour race never really gets too dark within the confines of the oval course with the lights on it. Sebring can get pretty dark. There's a lot more reflectors around the circuit here. I'd say 80% of the circuit illuminated by absolutely nothing but the headlights on the front of your car.
Yeah, and compared to last year, iRacing has updated the headlight model, so slightly better visibility for the drivers as they make their way around the track. But at the same time, it's very difficult, and like you said, Sebring slightly dark and Daytona fully lit, so the first time this year for the special event drivers really getting a chance of proper nighttime challenging.
I was going to wait a little bit longer to let everyone know that you and I, Arjuna, are both racing in this race. Drove earlier. We're not in this one. We're in the third split. You're racing a GT3 car. I've been racing that Cayman GT4. As someone who's, had some time behind the wheel of the fastest class, traffic is so difficult around here, especially in the back half of the lap. How have you been finding that?
I've had a few close calls, but for the most part, everyone in iRacing wants to get to the end of this race, and they all just really appreciate how difficult a feat it is. Being the faster class, you do take a lot of responsibility on. Be safe and make sure that some of the slower cars don't feel pressure on you. So something that I do as the faster car, if I see the slower car, if I'm catching them at maybe a slightly awkward position, I just let off the gas a little bit. Don't crowd them a little bit too much and just give them the space so that they don't feel pressured by me. And then you can make the move slightly further on. However, you and I, David, again, we're not in this split. We're in the third split of the race. But talking to some of the drivers in, some of the slower classes in this race, they talk about knowing that you can't win the race if you crash out, but at the same time, every single tenth that you lose and gain in traffic is going to matter after 24 hours of racing, and so they're all trying to minimize that time loss every time that they catch a slower class car.
Circuit absolutely unforgiving, so even at this level of competition, a lot of people carry the mindset of, for 24 hours, I want to beat the track, and then we'll see if I can beat my competitors. If there was no other cars out there, completing 24 hours of this circuit at speed would be one hell of a challenge. So there is no forgiveness with arm code this close around the entire way of this track. We're looking at your overall leader right now, the number 71 car, Team Redline Black. Jonas Vollmeyer driving that one at the moment. We've got 25 seconds over the BS competition car behind. Last round of pit stops. This is the second stint on the tyres for Team Redline Black, and they were still 1 second faster on the last lap. We're going to come to the line shortly and we'll see some of those times update, but that's a great effort that they are still pulling away from most of the field, the second stint on those tyres.
Yeah, and when I'd kind of been doing some pre-race preparation, I looked at some of the digital NLS races that were put on again by VCO, in conjunction with the VLN organizers. And the team that had performed super strongly in GT3 wasn't Team Redline, who currently lead and have been leading from the start of this race. It was actually Williams Esports. And I kind of thought, you know, maybe they found some kind of secret in the Audi and they were going to make this race their own. But from the start, Team Redline, they got Max Benecke, Jonas Bormar, Patrick Pickler. They've got some of the strongest drivers in the world here. They're really showing just how strong they are here today.
We've just been looking at the last GT3 car running, Emily Jones, which has in the race. They just had to navigate their way through a little bit of traffic. Now we're running her over much easier. That car, unfortunately, 4 laps down on the leader, but they're still running, which means they're ahead of 5 cars in that class that have bowed out. Further up the order, 3rd place, Marlow Racing Team. Alex Arana in that car retired his last stop. Is currently the fastest GT3 car out there at the moment. About a second faster than Team Redline Black. So it's great that at this point in the race, we've still got 3 cars solidly in the fight. And then with 11 hours still to go, there's absolutely no possibility that you would count out. Weird things happen around this place, particularly in the dark, and hearing that we're sort of in that daylight savings potentially. The sunrise is still a couple hours away. Who knows, we might see some hints of light in the sky before the sun officially breaks the horizon. But for the moment, still absolute darkness out there for our drivers. And I've been in the situation of this TCR car right here where you can absolutely tell that someone is behind you because their headlights massively light up the inside of your cockpit. There's no way you're going to be unaware that someone's right behind you in a situation like that.
Yeah, and when you see headlights behind you as the slow cars, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, you sometimes feel a little bit of pressure, just the speed differential, especially when you're in a TCR car, which doesn't have the top end speed compared to a GT3. Now, we did see there, I think that was Sage Karam at the wheel of the BRS Coanda BMW being very careful there on their run up towards Flugplatz, but we have seen some other incidents in your field with traffic. One of the big ones that I noticed was a 3-car incident that involved the Bieler Racing Team that was down at Wersheifen. That took out, I think, 2 cars in that incident. So traffic has been a factor here. We only have, I think it's 36 cars still on track, and out of 55 cars starting, you talk about racing the track, but it's also racing your traffic fairly and making sure you get through them cleanly.
Busy time on pit road for our TCR class. We had the leader, Simar C, just leave the lane. 53-second stop for them. That is full fuel and potentially just the front tyres. I'll have someone clarify that one for me, but we've got Craig Setup Shop and friends on the lane just leaving. They're still there. It is Full Send Racing. We're just leading back into 3rd place. So a couple of these cars on the same cycle as TCR cars, and it's all running to some 10 lap stints there. You see any driver swap? The driver swap going on for Craig Setup Shop because the man with the docs himself leading the car handing it over to Jack Sedgwick, which is not a bad move. Jack Sedgwick, a very, very good wheeler in the TCR.
Yeah, he's a regular in the Apex Racing League TCR series, which they run, which is always great fun to watch, but also the dock maker for CSS, so that Craig Setup Shop car having a good run so far today. There was also a driver swap slightly in front of the Full Send Racing car. Steam Ledger was in the car, and now it's Lars Hall, so 2 new drivers into the car. It's separated by quite a little bit of a gap, but Craig Setup Shop were running pretty well further up. They've had a few issues recently. They're going to be trying to get back up towards the front with Jack Sedgwick now in the car.
I do love these combination teams, of which there's a couple out there. Obviously, the biggest one's Team Hoisingfeld Geodesic, which has got a bit of a hybrid livery on, got drivers from both teams, and a similar effect for the Craig Setup Shop and Friends car, because it's got a few of the Apex Racing decals on it in various places, and also a little bit of a hybrid driver lineup there as well. Very interesting to see that to compete well in this 24 you'll pull all the experience you can get, I think.
And you talk about Apex Racing Team, but Jack Sedgwick, actually a driver for Inex Racing, so there's a little bit more of a collaboration going on there. Just like you say, collaboration important, but something else that I don't think a lot of people really talk about within sim racing, but one thing that I found over my time is that friendships and really developing relationships with your teammates, that really helps propel you further and to just learn and develop more as a driver. And so you see here, Craig set up Shop and Friends, it's a group of drivers who typically may not expect to be working together, but coming together and in the spirit of collaboration, having a good run here to this broadcasting display.
Guys on the 75 right now, MSI Esports Blue, in class, Salty Talons driving that one. Full service for them last time out, so he's got the benefit of some fresh tyres underneath him, and track temperatures have been, I think, quite cool overnight. Some of the coolest I've seen are 18 degrees Celsius right now, and these guys are putting in lap times matching their best of the race. Despite the darkness, once you've done enough laps around here, you know which way the track goes. A lot of confidence for a lot of these drivers at this point. The last lap for Salty Talons was a little bit off. You did see him have to negotiate a fair chunk of PCR traffic. This one, I think, is looking very committed, very precise to all of the apex, exactly where you want the car coming across these crests. And this is looking pretty quick at the moment.
Just going back to the slightly cooler track temperatures, you mentioned that Team Redline car doing a double stint, and for a lot of the GT3 cars, I would expect at this point in the night, they will be double stinting their tires. When you have that kind of track temperature, it just allows you to push that little bit harder and still not wear the tire as much as you might slightly later in the day. So take advantage of that now when you can really abuse the tire over the double stint as much as you can.
Salty Talons just 3 seconds behind the competition for fourth in this class. He might be able to close that one in here. Depends where the traffic falls for him, but it's looking good for the Ferraris. Full set racing in front of him, going to find a way past there, and GT3, the fastest class, TCR, the slowest around here, probably makes it a little bit easier than trying to pass a Cup car or a GT4 car trying to pass a TCR car. That can be difficult in places as well.
Absolutely, but something very tricky with the TCR cars that I think some GT drivers sometimes forget. Being front-wheel drive, they sometimes push a lot out of the corners, and so a GT3 driver may be trying to set up a good run coming out of the corner to get a little caught out by that, and I've seen incidents specifically at the Nordschleife where sometimes the GT car just sets up a move that isn't really possible with the front-wheel drive nature of the TCR. When we're talking about the other classes though, the 911 Cup car is very difficult because it doesn't have that much downforce, so it's fairly slow in the corners for a GT3 car, but then it's a really rocket ship in a straight line and might even be a little bit faster at times, especially on that main back straight, the Dottinger Hoa. So there is a lot of difficulty navigating traffic here, and it happens for all the classes, especially when you get all four classes intermingling at once. That can be a very dangerous situation.
Car that was our overall leaders on the lane right now, Team Redline Black, have a driver swap. Jonas Vollmeyer is getting out, Maximilian Benecke is getting in, and of course that means a stop with a tyre change as well. So this is going to be the works, the full service. PS Competition and Marla Racing, of course, have one more lap on their stint. They're cycling through in for first and second. Just depends where that checkered flag falls relative to some of these stints. You can see TCRs in the background there as well, still making some of their pit stops in this class, but down off the jacks for Benecke, away and rolling, minute 2 seconds, about what you'd expect.
Yeah, and let's now see what PS Competition and Marla Racing do. I don't think they double stint the tire, so maybe this will be their double stint. So maybe we're going to see a little bit of charge from Benecke, one of the best drivers in iRacing. Maybe he's going to have to try and catch the Audi and the BMW in front of him.
This is Sage Karam and the VRS Coanda car still not able to work his way through the traffic here. Maybe a little miscommunication there. As the exit the Hudson back where the corners go left, right, left, right, left, right. It can be very hard if you catch some traffic there. It's immediately followed by this long straight up towards Ford Flats. And the VRS Coanda car does get on through. They're in an unfortunate little no man's land here with basically a minute to the car behind and then a couple minutes up the road to the next car. So fighting for what they can get. Never wish too much ill on the competition, but this is a race you do enter knowing that if you keep your car clean, other teams won't, and that's a way to pick up speed.
And one of the real drivers racing in this race is in that car. It's Jesse Krohn. But very unusual, David, to see just one VRS Coanda entry into a special event. And I have to assume that some of the focus for that team is on the upcoming Porsche Esports Super Cup. I do know that Josh Rogers is actually taking place in a Formula E virtual race as part of the Porsche Works team. So Josh Rogers, one driver who was maybe had some conflicts for this race, but when you have such a strong and deep driver lineup like Coanda, to just have one car in one class is a little bit odd, and maybe that's just affected them here, not focused as much on this race. Maybe someone like the Team Redline or BS competition cars.
That's certainly a possibility. There's also clearly been some poor luck for them, considering that they are a bunch of minutes down the road. That's not going to be entirely on pace. He had a bit of a wiggle coming in. It might have been Versife in there. So, yet struggle street at the minute for the VRS Coanda car, but they're still in it. We've only just gone past halfway. We always say anything can happen in this race. A bit more traffic for him to deal with, and I felt like that's kind of how it happened. You might get one clear lap in, and then the next lap you'll find yourself catching 3, 4, 5 more cars, and occasionally in places you don't like. So, in theory, the traffic should be relatively randomly evenly spread, but it never quite feels like that.
And when you're in the car, I mean, you can attest to this too, David, it always feels as though you're getting the worst of the traffic. You always feel as though your competitors are having it easier than you, and it can be frustrating at times to sit there and just be patient, be calm, and not push the issue too much. But we have seen for a lot of the drivers here so far in the 30 minutes that we've been in the booth, David, everyone's been clean and respectful and not really pushed the issue too hard yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's all looked pretty clean at this point, and I guess part of that is if you're the kind of team that wasn't giving just a little bit of space, having a little bit of respect for your competition, then you might be one of those teams that is no longer running. I mean, we've had 12 hours and some of this race for, things to go wrong, miscommunications and traffic to happen, drivers to just be too eager on cold tires, any of those, easy mistakes to make that, dent the panels on your car. It could have already been made for some of those teams. So we're kind of looking at this point in the race at almost a selection bias of teams that are reliable and clean.
Absolutely. Right now, taking a look at your GT4 leader, that's Core Sim Racing, and talking about being clean and dependable. I was talking to Carly Jansen right before this race. He was talking about the fact that this is actually his first ever Nürburgring 24 for, just a few reasons. He didn't have, teammates available to drive with him, and it's not been a race that he's entered before, but in VLN racing, in prior years, he's got a lot of experience in a lot of cars. And in the BCO NLS racing this year, they had 2 cars entered. They had pole in every race. They won both of them. They had a second and third for the other cars. So Core Sim Racing, they've had a very strong build-up to this race. Pascal Stix currently in that car. And his teammates Sindre Cestes, Carl Jansen, and Samuel Liebert. They've also got Matty Sipler in the car, actually. So an extra entry from when I was talking with Carl. But they've very much kept it clean and very consistent pace at this point. And halfway through the race, they have a nice 4.5 minute lead behind them, so looking good for that team.
And I tell you what, their livery, white-orange with some stripes on it, doesn't look bad on the Cayman either. It's a car that very similarly resembles the road-going car in its dimensions. Same too for the Porsche Cup car, unlike the GT3 and the TCR, which have a bit more aero work on them, a bit broader flares. And I think the simpler liveries look a lot better on the cars that look a little bit more like a road car. So, I mean, we get a shot of, we got a little bit of a look at it there. White, orange, solid blocks of colour, some little black pinstriping, very smart.
Yeah, that Corsa racing livery always been one of my favorites. Specifically on the Cup car, we're going to get to see it in the upcoming Porsche Esports Super Cup, but I think we're right now taking a look. I think that's I'm not exactly sure what car that is. It's a bit dark to tell. David, can you tell?
No, but I've definitely been helped by the fact that on some of these cars, the number panels are illuminated. Some of them got those panels, the illuminated number panels, and you know they help us here in the sim. And that's what they're around for. Is they're very, very useful if you are beside the track. Clear, heading towards the pit straight. And sometimes that was well communicated. I've seen some times where a car tries to pass on the right-hand side of a car that's trying to get to the pit entry there. And the Marlow Racing team, they said, we're going to go one lap longer than Team Redline Black. Marlow are on the lane. Right in front of them is the PS Competition 89. Alexander Voss. We'll see Team Redline Black cycle back into the lead. After one lap, they are further on the strategy. Definitely doesn't look like it's going to hurt them at this point, but that's the kind of thing you can't let get too far out of hand. So I think they'll have their eyes on the numbers. They're probably good. Team Redline Black are leading 6 out of every 7 laps the way it's going at the moment.
Yeah, and you talk about it not wanting to get out of hand, and actually I think Alexander Voss is going to get out in front of Max Kaneke here, so the no tire strategy definitely playing out here. One team elected to do it a stint earlier, but Max Kaneke now on new tires chasing down Alexander Voss. He's only 4 seconds behind here. It's going to be an interesting fight, but 1 lap of fuel is about 16 liters, and that's a not inconsiderable amount of fuel time, David. So like you mentioned, you don't want to let that get out of hand early in the race.
Yeah, this is good for BS competition to have the track position, even though their next stop is going to have to be longer to take tyres than Team Redline Black double stick. But if it ever gets to the point where Team Redline Black have to make the pass out on circuit, that's tough around here. Cars that are anything close on pace. So it's good to have that track position right now.
Yeah, and something just to note, the BMW not as strong in a straight line as the Ferrari of that Team Redline Black car. So some of the spots where the Ferrari is going to be very strong on track, BMW might be a little weaker. And then when the BMW is maybe stronger in some of the tighter, twistier stuff in the middle of the lap, that's where it's going to have an advantage over that Ferrari. So your main place where I would expect Max Kaneke to really try and pass here is potentially on the Dottinger-Ho, that long back straight. But if he does catch Alexander Voss earlier, that does mean he's got to sit behind and just be a little careful as not to cause any injuries himself.
Ferrari has definitely got some long legs to prancing horse in the team. We just saw our cup leader, who put our focus on here, was Max Verstappen driving that car. He's been in the car now 7 laps. To move on one of those TCR cars before Vipperman, they didn't go side by side like we had seen out of some of our other drivers. So, the Redline Cup car got proven now after 4 laps and had Max Verstappen push 24 Redline.
Oh, I think, David, I may got them mixed up slightly earlier and giving you some bad information there. So Max Verstappen in the Team Redline Cup car with fellow Real Racing driver Ayakan Guben, I believe Porsche Super Cup driver. So that car in second, so Team Redline still running first and second here. And it's good to see, David, obviously lots of drivers on the service right now, but good to see them competing here at the top level amongst sim racers. Obviously, it shows just how competitive these drivers are to be able to compete with sim racers who, we know spend a lot of time and effort into understanding how sim racing works as compared to the real racing.
So the Porsche 24 driven by Redline on the lane right now will cycle Redline Cup back to the lead. It's kind of a Redline 1-2, but under different names, wearing different hats, whatever way you want to look at it. So an enviable position for them. The 69 is going to go back into the lead. The Porsche 24 car back in the second once their pit service is done. There it is, up on the jacks. Alexei Yakola going to take that car now, so driver swaps are plenty. What's normally your strategy within your team and how long you leave a driver in? I've been seeing some TCR teams in the third split changing every single stop. I've seen some teams double stinting. What's the approach that you think is best?
Well, I think it comes down to how you build your setup. And unfortunately for this race, we didn't really build a setup in the GT3 cars that effectively allowed us to double stint tires, even at night, unfortunately. And as a result, we can be a little bit more flexible. And like you say, you see some of the TCR drivers changing every stint. In the GT3 car, we do have that flexibility since we're not changing every stint to do that. Now, in the past, though, I personally, especially at a track like this, which requires so much mental concentration, I feel like a double stint is potentially the best kind of way to structure it for yourself, because it lets you have enough time to get into a rhythm around the track. Then you can come back into the pit lane after a few hours when you kind of get mentally shot. You have to make sure you're always 100% focused around the track here. And so a double stint kind of works best to minimize the amount of tiredness you get for a long 24-hour race.
Yeah, I've been finding the Cayman absolutely draining because the way its suspension is, how floaty that car is, it wants to get away from you across every crest, and this circuit is just 20-something kilometers of crests, dips, dives, blind corners. Your hands on the wheel non-stop the whole way around the lap, hours on end. 10 lap stick is already 90 minutes in this game, so even if you were swapping drivers every stop, it's quite a bit of time behind the wheel to each run on the field. The GT3 cars, things happen quicker. In that way, you might get fatigued, but finding that the Cayman even tougher than I'd previously found the Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, and I did mention my chat with Carl Jansen. He was saying similar things about the GT4 car being very bouncy and having a lot of places where, because of the bounciness, it can be very unsettling as you try to maximize the speed of the car. But David, so how much driving have you done so far in this race, and how much more will you do after this commentary trip?
I qualified my team's car and did the start, the 2:11 lap stints in that car, so that added up to about 3 hours, 30 minutes in one go, and across to my teammates. Had a little bit of a nap, had something to eat, and now I'm up here in the commentary box. I've got another double stint ahead of me after this, so that'll probably add up to a total of about 7 hours.
Alright, so 13 hours then almost in total for this race, combined with your 6-hour commentary stint. So, like you said, you had a nap, but kind of how do you keep your energy up, especially here in the commentary? I don't think a lot of people really appreciate. It's not as hard as driving, obviously, a double stint. 6 hours in the commentary, it can be hard to keep the energy up in the, to be able to stay focused. So how do you keep your energy up in the long race?
I'm a hardcore Kyle enthusiast. No dry wheel is safe around me. My fridge is fully stocked with the good stuff.
Okay, I'm similar, you know, for this race, I got a few Red Bulls ready to go, just working my way through them, and it should be good. I'm not
Well,
gonna
close
have
moment on our screen here. We'll get back to that one, but Full Send Racing did not look like they wanted to yield in this one. They went side by side for a couple of corners. They're all good now, but TCR cars not jumping out of the way of second place in our GT4 class.
Yeah, and that's Lars Bold at the wheel of the third place car in the TCR class, so trying not to lose time here and not making friends. You do want to make sure over the course of the race that your competitors around you recognize you as a car that isn't going to do things that negatively affect them, cost them time, or potentially do any contact. You can see Lars, he's going to get out of the way here of Porsche Cup car getting. That's the leader. The car who just came down pit lane, the Porsche 24 driven by Redline car. So no issues there, but just wanting to make sure you don't maybe irritate too many people. Still with 12 hours to go into the race.
In my team, maybe not so much around the Nürburgring where you don't come across the same cars quite as often, but some of the other 24-hour endurance races like Spa or Daytona, where, you know, if you're driving a cup car and, you'll see the GT3 leader come by and put a lap on you every 40 minutes or so, maybe more often. We end up with shorthand or little nicknames for some of the other teams where we're competing against, and I'm not sure I can repeat all of them, but you'll get a reputation if you're, flashing the lights from all the way back every single time, if you're dive bombing every time, and you'll there was one team we raced against a couple of times, and we ended up just calling them the prison guards because it was never pleasant every time we had to interact with them. You get radio calls like, all right, prison guards 3 seconds back, prison guards 2 seconds back, all right.
Yeah, I think, like you said, though, that's one of the few names that is really safe to be said in the broadcast. Many drivers get quite heated, even though, some people call this just virtual racing. All of us who spend time and effort to really prepare for these races, there's a lot of work that goes into it. And so when you maybe don't get helped out by another car, you can't help but feel frustrated. That usually transforms itself, at least in my case, in the form of profanity.
The prison guard nickname actually had a nationality in front of it, but that's not for broadcast. On our screen right now, we've got the 7th place GT3 runner, MB Esports Racing 23. They're on their outlap on the GP circuit here. They've come out right behind Trans-Tasman Racing, who they are 2 laps in front of. And Emily Jones decides, I'm not going to have you with the blue flags waving right up behind my rear bumper coming through the Hudson Gap. So that's a place I'll often let someone go. On the GP circuit, there's more room, there's more space between the corners, but sometimes you're thinking it's not worth having this person right behind my bumper to turn onto the narrower, bumpier, less sighted confines of the old circuit.
Yeah, and the first corners in the Nordschleife, the Hudson back part of that first complex, very tricky and like you said, confined. Emily Jones and the Audi getting out of the way. We're currently seeing, I'm not sure exactly what car, but they're making their run through the GP circuit right now, and that's one of the more famous, the DRS Wave Italy 718, currently at the wheel of Filippo Orlandi.
GP circuit's definitely one of the easiest places to dispose of traffic. You've got these longer straights leading into tougher braking zones. There's a little bit more room to get on by. At the lead of the motor race, though, we mentioned this when it was 4 seconds. The gap. BS competition on their second stint of the tyres. Alexander Voss re-entered just in the lead of the race. That's known for decade with a new set of tyres starting to hunt him down. Underneath 1 second. You mentioned the legs are just a little bit longer on that Ferrari, so I think just close a little bit, it'll be relatively even between the two of them. But once we come to that run up towards commitment corner, and then I think the dotting Lahore, if Beneke is within 1 second, we'll see those legs start to stretch. We'll see the effect of the slipstream on these cars, and I'd give it about a 50-50 probability Beneke is in the lead by the time he gets to Tiergarten.
Yeah, and he's actually closing here now. Alexander Voss got a good exit there. Maximilian Beneke getting an even better run up the hill on the exit to Bergwerk. Like you said, coming towards Bravery Corner. And he's going to be close enough. He's not going to want to try and make the move done on the Nordschleife. But once he makes his way to the Dottinger, he's going to have the move basically secured here. He's really close. All he's going to have to do is just be careful for the next half of the lap and just keep it close to that BS competition BMW.
If you're Alex Voss, what are you doing in this situation? What's your thinking? Are you gonna hold him up for all you're worth because you've got that track position, or are you gonna say this isn't my fight? I think if it's the battle for the lead, you've double stinted those tires to get the track position, you're not gonna let him go until the dot in the hood.
Absolutely, and at the same time though, I don't think Max Beneke is the type of driver who's really gonna force the issue here. With still 11 hours to go, that would be a very risky pass, even if the BMW is struggling a little bit more on its tires. But if you're Alexander Voss, you do know once it gets to that Dottinger main straight, you're not going to really be able to put up a fight. And at that point, I think your main focus has to be how close can you stay to Max Beneke, maybe save a little bit more fuel, just cut that next pit stop down a little bit in time. And that's going to be your main focus in terms of minimizing your time loss once Team Redline Black car gets on by you.
Indeed, Beneke will be fully aware of the legs that he's got there. Actually catching the GT4 car that could play into this. If I'm driving a GT4 car and I see first and second in GT3 in a battle closing up behind me, I'm not going to want to spend too long in their way. I'm not necessarily going to jump out of the way, but my goodness, you know that it's a risky time. So, oh no, on the grass and in the barrier potentially, trying to let our leaders go. Which GT4 was that? There's only a couple out there.
I believe that was the ASD Elite Yellow. He did try a little bit to jump out of the way, unfortunately, David. He got the flashing light from the BS competition BMW, and that's not a great place to really have two big speed differentials. He came in bouncing a little bit through the LFSs as he came to the start of the time starting two, just getting on the grass a little bit, and unfortunately losing it. But fortunately, I guess, Maximilian Beneke not getting any contact, but he's not going to get the move done here. He's a little bit too far behind this time around.
Looked worse the first shot we saw it. The next time we had the look back there, you see it was just a graze on the barrier, but still a scary moment there. I know that that's a fully committed section in the Cayman, a very, very difficult part, not an easy place to let someone go. The full curves are killer. You do exactly make the point though. It cost Beneke a couple more tenths than it did Alexander Voss, and I think that's the only thing that's kept him in the lead of this race, because you see once that Ferrari got wound up, he pulled 6-7 tenths, and maybe the look towards turn 1 on the GP circuit.
Looks to the inside once, looks again, and he is alongside, and I think he's going to get the move done down into Yokohama S into turn 1 and 2 complex, and indeed, Max Beneke moves back into the lead of this race on fresh set of tires.
Yeah, no defense there from Voss either. He saw that move was coming quite some time in the making, stayed to the left-hand side of the circuit. I guess he's hoping now to stay in a little bit of the draft of that Ferrari, but he's realised that the way it is right now, he hasn't got the tyres. Beneke has got the tyres, and Beneke is Beneke. So the BS competition, your best bet is to minimise the damage on that second stint of the tyres. Do what you can to stay with Team Redline Black, and hopefully when the pit stops all cycle back around again, you can, at least for a lap or two, be back in the lead and keep Team Redline Black on their toes, thinking about that they can't mishandle any of the strategy, or they will not be leading this race.
And something interesting on the strategy. One lap of fuel difference right now isn't that significant. The thing I find more interesting is how they've approached this tire strategy, and the fact that Team Redline are slightly offset in their double stint strategy as compared to BS Competition and Mahler Racing. The Mahler Racing and BS Competition currently on the second stint of their tires. Maximilian Belecke in that Redline car on brand new tires. It's going to be interesting to see at what point each of these teams have decided they're going to stop double stinting and move to single stint. And maybe that's what's produced this slight little offset in tire strategy right now. Max Belecke is already going into the hazard back with a 1.5-second advantage, so we can see just how important tires are, David, in this GT3 car.
The tyres are confidence, and confidence is speed around here, as well as that extra grip. It's also keeping the throttle pinned in some places, otherwise it might be a little bit right now. Karen getting past GT4. All the traffic out there, this is the running who are looking at the Porsche Cup cars, and they're pretty good in a straight line, typically.
Yeah, and I think I said before, they might even have a slight advantage over the GT3 cars in a straight line. It can be a little frustrating if you catch them on the Dottinger, slowly start to pull towards them, but then as you come down on the run towards Tiergarten, you start to lose them a little bit, and that's the MSI Esports blue car down onto pit lane, so that's Salva Talons. I think he's going to stay in the car right now, so maybe he won't hit tires either.
Keep an eye on this pit stop there, nor will look away, but the time now taking up to 20 seconds. Red lights above the door match the red on paint. The rest of that car is indeed black. Bit of a Italian stealth fighter in the dark here. You can see where he's going. Everyone knows he's there with those lights, but the rest of that car quite dark. Sometimes he does get on out of the pit lane. No tire change, just filling the tank in that Ferrari GT3. What's the size of the tank in those? Around about 120 litres?
Yeah, I believe 120 liters, and then the only car that I think has a slightly different tank is the BMW with 115 liters of fuel.
We don't have the McLaren GT3 in this one, which has a 130 litre fuel tank. Be interesting in future runnings to maybe get it back, because its exhaust absolutely would light up the night. But it's good that with the GT3 marks we do have, there's a competitive mix. Obviously, Ferrari's gone through as a lead. We're looking at the Ferrari that is in fourth place, wasn't fourth actually. Now, number 4 says that's fourth, because that's where they were when they crossed the line. And of course, if they go to this map, it doesn't update at all. Yeah, so we've got the Ferraris and BMW both equally in the mix. And he's thinking about, you would hope that the Audi would be a little bit closer. Do you think that's because over the long term of the race, the Audi hasn't been quite as competitive, or do you think just a team with an Audi just hasn't brought it at the level of the leading Ferrari and BMW?
No, I actually just think that the Team Redline car has really shown today just how strong they are. I don't think Max Belecke was really participating in those digital NLS races hosted by VCO. And that's where we did see the Williams Esports team, and we have some of those drivers in that Mahler Racing Team Audi. So Alex Arana currently at the wheel, that he showed some great pace in those DNLS races. So he's only 13 seconds behind the leader, so he's not that far off right now. And I think we've said a few times, David, 11 hours still to go, anything could happen, and they're still sticking pretty close to the lead. So even if they're not maybe showing the level of performance that I kind of expected, they're still in the fight for the win, and that's all they can really hope for at this stage.
So 3 marks in our top 3. That's how you'd want it, really. So, yes, some of them, you know, of course, have their own different uniques and strengths and weaknesses. We've talked about the straight line speed for the Ferrari, but talked about the sort of balance of the BMW and the twistier bits. And of course, there's also going to be some different different weather conditions. Obviously, a lot of this race has been quite cool. It started cooling off at about an hour into the race. It wasn't a massively hot start, and it's cooled off. It's very droopy conditions right now, and you typically see in the morning, you know, the sky lightens up and then the sun starts peeping above the horizon, and it's a couple hours after that where the sun's higher in the sky, actually has some angle on the track before you really see the track's temperature heating up. So I'm not sure we're going to get that many hours of really hot track temperatures.
Maybe not, but it does sound like then we might have what's called golden hour in the real world. You know, that just as the sun is starting to peak up, the temperature on the track is the lowest possible, and you get the maximum speed out of the car. So maybe we're going to get a few hours of a window where we can see some of these GT cars really battling for maximum performance, kind of see how the cars compare there. I think to talk about the weather differences, I would have to think that right now, a car like the Ferrari, very strong in a straight line, but not so good in the corners, that has to be helped by the low temperatures here. Whereas something like the BMW might be benefiting slightly more from the warmer weather that we saw slightly earlier in the race. But just a theory there, no data to really back that one up.
No, but I agree with the feeling of it. Our leader is going to come across the line, and the number board is going to update to say first for Maximilian Benecke and Team Redline Black. 11 hours to go in this race, 24 hours of Nürburgring, powered by DCO. Wherever you're watching, we're delighted to have you. Hope you're enjoying this great race that is in its second half now, heading towards the finish. We're going to ride on board with Maximilian Benecke for a little bit here. We'll take that Westbot TV fan immersion. Don't go too far because we will resume. Welcome back to coverage of 24 Hours of Nürburgring, powered by VCO. 10 hours, 51 minutes to go. We are still racing in the darkness. I'm still David Haynes, and it's still Arjuna Kankapati with me. Here is how they run at the moment. We're riding on board for a lap there with Maximilian Beneke, and the Team Red Line Black car that leads. He's built that gap out to 6.5 seconds or so at this point, ahead of BS Competition 089, and it's Marlow Racing Team in third with their Audi, and the other BS Competition car, the number 7, in fourth place. A little bit further back from our leading trio, still on the lead lap. Same two to be said for MSI Esports Blue in fifth place. BRS Co-Am Simsport, first car in class off the lead lap, and they share that honour with MB Esport Racing number 23. Final GT3 running at the minute, and a little bit further back is Trans Tasman Racing, but they refuse to give up. They're on an outlap right now. Emily Jones has handed the car over to Kurt Stenberg. We'll take a look at the Porsche Cup class. I'm going to steal this one away from Arjuna this time. So leading that one by a couple seconds. Porsche 24, driven by Red Line. That's got Alexei Sijakala at the moment. 25 seconds over their friends and teammates in Red Line Cup. Even driving the second place car. We go back to RHG Esports, Roman Grosjean's new team, recently announced, basically in the last week, running third in class at the moment, and they've got a handy margin over fourth place HM Engineering. SDL Esports by Logitech G are in fifth, a little bit further back than the other HM Engineering car, the 746. Eclipse Sim Sports have 7th place in class, and at the moment TQ Engineering in 8th have been on pit road the last hour. I'm not sure if we're going to see that car again. For the second half of the field, Arjuna.
Let's start by looking at the GT4s for Porsche 718 Cayman, and still leading for sim racing for the trio for Pascal Stick still at the wheel. Then in second place and 5 minutes and 10 seconds behind, so quite a ways back. Sorg Rensport Esport number 333. Then you have Team RSO number 397 in third. The last car on the lead lap, ASV Elite Yellow. Then you have DRS Wave Italy 718 in fifth, the only car one lap down. And you have Team Heitzfeld 301, Burst Esports, Vitoro, they're both 2 laps down. And OTR Esports, they are 6 laps down and the 8th car in that class. Then your TCRs, SimRC continue to lead, but they only have a 1-minute advantage over Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. Further 1 minute back, it's Full Send Racing number 85. Then you have Team Heinzgeweld Geodesic Racing, one of your combined entries for this race. You also have Craig Setup Shop and Friends, one of your other combined entries. They're sitting in 5th place right now. And Team RSO number 597, they're in 6th. They're the last of those 4 cars that are all within a minute, so still a little bit of fighting going on there. Rounding out the top 8, it's Lotto Sport, XBR Sim Racing, also on the lead lap. So any car still on the lead lap in your CCR class, and might be some movement further on in the race.
You know, I've had some time to think about those combined cars, and I've got a theory that leads into it. You know, if there was a 6-hour race like Watkins Glen, and you're speaking with your teammates and you're thinking, which model of GT3 are we going to pick? If all of your teammates are set on one car, you'd probably say, all right, we'll drive that one. But for a 24-hour race like this, if all of your teammates were set on driving GT3 and you were thinking about TCR as your first preference, you're not really going to commit to a 24-hour race at this level in something that isn't your absolute first priority. And I've probably seen some drivers then, you know, sniff around for someone else. entering that model of car that they can go and join, because it is such a commitment, this 24-hour race, more so than even some other 24-hour races, just how draining it is around this circuit. I would intensely struggle to find the effort if my team had told me I had to drive the TCR car, which is not my first preference. Nothing wrong with it, but it just wasn't my first preference, and you'd be asking for a huge commitment for something that wasn't, 100% someone's passion.
Well, we talked about TCRs not being your passion. Joining us in the booth now, Paul Smith. And I know, Paul, you are a fan of the TCR class. I believe you're participating in the race in that TCR class. How's the race going for you so far?
Yeah, I've currently been awake for many hours. I've lost count. Yeah, we're in split 6. It's going well. We're 5th place in TCR class. I'll fight you on that one, David, because the TCR is so much fun around this track. It really is.
Me and Arjuna are both in 3rd split, so be thankful we're even stoop as low as to speak to you.
But the overall leader in our split has just literally crashed about 10 seconds ago, so it's been a race of attrition.
So Paul Smith, who's running 4th in his class, joins us now. How close are you to that lead? You're probably going to pick up a spot from that one?
Well, that's the overall race leader, not TCR.
Oh, okay.
We're currently 21st overall out of a 55 car field. That says a lot about what the rate of attrition has been in our split. It's all been about keeping out of trouble. Unfortunately, I didn't keep us out of trouble, and on the start of my 2nd stint, because we were double stinted, found a wall up at Adnau Forest, so yeah, 8.5 minutes spent in the pit lane, but we're back out in solid colour.
Fantastic. Yeah, I've forgotten precisely how many splits there are, but when I was looking at registering my team, I was seeing something on the order of 1,500 teams or more. If each of them had 3 to 4 drivers, we're talking potentially across all of the splits 5,000 drivers for this event. Sim racing participation this year and over the last couple of months has been ridiculous, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been sensational, and I think people are finally getting clued up to the sim racing life is all about, and it is fantastic that so many people are taking part. I think there was 22 splits when I joined. Because I was late joining the team, but pushing up and wanting to put up virtual edition, which again is another thing that has come about the sim racing, getting that onto European television. So that's been a great achievement for people in sim racing, and I think John Hindhoff actually said it best earlier on in the coverage in the first 6 hours when he said, at the end of the day, a race is a race. It doesn't matter what sort of category it is, be it Formula 1, be it endurance racing, be it RC cars, be it sim racing. A race is a race, and a lot of people may say, oh, but this isn't a real race. Yes, it is. It is real. It is a real race. You are competing against other people to take part and to potentially win your chosen category in this event.
Thinking about this one, 22 splits, if they didn't run in parallel and they ran one after each other on the track, it'd take us 3
days.
weeks. Yeah, it'd take us more than 3 weeks to get through all of this racing. Such is the turnout, and such is the level of the competition. I mean, we're very, very fortunate that we can run all of the races in parallel. No one gets turned away from experiencing endurance racing, experiencing racing with their friends, and experiencing racing this track. But that's one way to put into perspective the amount of participation, is that if we had to run each race back to back, one after each other, with no breaks, it had taken till after my birthday.
Oh, is that a good way of getting you to your birthday?
That's just how I'm measuring time at the moment. It's what's keeping me going, man.
Do you know what? I now know how you feel in 60 Racing Adventures and Dalton. I am utterly exhausted. I suspect. I think it's a
fridge. What are you sipping? Are you a tea man?
It's the diet lemonade. I had my drink earlier on whilst I was driving. But right now I'm just trying to keep hydrated with a bit of lemonade. I'm basically spotting still. I've literally got my teammate in one ear and you in the other. And basically I'm just spotting for him until Jess comes along to take over. So, yeah, as you can tell, I'm tripping over the work as well. That's exciting.
I had my energy drink while I was driving, and I'm very, very fortunate that this track is surrounded by Armco, not drywall, because I didn't get any.
Well, I did, so yeah, you've got that over me, that's for sure. But it is, I tell you what, it's been, I last took part in this race in 2017 back with the Kia, and we didn't have the day-night cycle then. I found out the hard way, having jumped into the car in the dead of night, that yes, it's a lot more difficult with this track when it's completely pitch black when you're coming in to start your first stint, because all your normal braking markers, you can't see them. Because the headlights of this TCR, please, iRacing, if you can, put for these endurance races, 24 hours, put the little light bar on the bonnet that they have for the real Nürburgring, because you need it in this TCR.
Go straddling Eastus and put the light bar on the TCR for Nürburgring. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Quite a few of these models of car have their regular headlights and their endurance racing headlights, and then sometimes you see an extra set of headlights that comes out just for the Nürburgring, because I don't think there's any track that gets darker and more challenging than the Nürburgring at night. I mean, other tracks get dark-ish, but there's so much forest cover, there's so much cloud cover sometimes, fog, snow sometimes. I mean,
with other endurance events that we have here on the iRacing Esports Network, cheap plug, thank you very much. I'll tell you that the tracks are a lot shorter, so you get the headlight effect of those cars lighting up the track. So you get to see more of the track because of that. And you've generally got more runoff, and at some of the tracks they even have lighting in key places. Here, you're so far apart that you could go laps without seeing anything, and you're on your own and just too dark. It's a great event, and it's a great it's a great experience. And if you ever get the opportunity, if you want this now, have a look and see if you can do this event next year on iRacing. It's a challenge like no other. We've got one more iRacing. That in itself is special, and I'm looking forward to that. I'll probably be doing it broadcast, but Nürburgring is just something else to it, and it's a challenge that you set yourself against. It's not so much you're challenging yourself against the driver, it's challenging yourself against the environment, against the track.
Taking a look at this action on screen, Vanderbilt Sim Racing in the 5th place. On their outlap, they've just made their pit service, come out right behind Craig Setup Shop and Friends. So 4th and 5th, TCR close on the road here, underneath 1 second. And I think on average, Juan E. Lopez is just closing that gap, and he's definitely going to be assisted by the draft in some places around here. Paul, I've seen in 5th and especially 6th gear, once you get past about 170, 180 k's an hour, you really do suck up to the car in front in the TCR, more so than in GT class, and definitely more so than in the Porsche car.
Oh, you're down the Vauxhall or down the Nottingham. You get within a second, 2 seconds of the camera. It really is good. But half the time, you're better off just sitting behind and save yourself some fuel. So then it helps you out in the long term. So I don't know about top split, but in this, in our race, we've been seeing some TCR teams going 11 laps on fuel, which we are struggling to do. We're having to stick to the 10 lap stint, but we've been seeing teams going for 11 laps. It's really paying off.
Well, I actually have a... Sorry, David, I have a question for you. So, we were talking a little bit about tire strategy in that TCR class, and now obviously we'll be taking tires every single time at the front, but I've heard some conflicting information from some of the top split TCR drivers. Some saying they take fresh tires at the rear every 2 stops, some saying every 3. So, for you guys, how are you managing that? How do you feel about having warm rear tires?